All right, looks like we're live. Hey guys, sorry I was late. I was a little behind. Oh, I just heard very epic music from over there. Hi Natty, good to see you. Hey Laser, I'm good. How are you doing, Daniel?
I'm the same since the last time.
Yeah,
That's my favorite answer to give.
Same since the last time. Yeah, I'm looking at my my board where I keep like all the enamel pins that I've collected over time, and it's like there's one that just has a goose with a knife in its beak, and it says "Be goose, do crimes." I feel like that's pretty accurate. It's a pretty good resting state.
Hi, Patrick. Hello,
Guys.
Jake's cousin Rachel.
Oh no, other Rachel. Because this Rachel probably doesn't want to be hit on by Jake for an entire book.
Rachel, you gotta do that shh sound with the ch.
Natty says I'm goose and I do cry. Yeah. Yeah. Geese are terrifying. We don't talk about how terrifying geese are, just like as a thing.
But it's one of my ultimate dreams to own one of the pets. So.
Yeah, like as the guard dog geese.
Guard animal, yes. You can never reason with the goose. You can't give it a doggy treat to make it behave.
No.
So, yeah.
Hi, pizza.
It would be a lot of fun to dress them up in those little bonnets and then, put the Ring camera out there in the front yard and see them, beat up people with their little bonnets and cute outfits.
That's adorable. And terrifying.
They can look like the goose on the chip bag. Or like from Aristocats.
Natty says when she was super young, one almost bit off her finger. That's actually horrifying. Geese are just kind of an abomination, but I also love them. What are we all?
No one talks about ducks. How ducks can be just as violent as geese, but they're not as big.
Oh yeah.
Like, swans are even worse than them.
Swans are definitely assholes as well. Making sure that everybody.
Swans are like those people in elementary school who thought that they were better than everyone, and everyone thought that they were popular, but in reality, everyone secretly disliked them.
Natty says your voice is slightly low. Let me go back to this screen since we're about to do the things anyway. Are we doing another Power Rangers Wattpad story tonight? Chapter of the story tonight? Let's see.
Yes, not as grimace as the first one.
Okay.
Patrick said they can't hear me.
I should have fixed it.
It's so the chapter is called Building Blocks.
Building Blocks. Okay. Better. Okay. Yeah, sorry. We were having some audio issues before we got on. That's partially why we were late. The other part is just I was late. So everything. I was late to the everything else making us late.
Was working hard to make all the things happen behind the scenes.
I was fighting with YouTube about this hour-long Phantom of the Opera video that it's like, but this has other music in it. And I'm like, yeah, it's fair use copyright because it's like a review of it. And it's like, but that's not how we do things. I'm like, literally it is. At least that's the conversations that I have with YouTube in my head.
Hello, Tarfield Owl. Patrick asked me, have you cut any boxes lately? Well, I'm planning to. I mean, I'm at the end of the school year for my vocational program, which I got Student of the Year for my program. So it'd definitely be a lot slower paced with me having to go to school in the morning, so I could probably spend my mornings now editing the podcast finally. And I'm just in a more relaxed place than trying to edit a podcast where I used to be an educator, and then I left that job because of the people that I worked with were just very toxic and very cliquey and very young and foolish. So I wasn't in a comfortable mindset to really listen back to that. So hopefully, with everything dying down and it being a few months, everything, I should be getting back to editing.
Everybody's saying congrats. Natty says congrats. Daniel Patrick says congrats on vocational college. And Natty says, YouTube, we maintain a love-hate relationship with. Yes, we do. Yes, they are.
Yes.
They are an alliance. They are not really our friend.
Yep. But yeah, so what I'm planning to do after, I'm planning to start a mobile service, a laundry service for pet stuff.
Ooh,
because
fun.
everybody does regular laundry stuff where like they pick up the laundry and then they clean it and then bring it back. And I want to do it for like pet stuff. So like
That's actually cool. I like that.
Charge a flat rate for like toys and little things and fill up the basket. And then like for beds, charge by the size, by the blanket, charge by the size, and yeah. Pick it up in the morning, drop it off in the late afternoon.
All right. So I don't know if anybody's eating dinner or snacking. I have pasta in Tupperware, and then I have my trifecta of drinks. We've got the water, the regular water. We've got the hot drink, hot chocolate, and then we've got a peach tea just for funsies. So we're hydrated up here.
Oh, okay. So the Jerk Book wants to give people trigger warning of, in the Animorphs book coming up in a bit, possible South American native stereotypes. But at the same time, it's kind of hard because to kind of, well, I'm Central American, not South American, but what I know is that it's very hard to study indigenous tribes in South America because they're very remote.
Yeah. Thank you for the warning. We will navigate accordingly.
And then just a reminder to everyone, everyone's welcome. Nobody dislikes anybody. But if you say anything that is a little sus, be prepared to have people voice their opinions.
Yep. Just part of having the safe space. We need to keep the safe space. So we're just like, so occasionally somebody will say something out of pocket and we're just like, that was out of pocket. And then the person is usually like, oh, fuck, sorry. And then we move on.
I'm Anton Stinkleberg, apparently, said Natty.
I don't miss the Atlanta traffic. Isn't it awful, Patrick? It's so bad. And no one knows how to drive. Well, everybody says everywhere, like, no one knows how to drive in my state, but, like, we don't really have great, Georgia as a state doesn't have great education laws, and that does not change when you get to motor vehicle operation.
Probably better than here in California because we don't use our turn signals. We just decide that we're going to merge lanes without letting people know.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Patrick. It's definitely like when strikes happen, it's never like we're not like, yay, woo, strike, fun, but it's also just like they're like necessary. So it's just like it's a big mess, and it comes down to corporations are doing corporation stuff, and it always fucks everybody else but them.
So apparently, LA is in the LA, New York, and Atlanta seem to be in the same realm of very difficult to navigate and impossible parking.
Yes.
Because I went to San Diego to go see my aunt the other time, and literally, like, super easy to find parking on the side of the street. All you gotta do is have coins.
It's weird how just communicating and apologizing for comments can actually do wonders. Yeah. Yeah, that's how we keep it here, you know? Natty says, yeah, pizza crazy. Yeah, we just communicate. If you're new here, we're a small community. We chit-chat. It's a good old time.
Yeah, we chit-chat, patty-whack, and give the dog the bone.
Oh, no, it's nationwide, Patrick.
Oh, are you talking about the
writer's strike?
Negotiations for contracts?
Yeah, the writer's strike, because the writers are...
The writer's strike, and then the director contract renegotiations, no?
Yeah, there's also that. The writers have been on strike for like 2 weeks now. We are small but loyal, like Chihuahuas. Yes. I mean, the channel's getting bigger. We hit 7,200 subscribers yesterday. So thank you guys for that.
Yep, and I have 54 subscribers now. That's more than 53.
Yay! Look,
slowly
I
but
posted
surely.
like my first, I don't even know, first handful of videos with like 4 subscribers. I think there's an early video where I'm like, I got 6 subscribers. I'm up to 10 now. I'm really excited. Like that's a thing. So
Yep. I've been wanting to get at least 50 for a while, and I finally hit that mark. So I'm happy about that. Hopefully, I can get to 100 within the next year, and then
Natty says
multiply that.
Natty says we communicate and want to commit crimes, but for legal reasons we don't. All right. So I was about to
Sure.
segue by saying, speaking of committing crimes, Power Rangers, but they don't commit crimes.
They don't pay for the city damages, so they do
True.
commit crimes. It's just no one seems to, the property value must be through the roof or something because, or the insurance rates must be through the roof because you literally buildings getting totaled.
Yep. All right. Building blocks. Am I on the right chapter? I clicked building
Yes.
blocks. Okay.
There's a sea glass cairn.
Yes, we're here. All right. I will do my best to keep up with scrolling. But for any of you who might be new, because Animorphs can get a little bleak, we started. Daniel started
to share my fanfic,
sharing a chapter a week of his old Power Rangers fanfic to give us a breather, like a palate cleanser in between.
Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, let's talk about kids at war.
War. What is it good for?
I mean, no crimes that can hold up in a
nothing.
court. Yeah.
Okay, so let's get started. Chapter, whichever, building blocks. With their Friday afternoon in its midst, the Rangers pack into Kyle's car to drive over to Hillard Park. The radio plays, filling Kyle's car with energetic vocals. How do you do on your project, dude? Kyle slows his car at the light. I think it went okay. Before I forget, recap if you weren't here last time. So last chapter, we get a little exposition dump on Derek and why he's like so the way he is. And he faced a monster that turned into something that was very depressing for him. And so he has to, what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? He has to self-reflect on coming to terms with what happened in that last chapter. And being brave enough to talk about it and confront it. Does that sum it up right?
I think that sums it up really well, yeah.
Okay. So, all right. I think it went okay. Mr. Hayden really liked it, and I could hear some people say stuff like, dude, I should have done Keith Haring. Kyle focuses on the road to keep traffic moving. What'd you paint anyways? I painted a picture of us the day we took a hike. Caroline hints maybe you can write an article about it sometime, Lee. Maybe. I'd probably have to mention the fact that Derek's the Green Power Ranger. Torn looks at Leanne. Why? Hari told me that hardly anyone reads my articles, so he's having me finish the one he's been working on, while he focuses on an interview for the student council. Taking her view away from the window, she looks to Torn. Are my articles boring? Not wanting to upset Leanne, Torn puffs his cheeks, then exhales. No way. Hari just doesn't see how everything can be interesting and important, babe. Leanne leans. That's so weird. Leanne leans into Torn. Kyle parks his car, and everyone herds out to the oak groves. They reach the checkpoint, meeting Quetzal at the base. The Rangers are spending their time reading through Quetzal's library. As promised, Derek demonstrates to Caroline and teaches her how to make a cairn. And he says, so the first part to stacking a cairn is finding a flat and sturdy surface. Caroline pours out her bag of sea glass stones over the stone tabletop. You want to find the flattest rock for your base, then go from biggest to smallest. As he gives his explanation, he fluidly demonstrates his explanation as a guideline for her. She emulates his stack. Like this? Perfect. Quetzal walks over to the small cairn, holding his hands in a certain position. Quietly, he repeats the phrase, Beatus Masutus Musertus et Nobis. That's a mouthful. Everyone observes Quetzal continuing his chant. The stones begin to faintly glow, and at the same time, the spirit of Masutus emanates around Caroline. Masutus's aura glows brighter. I swallowed my spit. Quetzal then finishes his chant by stomping both feet and crouching, tucking his hands down and keeping his hands in their position. Quetzal stands up, finishing his chant, and the cairn glows and Masutus's aura fade. Silence fills the room, with the rangers soaking in the experience of witnessing one of the practices mentioned by Quetzal. Well done, Caroline. From witnessing the radiance of Masutus, she seems to be more than satisfied with your cairn. Caroline slowly grows a smile. Thanks. How come Derek's cairn didn't glow? Derek was only building a cairn to teach you. His was not intended for Masutus. The power of your spirits are their own. They are not subservient to you. You cannot force them to accept your command or mispractices if they feel your intent is not just. Torin then recalls in their last battle how Kyle demorphed. Did that have anything to do with us morphing into rangers? It has much to do with that. The spirits have set morals after the Bellum of Natu Kasar. They have become conservative with who they offer their beatus and power. If they feel your intentions, actions, or state of mind are controversial or misaligned, they will revoke their power. If that's the case, then how come Kyle demorphed when he killed the monster the other day? A rather ambiguous question. Kyle, how were you feeling when you killed that monster? Well, angry. I was so upset at myself because we made Derek face that monster, even though I knew he was afraid of it. So your intention was to hurt and kill something out of malice. Rangers, a state of mind is complicated to control. Allowing an adversary to control how you feel is allowing yourself to lose control, something your spirits are very cautious of. Left with more questions than answers, Torin batters. So then, how are we supposed to feel? You are to feel how you normally feel. It is not my authority nor the spirits to tell any of you how to handle a situation. If you act with conviction rather than impulse, you have nothing to worry about. Left with their newly discovered stipulations, the Rangers continue with their practice and studies. Kyle finishes reading through a book of Cassarian folklore, putting it back on a higher shelf. The book would not push past half the shelf. He readjusts his position, still unable to push it onto the shelf all the way. He goes to the side of the base to get something to stand on. Grabbing Quetzal's step stool, he takes 2 steps up to see a tome laying flat on the shelf. He switches the book out. Magistus Actibus, the title reads. Kyle skims through the book. Hey guys. He brings the tome over to the book stand. From the look of this book, we might be dealing with more magic than we realize. Torin recalls the instance of his hands burning the tree. He mutters, I knew it. You've read this? Leanne asks. No, but I remember the other day that when I was by myself outside, I had to hit something. So I hit this tree, and I think I burned the tree trunk. My spirit had my hands glow like super red, and then the glow went away. Kyle flips through the pages. Right there. Torin points to an illustration showing a hand with an aura. Kyle reads the page. Magistus takes the form of the Magistus takes the form of the manipulation and projection of the Principarium found within the four sphere, hydrosphere, geosphere, biosphere, and atmosphere. Receiving the beatus of a sacred spirit provides a practitioner with Magistus dependent upon the spirit's affinity. Helping to paraphrase, Caroline pieces together. So what the book is saying is that we can each manipulate our elements. Quetzal, how come you didn't tell us our spirits gave us magical powers? A rather complicated A rather complicated answer, Leanne. When I first landed on Earth, I was mentored by a figure named Princess Shayla. Before I met her, those spirits were limited to only providing manipulation of Principa Ridam. It was because of the help of Princess Shayla that I was able to hone sorry. It was because of the help of Princess Shayla that I was able to hone the Magistus Vetus of the spirits that allow you to turn into rangers. Well, who even is Princess Shayla? Well, Torin, Princess Shayla was the princess of the Lost Kingdom of Animaria. She once formed her own group of rangers, the Wild Force Power Rangers, to fight against an enemy called the Orcs. The Wild Force? Derek can hardly contain his excitement when he hears the mention of them. My uncle was living in Turtle Cove when all the stuff with the Wild Force Power Rangers happened. He saw them firsthand. Torin is feeling weirded out by Derek's out-of-character excitement and asks, and what does that have to do with the book? Nothing. Derek's excitement quickly subsides and quickly grows embarrassed by his outburst of excitement. To answer your question, Leanne, due to the amount of energy needed to have you morph, the use of Magistus while in ranger form is not recommended. If you were to use too much Magistus while morphed, you would simply demorph due to the overexertion of your spirits. If you were to use your Magistus as you are, your capacity to perform Magistus would be greater. My only warning is if you overexert your use, you will become extremely fatigued. Great. Superpowers with super stipulation. How's chat doing anyways?
Chat's good. Chat's chilling. I'm going to go run and plug my phone in, but I'm right here in the other room just listening. I'll be right back. Just didn't want to freak you out if you like looked over and I just disappeared.
Oh, okay. All right. Really? Okay. Do you think you can maybe teach us some magic? Caroline asks for the group. Yes. Should there ever be an instance where you could not fight with your ranger powers, a spell would benefit. Quetzal takes the tome from Kyle, walking towards his private quarters. At this time, you are dismissed. Feel welcome to stay. I have to have my Medidias meditation to help me recall the information in the tome, and I must read again the tome for anything that I may have forgotten. Apparently, Dirtbreck says the chat is frozen, but I don't know how that works. Anyways, okay. The group decides to go their separate ways, taking a break from studying and practicing. They leave through the gateway, going to different checkpoints spread across Twin Falls. Caroline returns to the park gateway with Kyle and Derek. Hey, Caroline. Derek and I were going back to my house. Isn't your house on the way over? If you want, I can give you a ride. The Dirtbreaks means it is really slow today. Not many people are watching.
That's okay.
I really like this Derp because it's Friday.
We always get a bump in the middle of Friday night because people have like things going on Friday night, and then people check in like in between stuff, and as is the life of live streaming. Sometimes you're on, and it's just like I think about live streaming like having an open house party, right? People can kind of just come and go. And I also kind of think of it as like a live recording of, because I keep all my VODs up. So like you might be watching this right now on replay in the future, in which case, hi, we appreciate you just as much as everybody that's here currently. So we do drugs on the table.
We do drugs. I don't know what that refers to.
I don't know what that refers to either, but it was just legal reasons. That was a joke. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not judging. I'm just confused.
Oh, open house party is what they're saying.
Oh.
Anyway,
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
got it.
any questions on how magic works? Any questions on the lore dump that happened earlier right now?
I don't think so.
Anyone?
I think I'm
Bueller?
vibing. Bueller?
Okay. Okay. Hey, Caroline. Derek and I were going back to my house. I was in your house on the way over. I can give you a ride. No, don't worry about it. I don't live too far from the park. Okay, we'll see you later. Cal walks backwards, waving to Caroline. Bye, Caroline. Derek hugs Caroline. I can hear feedback.
Oh, I can fix that. Okay. I'm just going to mute myself for now because I think I know what's happening, but I'll fix it.
Okay. Meanwhile, Caroline returns his hug. Bye. Thanks again for helping me with the car. Caroline keeps up her wave and smile until Kyle's car is out of sight. Walking for almost an hour, the sky shifts from a vibrant orange and ends in a cold navy when Caroline reaches her house. Kept company by the streetlights and cars driving by, she opens the mailbox full of nothing but bank offers and bills. She takes the stack from the mailbox, walking to the front door. Reaching into her matey bag, she pulls out her key to open the front door. She turns on the lights and comes home to a cold quietness that occupies her house. She places her matey bag and the mail on the kitchen island, taking a seat. Pulling out her phone, she makes a call, hearing the line ring twice. Mrs. Truefield's office. Hi, Cynthia. It's Caroline. Is my mom available to talk? Mrs. Truefield is currently on a call conference. Okay, could you transfer me to my dad's office? Mr. Truefield is still overseas negotiating contracts. Were you not able to reach him on his private number? If you want, I can give you the number to the hotel he's staying at. No, it's fine. Is there anything else you need? No, thank you. Okay, bye-bye. Bye. Caroline listens to the clank on the other line hanging up. She makes another call. Hearing the line ring more than 5 times, it goes to voicemail. Hi, you reached Zach Truefield. Sorry, I can't answer right now, but leave your name and number and I'll get back to you. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press pound for more options. The tone beeps. I thought I was being clever there. Hi, Zachary. It's Caroline. Just called to hear how your semester is going. Probably going great since you're really smart and all. Mom and dad are busy as always, so it's just me at home. I can't wait for you to come home for break. Well, I hope we can talk later. Okay, bye. Caroline sits on the stool with stoicism and a heavy inhale, followed by a soft exhale, while she buries her face in her palms. Meanwhile, at Puree, Hari sits in a booth, scrolling through his phone. He looks up, panning to see if his date arrived. Growing worried about being stood up, Hari gathers himself, walking past the crowded weekend tables. He stops at the double door. Mimi meets him on the other side of the door. Hari respectfully opens the door for his date. Aren't you such a gentleman? Continuing to hold the door, Hari admits, I was a little worried you wouldn't show up. Sorry, my dad wanted to show me his latest art piece. The two walk side by side as they line up to order. Oh, that's cool. Maybe I can read an article about his art pieces sometime. I mean, I think his art's kind of ugly. I think that's what makes art so cool. It makes people think differently. The people in front of them finish paying, moving to the side. Hi, can I go ahead and get the mixed in matcha, extra granola, and Hari looks to Mikora. Mikora squints in confusion, looking through the menu board, not too familiar with the names of Earth consumables. Mikora looks to Hari with a squinting smile. Surprise me. Can I go ahead and get the POG? Their total is brought up. Keeping to her word, Mikora reaches her left arm across into her body into her bag as her right hand widens the opening. She pulls out her wallet, handing a single bill to the cashier. In return, she is given her change, putting everything back in her bag where it belongs. The two wait for their order by the other end of the counter. So what's up? Why the change in schools? McCoy felt an uneasiness in her stomach, thinking her position has been compromised. I'm sorry? Sorry, I don't mean to be so rude. I don't normally talk with people if it's not for the news. He takes a deep breath. What I mean to say is, what made your dad decide to move to Twin Falls in the middle of a school year? Oh no, you're good. Her heart skips a beat. Mikora sighing in relief. Well, my dad is an artist, so I guess he was so inspired when he first laid eyes on the town. It's nice here though. I'm so used to traveling all over the place that it's just my dad and his artwork. Their orders brought up. The two grab their smoothie bowls and take a booth. Hopefully, I'm here for the long haul. I get it. I mean, a lot of people think my job is just to boss people around. It's a lot harder than some people realize. I've had to put aside my friends and spend nights and weekends doing schoolwork so that everything gets done on time and people want to read it. I don't get paid for any of that. I just get a grade. He pauses to eat away at his melting bowl. I know this sounds crazy, but hearing you notice how difficult the job is made me think this girl's worth bending the rules. Mikora, for some reason, feels overcome with guilt. She quietly keeps her focus on her softly colored orange smoothie bowl. I've never heard of Chaw. What's it like there? Last time I remember, it was kind of like here. The air smelled fresh, people were cordial, and everyone felt like they belonged. But I left Chal years ago. How come? Finished with her bowl, she keeps her eyes glued on the checker pattern linoleum. A war broke out. I'm sorry. My father and I were able to leave before it reached Chal. That was the last time I remember seeing my mother and baby brother. The two sit quietly. I can't imagine having to leave like that, but can I just say I really appreciate you trusting me enough to tell me. Mikora, flicking her silky black hair, looks at Hari, and she falls into his sleepy and lustrous brown eyes. Hari hunches into the table, resting his forearms, with his attention lost in the wondrous void which are Mikora's eyes. As the moment passes and the sounds of the world come back into focus, Mikora's gaze turns aloof. You okay? Hari, there's just so much going on. You want to talk about it? I don't want to get you wrapped into it. Maybe I shouldn't have come. Mikora starts to gather her belongings. Mimi, hold on. She pauses, staring at Hari with a pang of vulnerable guilt. I know we've only known each other for a few days. I'm sorry for whatever I said. Can I walk you home? She keeps her eyes locked on Hari's look of concern and genuine interest. What's wrong with me? Why am I so worried? She lets out an exhale, finally answering, Sure. Mikora hoists her bag onto her right shoulder, extending her hand. Hari gently envelops his hand with hers, and the two walk in tandem, making their way into the crowded Twin Falls street. And that's the end of the chapter. All right, chat. What did we think? What are our thoughts, chat?
That was cute. Definitely not sad and traumatic like the last. So as much as the last one.
All right, chat.
They're
Either chat's present or they are just listening.
just listening. They're just chilling. For those of you wondering, also, my blanket that I'm crocheting is officially big enough that I can use it as a blanket while I'm working on it. So that's a small win.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Derp says that was cute. I listen. Natty says, clearly we've been to different types of parties also. No questions. No.
Absolutely adorable. Oh, my mom loves the milestone because then she's never cold. The milestone? I don't know.
The milestone of like when the blanket is big enough that you can use it while you're working on it. I'm always cold. And so I'm always just like sitting here being like making a blanket, feeling like I need a blanket. So now I'm just like, ooh, now I just can use the blanket.
I'm never really cold. That's the weird thing. It's like when it's cloudy and the wind's blowing. I don't know. It's like I really like that weather. It's like very beachy to me. I like beach weather. So I'm from California.
Oh, I'm from Atlanta, so we have like the hot and muggy thing going on. Although we've had some weird cold snaps, like kind of late into spring this year. But yeah,
definitely. So it's like it gets cold, and then the sun will come out through the clouds, and then we'll get like a really hot period, and then it'll hide back in the clouds.
Yeah, I swear spring is harder for people who just can't do the cold here than winter is. Because like December, it's still like 60 to 70 degrees.
Mm-hmm. So why is Nakora why is she so guilty? Why does she feel so guilty talking to Hari? What do you think, chat?
We've read a lot of really... I almost said we've read a lot of dark, but we haven't really read a lot of dark books lately. We've just read a lot of, like, sad books. We've read enough Animorphs for me to be like, anything could be possible at this point.
Well, what are your hypotheses, chat? Why do you think she's so guilty telling him about where she used to, about her home world?
Well, she hasn't seen her mom or her brother in years, right? So, assuming because it's not...
her enemy?
No. I'm just saying, like...
Hari's not a Power Ranger. No, it's what Derp says. Derp says because it's their enemy, ? No. Hari's has nothing to do with any of this. He's just a regular high school student. But why is she feeling guilty? Leave it in the comments. Make sure to subscribe, like, ring that bell.
Maybe she feels. Oh, I was just gonna say maybe she likes him and she feels guilty because she has like an ex situation. I don't know. I watched a lot of ABC Family in high school.
She's living a lie. She's what is it?
A double life.
The liar revealed trope.
The what?
The liar revealed trope. The one that the stupid nostalgia critic coined. The liar revealed.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Where it's like they pretend to be something that they're not, and then like at some point in the plot, like it's revealed that that they're lying, and then like some other stuff happens. But
okay.
I'm trying to avoid that trope of like you're not the person I thought you were, and blah blah blah. And this and that.
Well, remember, tropes are not cliches because tropes.
Yeah.
You know, using tropes is like literally everybody uses tropes. They only once a trope that's used too much is a cliche. I'm sure you know this. For anybody out there watching, it's a common misconception that they are the same thing, and it always is like I'm always just like, but they're not the same thing.
I know they're not the same thing. I just feel like I'm trying not to rely or think of tropes. I just write what I write. I'm just like, okay, what if this happens next? Okay. Like, I'm literally talking to myself while I'm driving, like, what if this happens in the next chapter? And then this happens after that? And, like, basically mapping out the whole chapter in my brain while I'm driving.
Nice.
So, all right. Well, next week will be another chapter called Past Present, which is another expositional chapter.
For those of you joining us at the top of the hour, hello, welcome. We are, I don't know why I did that like we're on the radio, but hi. For those of you tuning in at the 8 o'clock spot, you are just in time. We're about to start reading Animorphs book 11, called The Forgotten. And yeah, do I have the first half tonight?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Because I couldn't read for anything last week. I kept calling Cassie Casey.
Oh gosh, anybody who's watched more than even if you've just watched one stream of just me reading, I'm always just like, God dang it, my brain. Ah. Tropes are tools, not one size fits all. Yeah. Yep. Very much. So.
Tropes of right.
Uh-oh. Whatever you just said, you just cut out. So I don't think.
Oh, did I?
Yes, but you're back now.
Okay. I was saying tropes of friends, not food.
Tropes are friends. I love that movie. Let's see. All right, let's go over to Animorphs. Woo! I think that's how we started having you read the Power Rangers, right? Because we kept making a point that like they both morph, like Animorphs and Power Rangers. Like the Mighty Morphin Animorphs jokes are always right there. All right, can we just take a minute?
Yes,
The covers of Animorphs are just so much and in the best possible way.
There we go. I think I'm good now.
In the most 90s way.
Mm-hmm.
So, yep.
But in the most 90s way.
Just like, I don't know, something about like it was the era of like having live model photo shoots for the cover, but then also they're morphing it with like, literally morphing like that with like, a stock image of a this looks like a tiger. Somebody's gonna be like, oh no, it's a cheetah. It's a cheetah. Sorry, that's what I meant. I meant cheetah, not tiger.
It's a leopard.
It's a
No. It's either a jaguar or a leopard, but I think it's a jaguar.
All right. I need to go back. Christopher has been nice enough to in the comments after every live stream tallying up like which morphs they all acquired that time. So I need to go through and like make a whole like file that's like these are the morphs that everybody can and can't do yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've talked about how I probably would have read these books as a kid. I used to always see them in the library. I used to always see them everywhere. My friends read them, but the cover scared me, so I never read them. Okay, so we've got how far did you say I'm reading? Like how many chapters am I reading?
When you reach chapter 12, that's when I start.
Okay, so through chapter 11. Copy. Okay. Chat, who's ready?
Let me close a few things. Yeah, finish chapter 11.
It's a leopard because spoilers. Oh, that's it. So Derp, shout out to Derp who has been going through and reading on their own time to be a resource so that if there's anything we need to know for like trigger warning purposes, we don't go in blindsided. So not all heroes wear capes, Derp. Thank you.
Oh yeah, Derp, while you're at it, can like you list, just like how Chris lists what morphs they acquire, would it be too much to ask if you could list all the war crimes that were committed within the book?
All the war crimes.
Or just general crimes?
Just crime. Yeah, because war crimes, I think, we'd have to establish, like, what kinds of crimes are the war crimes that we're counting? Like, are we going off the Geneva Convention or like
attempted deforestation? I think in the last book or the book before.
Book before, because we had
medical malpractice when Jake got infested.
Oh yeah,
took over the hospital. Organizing a public club without permits. Faking your own death for insurance money.
Yeah,
bake club. What is that called? Insurance fraud.
I believe that is insurance fraud. Yes,
Marco's
Derp Rex
committed insurance fraud.
MVP. All right, cool. So, all right, chapter 1. This is a Jake book. Let's see how long it takes him to hit on his cousin. 1:22 p.m. My name is Jake. I can't tell you my last name or where I'm from. Take a drink. That would just help the Yerks. They'd love to find me and my friends. They'd love to know who we are, even what we are.
Hello, Bernie.
Hi, Bernie. Knowing my last name isn't important for you. What you need to know is that everything I tell you here is true. It's real. It's actually happening right now. The Yeerks are among us. The Yeerks are us. There's a parasitic species. They live inside the bodies of other beings. They take over your mind and body. Controllers, that's what you call a creature that is ruled by a Yeerk, a controller. Something that looks human, acts human, sounds human, but whose mind is Yeerk. They are everywhere. They can be anyone. Think of the one person in the whole world that you trust the most. Think of that one special person and now realize, believe, accept the fact that they might not be the person you think they are. Deal with the reality that behind those friendly, loving eyes lives a gray slug. Jesus. No matter how many times we go over that plot point, it still hits me every time.
Why?
Just like the way that it's literally just a slug that like flattens itself into like your like neuropathways is a lot to picture.
So it's like what is it called? An earwig.
Yeah. That's what a Yeerk looks like in its natural state. Just a gray slug. They enter your head, squeezing through your ear canal, and flatten themselves out to envelop your brain. Have that comforting thought the next time you have an ear infection. Like, oh, what if this is a Yeerk? Sorry.
Yeah, and then you doze off for a sec while you're like getting that ear infection.
Mm-hmm.
That means they get infected.
You know all of those nooks and crannies in brains? You've probably seen pictures in school. Well, the Yeerk forms itself into those nooks and crannies and ties it into your mind. The fact that last thing, and then I'll just keep reading without commentary. The fact that he's calling it nooks and crannies of your brain tells me that he didn't really pay attention in that class in school.
But they went to public school. You're homeschooled, Avery.
I mean, arguably, that I don't know if that's supposed to make the education stronger or less strong, but yes, public school has a very interesting system. And then the homeschoolers just have to work off that system, so there's just times where we're just like, I see. Where was I?
Nooks and crannies.
Nooks and crannies. Okay. You wake up and you want to scream, but you can't. You can't scream, you can't move your eyes, or raise your finger, or make yourself walk. The Yeerk controls you. You're still alive, you can still see what's happening. Your eyes move and focus, but you're not moving them. You can still hear your own mouth speaking using your voice. You can feel it when the Yeerk opens up your memories and looks through them. You can hear the Yeerks laughing at you as it pries into your every secret. I know, been there. For a few days, I was a controller. The Yeerks are here, all right. Their mothership is parked in high orbit right now. It's hidden from human radar, but it's there. And the Yeerk super evil leader, Visser Three, is there too. We are being invaded. We are being enslaved. We are losing our own planet, and we don't even know it. My friends and I fight the Yeerks, but we're just 5 kids. Well, 5 kids and 1 Andalite. Yes, we have some amazing powers, but we're still desperately weak and outnumbered compared to the force of the Yeerk invasion. We are the only humans resisting the Yeerks. We may be the only hope that Earth has. We have a lot on our shoulders, which is why I really, really, really did not see why I had to have more suffering piled on. Wasn't I under enough stress? Life wasn't bad enough. We had to have square dancing. Square dancing. The horror.
I taught square dancing.
The what?
Unit.
What?
I taught square dancing as a unit.
My grandmother used to square dance.
It's not as bad, it seems. It's just a lot of jargon, like the open trail and this and that. And
I think if you haven't been around square dancing, some people are like, "Oh, this is just silly," but like it's just another form of dance. Like I guess Jake is not a square
Good
dance fan.
job. He's a gawky teenager, you know. He talks like this. So he's like very weird and awkward and shy, but he had a crush on his cousin Rachel.
The CD player was blasting out screaming cat fiddle music, which in my opinion is possibly the worst music ever created. The lights in the classroom seemed blazingly bright compared to the dark gray clouds outside. The teacher was standing off to the side. She was wearing the smug, satisfied look teachers sometimes get when they know they are grinding the students' last nerves. Now, promenade left, bow your partner, do-si-do. The stereo drill instructor yelled. I promenaded, which consisted of walking like a big honking goober around us in a circle, and then I bowed, a strange jerky sort of movement, and finally, my least favorite thing, I did a do-si-do, or as the shrieking, yammering voice on the CD said, do-si-do! You call that do-si-do? Rachel sneered as I high-stepped backward and around her. Don't mess with me, Rachel, I warned. Smile, Jake, big smile, Rachel said. We are happy while dancing, happy. She was so totally enjoying torturing me. Rachel is my cousin. She's an Animorph too. Now, oh, thank God, we didn't get any further commentary. Now swing your partner.
She's like Stacey's mom. She's got it going on.
Back to the left and promenade. Promenade this, I muttered darkly. I grabbed Rachel to swing her. I was considering swinging her into the nearest wall. But although Rachel may look like some dippy, clueless type, she's also a lot closer to being Xeno Warrior Princess. In other words, I'm just a little scared of Rachel. We should all be scared of Rachel. Rachel's great. I've seen her in lots of battles. You just really don't want to make her too mad. You really, really don't. Excellent swing, Rachel mocked me. Now you're getting into it. I can just picture you in a string tie, cowboy boots, maybe a bright red checkered western shirt. Don't push it, Rachel, I warned again. Then the worst possible thing happened. As I was promenading yet again, I heard Rachel yell, "Hey, Cassie, come by to watch?" My heart sank. Cassie is another member of our team. She's also someone I really kind of like. If you know what I mean. And I really didn't want her watching me as I stomped clumsily around the circle. The sight of me, big old Jake, galumphing around in time to fiddle music was guaranteed to destroy any affection Cassie had for me. I mean, I was making myself sick. I could just imagine how it looked to Cassie. Calm down. I mean,
galumping's a word.
Galumping is a word. I just like that he's like, man, I'm going to be such a bad dancer that my girlfriend's going to break up with me. She's not going to break up with me for having a weird thing with my, well, not with, but for my cousin. It's going to be because of the dancing.
Also, since they are in the same grade in the same school. I don't know what that's referring to, because dancing. But why isn't Cassie with them? Oh, wait, that's right, because they're in middle school and they have different periods, so they don't have the same classes all the time. Must be a rainy day.
That teacher woke up and chose chaos to be like, these are a bunch of middle schoolers who already feel awkward. Like, let's let them do square dancing, which is big and boisterous and new to probably most of them. Although, if we're playing this as Florida, there's a lot of square dancers in Florida.
Yep, there we go, see? They want to make sure that they got a proud school of square dancers. Wish I was back in Florida. I miss those wide open skies. Miss my 20 acres, barbecue and pecan pie. Oh, why?
I met Cassie's gaze. She was standing in the doorway of the classroom, and she was laughing. She was laughing with her entire body. She was in convulsions. I was so relieved. See, I was afraid I'd get a pity look. Instead, she was cracking up. Tears were rolling down her cheeks as I do-si-doed. Sorry, I hit the microphone. Right in front of her. You find this funny, me trying to dance? Cassie couldn't talk. She was laughing too hard. She just nodded. What could I do? I started laughing too. There wasn't anything else to do. Oh, maybe one other thing. I grabbed Cassie's hands and pulled her into the circle. Rachel backed away, letting Cassie take her place in the pattern. This was Rachel's idea to get him to stop obsessing over her. Cassie stopped laughing. No way, she said, alarmed. Let's see you, do-si-do, I said. I grabbed her and swung her. In a breathless voice, she whispered, I just came by to tell you something. Tobias wants us. Right after school, let's out. It's something big. I took a deep breath. Suddenly, I wasn't in the mood to laugh anymore. Tobias wouldn't say something big unless it was something big. And something big meant something bad these days, and Cassie and I had to obey the music and separate then, but a few seconds later we rejoined in the pattern, bowing to each other. I guess square dancing doesn't seem so bad now, huh? Cassie asked me. Yeah, right. It would take more than the danger of sudden death to make square dancing okay, I said. A lot more. I'm now picturing Visser Three square dancing. Just gonna leave that there.
Bow to your partner, now bow to your yuck.
Of course he would be. Of course he would be the caller. He'd be like, nobody else gets.
I don't follow. I lead the dance.
We have created this version of Visser Three in our minds that is glorious, and we love him.
He wears the bedazzled cowboy outfit with the rhinestone cowboy hat. And it's like, I feel like those men in that movie. What is it called again? Broke Spine Passage or something.
Oh my God.
Fractured Spine Passage.
I just want to watch movies and drink with this version of Visser Three.
I feel just like those what's his name? Jake Gyllenhaal.
He just needs a friend, you know? Then he'll stop like trying to murder these kids.
He does. He just needs someone to be like, this, sir. Jason, look at me. This isn't you.
Listen, man, have you watched Dance Moms?
Yes. What are you saying? I used to obsessively watch Dance
I just think Visser 3 would get really, really roped in and be like angry and all the right people on Dance Moms.
Like, you're right there. You talk about dancing, but yet you lack the body of which that a dancer uses. He would be shaming Abby Lee Miller for telling the girls how to dance, but yet she can't do any of the stuff that she says.
Okay, wait. Where was I? I lost my place.
But he'd always put Maddie at the top of the pyramid.
Always.
And at the top of the pyramid, Maddie.
I did some more promenading, I did some bowing, I did some more do-si-doing, but my thoughts were already running ahead, wondering what Tobias had seen, and just how much of a mess this would end up being. Then, flash! I fell. I fell down and down through the green trees. A branch. I snatched at it with my hand and swung and released, then flew through the air and caught another branch. I wrapped my tail around the branch and turned to look back. Monkeys were swinging toward me through the high treetops of the jungle. It was giddy. It was a rush. It was flash. Cassie was smiling and looking a little strangely at me. The music was done. The class was breaking up. Are you okay? Cassie asked me. Yeah, I said, shaking off the weird vision. Daydreaming? Cassie asked me. I wonder what Tobias wants. Do you have any idea? I was too weirded out, really, to really respond. 1 second, I'd been square dancing. The next second, I'd been swinging through the trees, and both moments had been real. Oh, boy. All right. Let me do a check-in to make sure chat's doing all right before I keep going.
Tobias would always be at the bottom of the pyramid.
I love Rachel, too, Natty.
Like, and at the bottom of the pyramid, Tobias. He's a bird. He can't do much. Next on the pyramid, Aximile. Because I just don't like you. And then at the top of the pyramid, Marco. Or actually, no, he'd put Marco at the bottom of the pyramid because Visser One is his mom. Marco is the Brooke and Paige of the Animorphs. Visser Three just hates it because of his mom.
Natty says my dog just used my bathing suit as a bed. Oh.
Cute. And at the top of the pyramid, Rachel.
Yeah, Yerks are terrifying sounding for real. Why are you dancing with your cousin? Well, and it's square dancing, which has its roots in like the states that also get bullied for letting people marry their cousins. So like, there's definitely like, I don't think it's weird. There's just definitely a very obvious joke to be made here because Jake has been so weird about it.
Yes, he has. Like, wouldn't it be weird if we got partnered up for like square dancing, Rachel? Like, Jake, stop saying that. See that every time we have a rainy day. Nah, it's not cute. He grabs my bathing suit with his mouth many times, and now I have to wash it.
Oh, sorry. I was hoping it was cute.
Okay.
Cassie is like, babes, this is great. Cassie's just like, this is glorious. I'm never going to let him live this down. He would wear an ascot? Jake? Yes, he would.
Like, Jake, remember this? Doesn't that square remind you of something, Jake?
Oh my god.
Does it make you want to do something?
God, I'm going to read the next chapter. I'll hold the thought for the next chapter.
No, say it now because you're going to forget.
Oh, you're right. I'm going to forget. So you know that like site that everybody's been using and it's just like people set up like fictional characters and then it's like AI chat with the fictional characters? I'm like, if someone ever makes a Visser 3 one, this chat is going to we're gonna have to mess around with that AI chat, and yes, it's gonna be glorious and chaotic.
We're gonna say, who's your favorite golden girl?
Yes, we're gonna say, who's your favorite golden girl, and he's gonna be offended, and then we're gonna be like, do you want to watch Golden Girls? And then my goal is to watch Golden Girls with Visser 3.
Like, what is this thing you call Golden Gals?
308 chapter 2, 3:08 p.m. What do you think? Marco asked me. Personally, I figured Tobias found some really good roadkill and he wants us to share. Yeah, that's probably it, I said tolerantly. Marco's approach to everything is to joke about it, especially when he's worried. That's the trauma, Jake. After school, we all went our separate ways. Cassie to her home, Rachel to hers. We all knew Tobias had some serious reason to talk to us. We were all afraid it was trouble of some kind. But I had something extra to worry about. The hallucination or vision or whatever it was I'd had was too real to just forget. Everyone daydreams. This was no daydream. I was in the jungle, period. It was for just a few seconds, but it was definitely real. But like I said, priority number 1 was figuring out what was bugging Tobias. So Marco and I walked home together because that's what we usually did. And it was very important for us to act normal. We don't want to draw attention, so we try and be like we always were. Like we were before the night that changed our lives forever. We'd been walking home from the mall at night. Take another drink, everybody.
I'm sure Jake would be like, so Marco, who do you think's cuter, Rachel or Cassie?
And and Marco's like, dude, I don't want to play this game with you anymore.
You're like, Jake, why do you always think that that's normal? Stop acting like that's normal.
We'd been walking home from the mall at night. We took a shortcut through an abandoned construction site, a really stupid, irresponsible thing to do, but it turned out it wasn't axe murderers or kidnappers we had to worry about. Before that night, we'd all known each other, but we weren't a group. We had just happened to hook up at the mall. It was an accident or fate or something. Take your pick. Anyway, the 5 of us ended up walking together as we were leaving the mall in a dark, spooky construction site with the empty, half-finished buildings all around us. We saw the spaceship land. It was an Andalite fighter. It was badly damaged, up in orbit. The Andalites had come out in the wrong end of a fight with the Yerks. The Andalite pilot of the fighter was named Elfingor. Prince Elfingor. He was dying. He was the only one who told us about the Yerks. Life changed that night. Life went from being just the daily stuff any normal kid has to deal with to knowing A secret that made you want to sit down and cry. It was Prince Elfingor who gave us the power to morph. It was all he could do to help us. It was the only weapon he could give us. The power to morph, to become any animal we could touch and acquire. A great and awful power. A power that has given me some serious nightmares. I've seen things since the night at the construction site, things I wish I'd never seen, and I've done things I wish I couldn't remember. Hey, Marco said, interrupting my thoughts. Speaking of Bird Boy, up there, is that anyone we know? I followed the direction. He was looking. It was dark. It was a dark afternoon, and the sky just kept getting darker. It was filling up with rain clouds, the color of steel wool, and there, silhouetted against the clouds, was a large bird. Even from a distance, you could tell it was a bird of prey. Could be. I can't tell, I said. If it's Tobias, he'll spot us. Tobias is in hawk morph, permanently. See, there's this nasty little hook buried inside morphing power. Everybody take another drink. Stay in morph for more than 2 hours, and you'll stay in morph forever.
If you die in the game, you die for real.
If you die in the game, you die for real. Tobias has the soul and mind of a human, but his body is the body of red-tailed hawk. Yeah, he's coming closer, Marco said. Yeah, I had mixed feelings. Tobias is one of us, a friend, more than a friend. He risked his life for me many times, but I sensed he was bringing bad news, and I really didn't want to hear bad news. I heard his thoughts speak, voice in my mind. Jake, Marco. See? Figured it was him, Marco said. We couldn't answer. Tobias, he was still too high to hear us speak, even with his excellent hawk hearing, and you can only make thought speak when you're in morph, or if you happen to be Andalite. You guys need to haul a little faster, Tobias said. He sounded tense, impatient, excited. Not that he really sounded it at all, but his thought speak in my head carried tension. Morph as soon as you get a chance, okay? I'm going to say take a drink because they just had to explain again how thought speak works.
Haul ass. That's what Tobias wanted to say.
Haul ass, yes.
Just like that episode of Friends when Phoebe tried to break into that car.
Yeah.
And then, like, as soon as the alarm went off, she's like, haul ass!
I love Phoebe. Where was I? A little faster, sounded it all, get a chance. Mm-hmm. Morph as soon as you get a chance, okay? I looked at Marco. He sighed. My dad should still be at work. We can use my house, he said. We're almost there. We headed straight for Marco's house. We live in the same subdivision, just a couple of blocks away from each other.
Okay, what teenager uses the word subdivision?
I don't know. What teenager is just like, so I was watching, what are they always? Jay Leno.
Letterman.
Yeah, I was watching Letterman last night. Yeah, it's like, what? Dude.
Did you record it on your VHS? I didn't get to see that episode. I was grounded.
I didn't get to see Letterman. That's the first thing my parents take away.
Yeah. No TV, no Letterman.
Specifically, not all TV, just Letterman. They know how much we love Letterman.
Yeah, like, you can only watch Leno. But Dad, no butts.
Dad Leno sucks. Then you should have thought of that before you stuck out.
His chin is scary.
Oh no! I wasn't gonna. We should body shame Leno. I'm comfortable saying I don't think Leno's that funny. You remember when he did a voice of basically himself in Cars, and the car had the Jay Leno chin?
The chin. That was funny.
Okay. Anyway.
The cool kids watch Conan.
The cool kids do watch Conan. Yep.
Conan was probably on at that time too.
Mm-hmm. That was like an add-on to the basic cable, so you know.
With Triumph, the insult comic dog, I'm sure one of them would have tried to morph Triumph, the insult comic dog. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. We live in the same subdivision. Technically, you can morph anything that has DNA, so. Um,
The Natty says, nah, the best kids watched Jerry Springer.
the kids who were me would
The troublemakers would watch Maury.
the troublemakers were watching more. My mom used to love Jerry Springer, and I used to watch Jerry Springer. And oh god, what was the other? My mom was into soap operas for a while, so like Bold and the Beautiful was big. Guiding Light was pretty big. Like when you're homeschooled, you just sit in the afternoon and watch like all the daytime TV.
I remember I saw an Instagram. Sorry, really quickly.
Yeah, you're good.
I saw an Instagram post, and it was like, when you're sick at home and your grandma forces you to watch Days of Our Lives or something like that.
Yep.
And I wish I saved that Instagram reel because it was so funny. All the comments being like, "Oh, I was crying because I didn't get to see that the episode where so and so and so and so got married."
Aww.
I was begging my mom to stay home. Like all these like people being like, "Oh my gosh, I remember when this happened," and that I'm like,
oh yeah, soap opera people are
save it just to read the comments.
Oh yeah, soap opera people are a very fun community. They're just like, oh, you remember when so and so got kidnapped by your evil stepmother, by your evil stepmother's ex-twin,
Twice removed.
Okay. And Once Upon a Time fans, don't give them any lip because we're just as bad. Once Upon a Time is just a flashier soap opera.
But it's not as long as like General Hospital or like Days of Our Lives or whatever the heck all those soap operas are.
It is not.
Like 40 years.
One of my big video dreams is to do like, oh, I'm gonna watch all of this soap opera up to current.
Shut up. Oh my gosh. You would have to dedicate like 2 years just for that.
It would be going on in the background for quite a bit of time. All right. Sorry, I'll get back to reading. Most of the kids
episode a day, that's all I'm saying.
Most of the days is that's the elite soap opera. Most of the kids in our school live there, including Rachel. Cassie lives out on her farm a little ways down the road. I'll round up the others, Tobias said. We'll meet up with Axe later. I'll catch up with you once you get airborne. This has Big Trouble written all over it, I muttered. In huge red neon letters, Marco agreed. We reached Marco's house and went in. Marco checked to make sure we were alone. Dad, you home? Anyone home? Hey, Dad, I'm going to change all the settings on your stereo. Oh, boy. Marco winked at me. If he's home, that'll make him come running. There was no reply, just a quiet house. We ran up the carpeted stairs to Marco's room. We ran past framed pictures of Marco and his dad and his mother, who everyone thought of as dead. Marco opened his bedroom window. What? Take a shot?
Never mind. Like, take a shot, but no, they didn't explain what happened to Marco's mom.
Nope, they just let us. If this is the first book you picked up in the series, screw you. You're just going to be hanging there for a little while.
They're like, what happened to Marco's mom? What happened to Marco's mom?
Marco opened his bedroom window as wide as it would go. The breeze was cool and damp. It as going to rain, and I hate rain. Let's get this over with, I said. I kicked off my shoes and removed everything but my morphing suit. Marco did the same. I focused my mind on a bird. It was a peregrine falcon. The DNA of that falcon was part of me, and thanks to the Andalite morphing technology, I could trade the DNA for my own. I focused my mind, and the change began. Feather patterns appeared on my skin as if some invisible person had drawn them there, like a fast-burning, the not terribly clean... Wait, I skipped like a couple things. Feather patterns appeared on my skin as if someone had drawn them there. The not terribly clean floor of Marco's room came rushing up at me as I shrank, dwindling down like a fast-burning candle. It was like falling and falling without ever quite hitting the ground. It's like falling, but with style. Or in this case... hitting a dirty white sock. Oh, man, I said, Marco, you could at least not leave dirty gym socks around. Hey, I've seen your room, Marco said. You still have some of your old baby diapers lying around. He started to say more, but that's when his human tongue shriveled down to become a tiny bird tongue. So all he could say was, whatever that means. The dirty gym sock went from being the size of a sock to being the size of a blanket. The only good thing was that falcons don't have much of a sense of smell. I was grateful for that. My lips became hard as fingernails and began to press outward, forming a sharp, down-curved beak. It was weird and disturbing because I could actually see the beak grow like some humongous nose. My feet were gone, replaced by talons that could open up a prey animal like a can opener and a can of cat food. On a can of cat food. My bones made grinding, squishy noises. Ugh. As my skull shrank, my arm bones became hollow and other bones disappeared altogether. Then the patterns of feathers on my skin grew three-dimensional. It was eerie to watch, like my skin was chapping really badly, like skin was peeling up at an incredible rate, and each peel of skin formed a feather. Gray feathers, mostly. I glared at Marco with my incredible Force 10 Falcon vision. He glared back with the eyes of an osprey. Let's catch some air, I said. Bro, let's catch some air, bro. I flapped my wings.
I was about to say that.
Yeah, let's catch some air. It's such a 1997 thing to say.
Let's ride the air. Let's surf the net.
Let's surf the net.
Let's surf the air.
I flapped my wings twice and hopped up to the windowsill. Last time I was an osprey morph, some peregrine took a shot at me, Marco said. He sounded a little resentful, like it was my fault. He hopped up to the sill beside me. Don't worry, Marco, I'll protect you, I said, it knowing it would make him mad. Protect me? Right. Come on, big guy, let's fly. See if you can keep up with me first, then see if you can protect me. Ha! I opened my wings wide, kicked off from the windowsill, and dropped straight from the grass in Marco's backyard. This is always terrifying. See, you know you're a bird and all, but in your mind you're still a human, and jumping out a window scares humans. I was 10, 12 feet off the ground, with nothing but lawn to catch me if for some reason my wings didn't work. But then my wings caught the air. I felt the pressure of the air pushing up beneath me. I flapped hard, 1, 2, 3, 4, and shot forward and upward. I flapped and flapped, working hard to get altitude in the cool air. Flapping is hard. Just because you're a bird doesn't mean flapping is easy. New sentence, honestly. Marco and I had just managed to climb, maybe 50 feet, when Tobias came zooming up alongside us, zipping around me like he'd been born a bird. Follow me, he said. Follow you where? I asked, maybe a little too grouchy. Tobias laughed. We're going to the grocery store, he said. We're going to the Safeway. Tobias, are you nuts? Marco demanded. The grocery store? What, is there a sale on gourmet bird seed? Funny, Marco, Tobias said, but it's not about bird seed. The grocery store seems to be having a sale on high-ranking controllers. See, I just straight up thought that he was like, hey, you guys morph into little birds and then like sneak in like the birds that are always in Home Depot and grab the snacks.
Ah, I see. That's a clever one. Follow your nose for the taste that shows.
All right. I've missed a couple things in chat during that as kids watch Jerry Springer. I want to be a jellyfish. Honestly, I still have a scar on my arm from where a jellyfish like wrapped its tentacle around my arm when I was like 8 or 9.
That sucks.
Yeah, it was painful, but like it was also like weird because like you could actually like I had never had a jellyfish sting before, and it was bad enough that you could like see like where the I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like the there was like a
like
very
where the sting mark was.
Yeah, you could see like the pattern of like where it like wrapped around, and it was a very interesting injury for sure.
Jeez.
What if you can morph with clothes like on the cover? True. They're not able to morph literally like on the cover because they're not allowed to like wear bulky clothes. We could use
it's like
animal.
Wish. what you see on the page and then what you get in the mail.
A wolf shark. Oof. These books are full of body horror. Yes, so much body horror, it made me flash back to Bottle Land, for those of you who
Wolf
remember.
shark. Ooh ha ha.
Wolf shark. Ooh, ha, ha. Mostly I recommend telenovelas are Hell by Funny or Die. 10 out of 10. I need to watch that. I haven't seen a Funny or Die sketch in forever.
It's okay. Like, well, me growing up with novelas, like watching them as a kid, like they just touch the ones that are like pretty much everyone's seen them in Mexico, but it's like there's some ones that are like really like what the heck crazy. I remember because they make them for kids too, but even the ones for kids are really crazy because I remember one where they kill off the mom in like the fourth or fifth episode on like they drown her on screen.
You've told me about this, and I'm like, whoa, wait.
Yeah.
They made telenovelas for kids? That's kind of awesome.
And then in the same novella, one of the main characters, his stepdad, well, he beats him first off, and then second off, he goes off the deep end, and then like holds him hostage, tied up and everything, while the police are outside their house, and it's so crazy.
Natty says Mari Mari is great.
Mari Mar.
Oh, it's Mari Mar. Sorry, I can't read.
It's okay.
I can't read. Anyway.
Oh, Every Which Way. I hate that thing. It was so. It tried to be Withered the Waverly Place, but in novella form. I hated that. Anyways.
Huh. Interesting.
It was filmed weird. Like the way that the camera that they used or something, it just looked weird how they filmed it.
Yeah. Well, and soap operas do that thing where like they film in like a lot of daytime TV does this where they film in a higher frame rate than 24 frames. And because like 24 frames is what's used like cinematically, generally that's what you want to use, or else everybody kind of looks like they're moving just like slightly too fast and it freaks your brain out. And that's why a lot of like those shows, they're all overlit and they're in the wrong frame rate. And it's just like, oh God. Natty says, yeah, right. It was weird.
But speaking of Natty, I'm sure you've seen me on a novella before because I used to be on one when I was like 7 years old.
I was going to ask you which, because you've talked on stream briefly about having done kid actor work. Which show are you on?
It was a novella called Niños, which means Long Live the Children.
Okay.
It ran for about 155 episodes. However, during filming, I had to get tonsillitis. And so they made my character. Oh my god!
Oh no!
So I had to get my tonsil removed. So they didn't call off my character, but they basically made it that my character had undiagnosed leukemia. And then,
oh my god!
And then like maybe I was gone for like a few episodes or something, and then like I came back from my tonsillitis. So.
Oh my god! I have to see this. When Natty says, what the fuck? I thought you were just straight up going to say, yeah, they killed off an 8-year-old because of tonsillitis.
No. But that's basically what was supposed to happen. Originally in the script, I was supposed to be suspended for something. I forget what. That was in the original script because I was a troublemaker. My character was a troublemaker prankster with a twin. And so he was supposed to get expelled. And that, the rest of the kids on the cast were supposed to like kind of get me suspended, expelled, whatever.
Wait, did you say a twin?
Yeah, like
so you
I
played
was a boy
both twins,
and I had a girl twin.
Oh, okay.
And so like I'd always boss her around.
I see.
On the show, as my character, not in person. And and like so the plot line ended up being that they were trying to find this like hidden treasure or something to pay for my like cancer operation or something.
Oh my god.
It was interesting.
Wait, what was this called?
Vivan los niños.
Viva los niños.
Yes.
That is amazing.
I don't really mention it because it's like, well, no one watches it, and it's like, well, there's a lot of things that when I rewatched it, I've actually rewatched it several times, but there's a lot of things in it that I find personally problematic.
Yeah, I mean, that's not your fault, though.
There's plenty of colorism.
Ah, I see.
There was one daydream sequence where one of the cast members' characters, who's a Black Mexican, daydreamed that this blonde white girl looked just like him because he had a crush on her, but she was all like, "Oh, you're dark skinned and this and that, and you're poor." And so like his daydream was so that she looked like him, and so you can just fill in the rest of that.
Oh no!
What you will of how he imagined the girl to look, and yes, it's it's a thing.
Daddy says, "I swear, telenovelas be wild."
Yes, there was very much blackface.
Shit, Jesus. Again, not your fault. You were what, 8?
I know. I was 7, and so I was. Look, if anyone's interested, I'll put I will take a screen cap and then I'll post it in the Discord later.
Amazing.
But it's like, oof. I never mention it no more because it's very problematic, and I'd rather not talk about it simply because of that.
Yeah.
Also, it has nothing to do with where I am in life right now. I ain't an actor no more. I mean, I'd like to be, but I mean, look at me. I'm short and stout like a dang teacup. No one would want to cast somebody like me.
I mean, that's not true. I mean...
I believe that's true. I sound like Fred Rogers, and I'm short and stout like a teacup.
That is such an interesting descriptor.
Because, like, he's so monotone. Did you never notice that?
I guess I never did. He is. He always is like he never... Yeah, I guess he is very monotone. And Natty says it happens. And Birdie says, "I'll cast you, Daniel."
Okay. Thank you. But yeah, I will share that screen cap, or I will try and like rip the video for shots. That way you guys can see it, because it's like crazy. Crazy.
I'm now like, I wonder where. I'm pretty good at finding old obscure TV. I'm like, I wonder if.
What?
I'm just like I'm just like sitting here being like, I wonder if I can find it in one of the regular haunts of just like, oh yes.
What?
Viva Los Niños, to like see an episode of it.
Oh, it's all on YouTube.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Gotta love. Shout out to the archivists on YouTube. They don't get enough love. The channels that are out here just like, here's a thing, here's a thing, here's a thing. We're followed by this really great channel called The Random Archive, and I've been meaning to do something from their very expansive now library for forever, and other things keep coming up, but they have so many cool things. I'm just like, yes. Old Mickey Mouse Club, like Britney Christina era, like
so
definitely.
Natty said, yeah, honestly, it's weird things we do in childhood and push it into the back of our brain. It's not that they don't want to talk about it, it's just like, it's to talk about it, and it's like, well, what did that do for me? Nothing. So it's like it's not really that important anymore, really.
There's somebody out there who like grew up with this show and is just like, oh my god, you were that kid? And it like, and they're like super excited about it.
Hopefully not.
I mean, not the problematic parts, but you know, people can have nostalgia for some pretty messed up things. Bowser Jr., hello.
Hello.
I got into the Animorphs lore earlier today, and you will be surprised who Tobias's father is. Oh, well, we've already had the twist of who Marco's mother is, so I cannot wait. Natty says I forgot about it. Well, now I'm excited. No spoilers. Right, yeah, no, we won't do spoilers. But here, I'll keep reading to chapter 3 because, you know, I'm going to have to catch up and make some headway. 3:51 p.m. It's hard to be worried when you're flying. You feel so powerful floating high above the heads of all the little people below you. People are so slow. They walk in little lines along sidewalks, always stuck, moving in 2 dimensions. left, right, forward, back. A bird moves 3 dimensions and has a lot more going on when he's flying. There's the air temperature, the speed of wind gusts, the steadiness of the breeze, crosswinds, and thermals and humidity. Your wings and tail are constantly adjusting, extending your wingtips. Oh God, I'm having all of the Model Land flashbacks today. I'm sorry, carrying on. That's not the book we're reading right now, thank God. Spreading.
Oh, yeah, I also remembered sorry.
You're good.
My best friend character on the show, he was Asian, and they played up the Asian stereotypes on him.
Oh no. Yikes.
So, like a headband that had some like foreign language symbols on it.
Oh no.
I remember one episode where he dressed up and
this would have been like early 2000s. Like, oh gosh. And this would have been like early 2000s for anybody who's like, occasionally you get the people that are just like, oh, like all that stuff stopped in like the 50s. It's like, no, it didn't. What are you talking about?
There was the redhead girl who was supposedly supposed to be American, but oh my gosh, when I hear it back, her English is terrible. Terrible. I don't know how it was okay for us to do that in 2002. Let me just say that much. I don't know how it was okay for us to do that.
I think Natty said it best. The telenovelas be wild.
No, Bernie, not mild racism. Very much. Well, it's not even racism. It's colorism. It was very much colorism and classism.
Very overt racism for children. Yikes.
But it's not racist though, because it's like we're all Mexican. So it's
I see. I see.
It's colorism because the blonde-haired, blue-eyed, white, fair-skinned girl, she's Mexican, and then the black kid with afro, and and the poor one, he's black. So it's just a matter of colorism. It's not a thing of racism. It's just a matter of, oh, you're dark-skinned. Oh, you're poor.
Yep. Natty says Hispanic and Latino come in all shades of the rainbow.
So it's more, it's like in Mexican culture, colorism and classism has always been a big prominent issue. Not necessarily racism, but it takes the shape of colorism in Mexican culture.
Yeah, American culture just is like all of them. We have all of the problems. We have all of the problematic things. Yeah, well...
I'm going to take a lab break. I will be right back.
All right, I will wait for you to keep reading. Milo! What's up, gamers? I had my last shift at my horrible job yesterday. Woo! Amazing. Congratulations. Daniel's just running 10-1 real quick, so I am gonna do a blanket check. Any professional or long-time crocheters don't at me. I know this is very much a first project. It's a little bit wonky, but all in all, it's shaping up to be a pretty good blanket, and now it's big enough that I can use it as a blanket on my lap while I'm working on it, which is nice because I'm always cold, hence why I'm making blankets. My grandpa was legitimately horrible about classism. Like, he didn't want my mom Puerto Ricans because they were low. Oh no. Wow. Yeah, that's just pretty overt, right? That's just there's that's just yeah. Older people who grew up in a time where like they let way more slide will sometimes just say the wildest things, and you're like, uh-oh. Oopsie daisy. Don't say that. Jesus Christ. What's the plot of the book? The titles are very nearly useless to remember because they have nothing to do with the plots 99% of the time. They're very, very ambiguous, right? Like, I have no idea. We're only on chapter 3. I'm starting chapter 3 now. I couldn't tell you. All that we know is that Tobias has found out that the Safeway, the grocery store, is overrun by controllers. So he was like, hey, Marco, Jake, morph into birds, and we're gonna go to Safeway, and that's where we are. Currently, Jake is describing flying to us. Oh, and Jake was square dancing. With Jake and Rachel had square dancing class, so that was fun. Okay, mind you, he died before I was born. It was weird when my parents told me stories. Oh, yeah, I have a great grandmother. Dad used to work at a Safeway. My dad used to work at a little deli local to. Are you still being heard? Did I turn my mic? Didn't get turned off, right? Okay, good. My dad used to work at a little local grocery store up in Vermont called Grampy's, and I still have and sometimes wear the sweatshirt because it's really comfy. My great grandmother who died, excuse me, before I was born, I have heard some wild stories. I have heard some wild stories about some of the things that woman thought was okay. I try to do better. Well, that's the thing, right? Like everybody can like educate everybody, especially for us. If you're like me and Caucasian, it's an ongoing thing to like educate yourselves. But I mean, like sometimes you meet people from just wildly different things where it's just like, oh, that's not even like, oh, we don't say that anymore. That's like, oh shit, why were you ever saying that? Because the deli people would give me little ham slice. Aww. That's so cute. I love that. Ooh, I used to love going in the day that like you would be able to get the cookie from um from like the deli. So good. We love company sweatshirts like a Commerce Bank now TD Bank. My mom's worked there. Oh yeah, we love a good. I used to work here, so I have the shirt. Like I literally got the T-shirt. That's always a great thing.
Okay, so they're at Safeway. What is Safeway, anyways?
It's a grocery store. It's a grocery store chain. I was gonna ask if you guys had Safeways. They're not like super popular here in Georgia. But like
must be like a Midwest thing, like the Winn-Dixie or whatever.
Winn-Dixie's actually very big in Florida. My granddad loves the Winn-Dixie. No, we have road rage.
But anyway, the reason, so I'm not sure if anyone knows, I'm doing a lot of this, and it's because while Avery's reading, I'm working on some cards for a card game that I've been working on for a while.
Yay!
So because she's crocheting while I read, and so she's
everybody kind of who's been on stream kind of naturally falls into it. Like Gabe has the dinosaur origami, Natasha's been doing needlepoint embroidery. Like everybody kind of falls into something that's like the stream the stream craft.
Yeah, so I'm just like, well, she's doing that. I'm doing, like, I'm looking at the screen. So when I'm, like, painting on my Photoshop, I got to do it with the smallest paintbrush and zoom in a lot sometimes. And so, like, I'm doing this to get, like, a better view of it all.
Very nice. Okay, let's see. Where was I? Okay, your wings and tail are constantly adjusting, extending your wingtips, spreading or narrowing your tail, altering the angle of attack. Fortunately, the falcon's brain handles all of that because, let's face it, as a human, I know basically nothing about flying. All I know is that it's the coolest thing in the entire world. Marco and I flew along with Tobias till we spotted two other big birds of prey rising up toward us, Rachel and Cassie. Break it up all, Tobias advised. We're going to draw every bird watcher within 100 miles. Spread out. Stop thinking like humans. We don't have to be bunched together to see the same thing. He was right. Falcons, hawks, and eagles don't exactly fly in flocks together. And with the intense vision of our bird morphs, we could see whatever we were supposed to see from a quarter of a mile away. I wanted to get altitude because I was struggling with the dead air around me. I had the narrowed wings of the group. I was brutally fast in a killing dive, much faster than the others, but the business of endlessly riding wisps of breeze, I was weak. I split off from Marco, circled to the right, and kept my laser-focused eyes on Tobias, careful to stay within thought-speak range. Okay, this is it, Tobias said. Let's see the big car lot down, there? Excuse me. Track left a block. Okay, I was catching my first decent breeze, so I soared upward and searched the ground below. Then I saw it. Left of the car lot, that's a grocery store, right? I asked. I was puzzled. From the air, almost every building just looks like a big rectangle. It looks like they had some kind of fire. Yep, now look closer, Tobias advised. See the plastic sheet across the left side of the store? Look how the breeze blows it, see? Blows it in, see? Looks like the entire left wall was knocked in or something, Rachel said. She was a bald eagle riding high above me and further west. Exactly, Tobias said. Now, see the parking lot on that side? See the marks? I did. There were several long gouges torn in the black top. Long, straight gouges in perfect alignment, pointing right toward the busted wall of the grocery store. A couple of dozen workmen seemed to be on the ground, rushing around to erect a plywood wall to conceal the hole. Suddenly, I realized, I guess Marco did too. Oh, man, Marco said. Oh, man. There's a smudge on my glasses, and it's just like, I can see, I'm like reading around the giant smudge. You never notice it from ground level, Tobias said smugly, but from the bird's eye view, it's pretty obvious. Something hit the ground. It was moving fast. It skidded across the grocery store parking lot, hit the wall, plowed inside, and started a fire, I said. Exactamundo, Tobias said. It must have happened late at night, Cassie pointed out. Otherwise, there would have been cars in the parking lot. You still haven't seen the best thing yet, Tobias said. Take a run, one at a time, over the site. Check who's in charge of the cleanup crew. I flapped hard, flapped harder, and shot over the smoke-scarred grocery store. I only caught a glimpse of the man who was directing the work crew. I couldn't quite believe what I saw. Chapman? I asked. Chapman, Tobias confirmed. He's been here all day. Chapman is the assistant principal. Everybody take a drink. Chapman is the assistant principal at our school. He also is a high-ranking controller, a very important part of the Yeerk invasion. Why is the assistant principal from our school suddenly working construction? Cassie asked, adding, as if I couldn't guess. Whatever this is, it must be important, Rachel said. They're working fast, and look, the guy there with that long coat up on the roof. I just caught a flash of the machine gun under his coat. There were 6 or 7 men and women on the roof of the store. They were looking around with the kind of steely, paranoid gaze you see on the faces of the president's Secret Service guys. They're nervous, Cassie agreed. Scared, even. You can see from the way they move and the way they act. Someone screwed something up big time, and everyone down there is very afraid. So, what do we do, fearless leader? Marco asked. He was asking me. The others like to act as if I'm in charge. Everybody take a drink. I don't think of myself that way, not really, but you know, whatever. It makes them feel better, and I think I'm the leader, fine. It's just that when people treat you like a leader, you start acting like a leader. And like I said, that means making decisions, even when you're just guessing. Yeah, that's what everybody does. No one wants to admit to it, but everybody who's led anything has to do that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when you're a kid and you think like adults all have everything figured out, and then you become an adult and you're like, oh, everybody's just guessing about everything.
Don't forget what they say in Lizzie McGuire, the intro. If you believe we got a picture perfect plan, we got you fooled, cause we only do the best we can. Everybody, sometimes we make it,
And
sometimes
Visser
we
Three just
fake
starts singing it with a cape.
it. But there's one step closer each and every day. Figure it out on the way. All right. Anyways,
What was I gonna say? Where was I? Um, yeah, what's the plan? Rachel asked. Flash, right in my face. Big glittering eyes, the only thing shining in the darkness. A muzzle open just enough to show long, curved fangs. The face of an extremely big cat. Mountain lion? Leopard? In a second, it would lunge, open its jaws wide, and flash! Whoa! I yelled. What's the matter? Do you see something? Tobias asked. Jake, I asked you what's the plan, Rachel said, sounding annoyed. I was back in the air. I was flying. I was in Falcon Morph. Below me, I saw the grocery store. But I was totally confused. My mind wouldn't focus on reality. It was still in some jungle I'd never seen, staring into the eyes of a beautiful, deadly predator. What was happening to me? Was I going crazy? I guess we better take a closer look, huh? I managed to say. Definitely. Let's work up a plan. Let's do it, Rachel said with her usual enthusiasm. Rachel, why is it whenever I hear you say let's do it, my blood runs cold, Marco asked. Let's see, because you're a weenie? Rachel speculated. Whatever
girl,
this is.
don't talk about my son like that.
Whatever this is, they're trying to clean it up fast. We have no time, I said. Better do this tonight. Oh, Rachel said. Tonight as in tonight? Sorry, I hit the microphone again. She didn't sound so enthusiastic anymore. Oh, good, Marco said sarcastically. Another rushed, unplanned, last-minute mission. Those always turn out so well. Marco, I thought you don't know that. Marco, I thought you don't know the half of it. Because in addition to all the other ways this could go bad, your fearless leader is losing his mind. Of course, I didn't say that. See, when you're the leader, you're not allowed to be crazy. That's not really true. There's a lot of leaders I can think of that are pretty crazy.
What's his name that was gonna be arrested?
Gonna be arrested.
You know what I'm talking about? That senator, congressman.
Oh, yep. Soros.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm still interested in Plant Dad merch. Ever came into fruition? It has not yet, but it's still very much something I'm working on. From the Stay Out of the Basement stream.
We need to make some weird Jake merch. Jake is weird merch.
Jake is weird merch. Just changing the shape of the face. Maybe eye shape. Lizzie McGuire was my girl.
Hilary Duff, one of the very few who made it out of Disney with sanity.
Hilary Duff just went on to have her kid. Good for her. Disney has messed up so many people's lives. Good for her for managing to stay afloat through all that.
Her and the Maoris, Tia Tamara and Taj Mowry, and her are seem to be the only ones that made it at Disney without any serious repercussions in terms of drug use or anything like that.
Yeah. I would also put Kevin Jonas on that list. They did have a Disney show. He just kind of was I'm going to be an app developer and have a kid and
Oh, that's
it's not
the oldest one, the one that people forget.
Yeah, the one that people forget about. I don't know that much about him personally, but I do know that he just kind of was I'm going to settle down in my hometown and just, now that I'm tired of doing this. And I'm just all right, that's good.
He's Christopher Knight from the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, or the kid who played the original Charlie from Willy Wonka. He just became a veterinarian. It's just okay, I'm just doing this now. We'd love to see it.
Yes, we support our people who want to have regular lives, queens, whatever you call them.
Or just people that, like, if people are like, oh, like, acting isn't, like, doing all that much, like, that's not what I want to do forever. It's like, you know, it's nice to see people just be like, oh, I don't feel like the pressure to, like, I don't feel like the pressure that all of these other poor kids are under to, like, you know, stay relevant or, like, whatever you want to call it, all these, like, things and child actor things. It's nice to see that people survive it.
Yeah. Too bad we're stuck with Jason Earls.
Ah.
I'm sorry, he's just not that talented.
I have nothing against Jason Earls, like I know nothing about him as a person. I just know that like he's on a bunch of those
He pigeonholed himself.
Pure Flix. He's on a bunch of those like really cheap Pure Flix Christian sitcoms, and I'm just like, oh Jason, why?
He pigeonholed himself. He got selfish and flew too close to the sun, the Disney sun.
Okay.
And as punishment, he has to be family friendly forever.
I mean,
where's the lie?
He did try to have a reality show with his wife at some point. I forgot that happened. That was about Kevin Jonas, not okay. Jason Earls.
Same thing with Christopher Knight when he married America's Next Top Model winner Adrian Curry, and then they had like a short-lived reality show called My Fair Brady.
Yeah, I mean, I never watched either of those shows, but you know what? If people are watching that show, go for it. Do what you're gonna do. I was just watching your video, Willy Wonka, and I saw you mention that, and I was like, oh my gosh, yeah. I just think that's really cute. China Anne McClain is one of my girls. China Anne McClain is so nice. We love China Anne McClain.
Didn't she do the Band-Aid commercial? Or am I thinking of Sky Jackson?
I'm not sure. China Anne McClain is the one who was on Ant Farm and Black Lightning more recently.
Sky Jackson's the one that looks like she's like 12, even though she's like 20.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Then I got confused.
Is she 20? I legitimately thought she was a child.
I remember she doxed somebody for some reason or something. I forget.
Oh my god!
I think because they like left a comment or something that she didn't like, so she doxed them.
No, he's on Pure Flix, so he's like, yeah, it's the Pure Flix that's really just like, oh Jason, what have you done? She's 20. Okay, I literally saw a picture of Sky Jackson like yesterday, and I was like, at most that is a 14-year-old.
Yeah, people aren't looking their age no more. Back then in the 90s, people used to look like they were 30 in high school.
That's because you had 30-year-olds playing high school students because, like, you know, filming reasons. All right. Chapter 4, 4:40 p.m. I hate this kind of stuff, Marco said. I hate rushing into things. We had landed in the woods. Landing, by the way, is the hardest part of flying. Taking off is scary, but landing is terrifying. See, the difference between landing and crashing is about 2 inches and 2 miles per hour. We landed more or less gracefully on the pine needle floor of the forest. Tobias flew off to look for Axe. The rest of us demorphed. I seem to remember that the last time we rushed into something, we managed to screw up the plan, Cassie said. On the other hand, we did survive. Barely. Cassie's out here like, but did we die? Barely, Marco said. As
we didn't die.
Cassie's like, grow up and rub some dirt on it. You'll be fine.
Still breathing. Her parents live on a farm, so I'm sure she's got that farm mentality. Like, you're not bleeding? Okay, then you're fine.
It's fine, you know? Barely, Marco said as he made the transition from mostly osprey to mostly human. It's just a grocery store, Rachel said with a shrug of shoulders that were just emerging. Come on, how hard can it be? How should we go in? Marco wondered, looking at me. I looked at Cassie. Any suggestions? We have a couple of morphs available for the job, she said. Like Rachel said, it's a grocery store and burned out grocery store, but a grocery store just the same. You'd expect there to be cockroaches, rats, flies. Suddenly, there came a rush of pounding hooves and a crash of underbrush. Axe raced up, his graceful and Axe raced up to us, graceful and bizarre, all at once. He plowed straight toward us, moving as fast as a panicked horse. Just when I was sure he'd run us down, he kicked his hind legs and sailed easily over our heads. He landed almost daintily and turned back to face us. Axe is Aximile Escaruth Ishtil. He's
Ding, ding, ding.
Yay! I said it right. He's the youngest brother of Prince Elfingor. Switching to my second drink.
The second drink for the night is
hot chocolate. None of these are alcoholic drinks tonight. We're just trying to stay hydrated, and then we have the hot chocolate for the warm.
The password is hot chocolate.
He's the younger brother of Prince Elfingor. As far as we know, Axe is the only Andalite to survive the destruction of the dome ship. Andalites have certain things in common with Earth animals, but you'd know right off that he's from a long, long way away. His body is like a sort of strong, pale blue and tan deer. But where the deer would have a neck, Axe has somewhat human upper body. It looks like the chest and shoulders of a boy. He has 2 weak-looking arms and a few too many fingers. His head is where you'd expect to find it, but it's missing one very major ingredient, a mouth. His Andalites eat by absorbing plants through their hollow hooves, and they communicate through thought speak. Axe has 3 small slits for a nose and 2 big almond-shaped eyes. He also has 2 other eyes. These are mounted on top of his head on short stalks. These 2 eyes can move separately in any direction. It's distracting till you get used to it. Axe may look at you with his 2 main eyes, or he may look at you with his stalk eyes, or 1 stalk eye, or a combination of his 2 main eyes and his 1 stalk eye. To summarize, it's very strange making eye contact with an Andalite. Do not make fun of my child. At last, but definitely not least, there's the tail. Pollen. If anybody saw the meme that I posted while I was trying to finish my edit, that is not a joke. The pollen here in Georgia is off the charts right now.
The devil came down to Georgia, huh?
What did you say?
I said the devil came down to Georgia, huh?
The devil is always down here in Georgia, I think. But yeah, mold spores are really high right now. Everything is in bloom. Nobody can breathe. It's just awful.
Avery, it's okay to cry. You don't have to pretend to be brave.
I'm not crying yet. Somehow I've made it through the past 11 of these books that we've read without crying. I'm sure that I came close a couple times.
When
the time that I was very emotional. It was like the second one, and it was like the one where Rachel's first book with the cat and like the parents. That was pretty sad.
Oh, okay. At least it's not Anna Martin. God, she is so evil.
God. Oh my God.
She is so evil.
Sorry, guys. I'm going to get back to reading in a second, but she just had to kick us while we were down. I'm still not over it.
The grandma?
Yeah, right after the grandma lost her mother to cancer, to a drawn-out battle with cancer. She hits us with look at that nice little old lady who doesn't remember her own children because of Alzheimer's. And it's like, what?
I know. Like, inappropriate, foul, technical foul.
Go to jail. Go on, go right to jail.
Do not collect $200. Do not write another book series.
Well, we want her to keep writing the book series. We just want her to chill out a little.
We want the New York Diary van set in 2001.
Andalin. All right, where was I? To summarize, it's a very strange making eye contact with an Andalite. And last but definitely not least, there's the tail. It's like a scorpion's tail, cocked up so that the deadly sharp blade on the end sort of hovers above Axe's shoulder. The tail is fast, very fast, as in you're bleeding and wondering why you can only count to 4 on your fingers before you even see it move. Fast, accurate, and very good to have on your side of the fight. Hello, everyone, Axe said. Tobias told me to hurry. Just then, Tobias swooped low overhead and landed with the utter confidence of on a branch. He ducked... Jesus. He dug his talons into the bark and began to calmly preen his wing feathers. Hi, Axe, I said. What has Tobias told you? Everything I guess we're going to take a closer look? You guess right, Axeman, Marco said. You have a preference for fly or cockroach morph? I will do whatever Prince Jake orders. Axe, don't call me Prince Jake, I said automatically for about the 1,000th time. Yes, Prince Jake, he said. Sometimes I wonder if maybe Axe has a sense of humor. We never noticed one, but who knows?
Surely you jest. I'm not, and don't call me Shirley.
We have to get inside the safe way, I said. The closest place to morph is a long way away, clear across the street behind the boarded up motel. No one will see us there, but then we have to get to the store across 4 lanes of traffic. Ouch, Marco said. I hadn't really thought about that. Is it too late for me to change my vote? We didn't vote, Rachel said, but if we had, you'd have voted yes. How do you know I'd have voted? Marco demanded. Rachel smiled. Because I'd have voted yes, and you never let yourself look like a total wuss in front of girls. You think you know me, Marco said. Unfortunately, you're right. Neither the roach nor the fly has very good vision, Rachel pointed out. I mean, we want to be able to see whatever is in the store, right? Yeah, but we also have to get across 4 lanes of traffic. I don't know about you, but I'd rather fly over the cars than try to walk in front of them, Cassie said. Can flies even find their way that far? I wondered out loud. Remember when we used to have normal, sane conversations, Marco said? You know, we'd talk about baseball or who had a crush on who. Jake has a crush on his cousin. Moving on. Cassie gave him a wink. Then she was back to business. The grocery store must still be full of food, right? Rotting food, since I doubt the freezers are working in there. What's better at finding rotting food than a fly? I can help guide you, maybe, Tobias said. You don't see that much better than humans do in the dark, I pointed out. It'll be dark by the time we get in position. Car lights, street lights. I'm just saying, maybe I can help a little, all right? Tobias sometimes becomes frustrated because he can't go on all the missions. I understand. I feel sorry for him, but that's the way it is. I was about to tell him that when Cassie jumped in. Tobias, the only reason we even know about this is you, Cassie pointed out. You discovered it. You showed it to us. The least we could do is take the next step. Cassie is so good at fixing hurt feelings. Better than me, that's for sure. But Tobias was still grumpy. I'm still going along, he said. Okay, I said, clapping my hands together and trying to sound cheerful and optimistic. Flies it is. Everyone go home. We meet behind the motel I checked my watch, in approximately 3 hours. Around 7:45 or so, we do a quick morph. We're in and out of the Safeway in 10 minutes and back home again. Oh man, Marco groaned. I hate it when you try to sound peppy, Jake. It always means you're worried. Next you'll flash that big no sweat grin. I know you. 3 hours to fly time, I said, forcing up a big, confident grin. We're dead meat, Marco said. Moral of the story, do not cut through construction sites, sketchy looking construction sites in the middle of the night.
And the moral of the story.
Alabama. Critic Coco commentary, a commentary of the movie. Same! Like, Natty, I get that. I have absolutely cried over commentary videos of movies that made me sad.
Nah, I like seeing people cry in those videos, like the reaction videos.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Like, I support Nick Flicks on Patreon, and sometimes I pick really sad movies because like I just like seeing how I just like am so fascinated about how he cries about certain things. Like,
Aw.
really, that made you cry? And then I give him good movies, and they're like, honestly, it's really boring, and I'm sorry. I'm like, how can you not like these movies? This is a classic.
Jake, we love them asking for the sake of the team, but we'll be doing that for the rest of your life. Yep, these kids are all going to need so much therapy, least of all for the masking issues. But obviously in there.
But his favorite that I requested of him, he watched Little Miss Sunshine, and he cried for like 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, that movie makes me cry.
When the grandpa died.
Yep.
And I was like, I don't know why. I was like, yes, cry.
I'm not a little bitch with emotions.
It pleases my soul to see you cry.
Well, like, there's nothing. Why? This took me a long time to learn because, like, people, you know, like as a kid especially, you don't want to be like crying in front of other people, but like it's good to be a person that expresses emotions. Like there's nothing wrong with that. So, you know, I think it's nice when people are like transparent about what they feel, especially when they're doing commentary on stuff.
Yeah, which is why I've like been supporting him since like last year practically on his $100 Patreon thing. And it's like I just like how he reacts as opposed to, and I'm not trying to dig at reactors, but it's like a lot of them I can tell that they're not 100 when it comes to the commentary.
Yeah, I try to like even when I'm doing like less deep divey videos and I'm just doing reaction style videos, I always try to make sure that if I don't have like something that I find of interest to say about it, I just skip over the part altogether because I hate when it's just like I'm literally just watching somebody watch a thing. That's always unless it's like a stream VOD. That's a little bit different setting. But like still. No, I cry when I get angry.
I just
Same,
put a
Natty.
little clip. She's not a Christian. Yes, it's true.
We talked about this on stream. I had completely blanked this out, and then I saw somebody talk about it, and I was like, I do remember this. I watched like every episode of White Swap back in the day.
I make the rules. In Jesus' name I pray.
Get out of my house. If you're a Christian, you can stay.
Home. Get the hell out of my house. In Jesus' name I pray. Wise Swap is amazing. We have to do that episode.
We do. Yes, we do.
She's an LGBTQ ally, apparently.
She is. I saw that, and I was like, that is an unexpectedly refreshing side take that I did not expect to see coming from.
Good for her. We could always do the support of a god warrior.
It's support of a god warrior.
Yes, we could always do the support of a god warrior, so that way she can smite down our opponents.
Natty says, please do. We'll have to do that like once we're finished with our Phantom Investigator videos, like before we're ready to do our just a one-off. We can do. I also think we should do the Animorphs series because there was only like one season.
I think there were like I think 1 or 2. I think there's 2.
We could start with the first Celebrity Edition of Wipe Swap. I remember some of that. Yeah, I watched all of that back in the day.
Sorry, right. One more thing. You know Luxaria, right? The YouTuber Luxaria.
I don't think I'm subscribed to them, but I know of them. I
was like, maybe we can try recommending that Luxaria watch that episode of Wipe Swap. Or Trading Spouses, just to see what the heck they gotta say about it.
A lot of people are talking about that because that lady's becoming a meme all over again. So I've seen a lot of people talking about that. Oh yeah, no. If anybody watches Fundy Friday did a great deep dive on the God Warrior situation. Very, very good video.
Interesting.
5:15 p.m. This is chapter 5. Hi, Dad. What's up? I asked when I got home. My father was in his lazy boy, remote control in hand. What do you mean, what's up? He asked, genuinely surprised. The fight's on tonight. $40 on pay-per-view. Corn chips, bean dip, loud grunting, male noises, beer for me, soda for you and Tom. Genuine question. Did a law change, but in, like, the early 2000s? Because, like, in the 90s, we saw so much more product placement in books than we did in, like, the 2000s. Like, is there an actual reason for that?
I think because of royalties.
Royalties
started to become a thing.
Yeah, I got you. It
was like the Disney Channel movie. They used to play like all these like songs by like NSYNC or whatever, and then now on Disney Plus, they don't even play half the songs that they put on the original movie.
Oh, interesting. I practically slapped my forehead. The fight, I'd totally forgotten it was a big thing. Not because I'm a boxing fanatic, I'm not, but it was a big thing for my dad actually spend $40 on pay-per-view. He was doing it as a male bonding father-son thing. Me and him and Tom and probably one or two of my dad's friends from work. That's tonight? I asked. What time? Starts at 7 o'clock. Do your homework, eat something containing vegetables to make your mom happy, and then grab some couch. I did a quick mental calculation. The fight started in a little over an hour. The last championship fight had lasted only 3 rounds. That would leave me maybe 30 minutes to morph and fly to the motel. Should I come up with some excuse for bailing out? No, there was no way my dad would buy it. Excellent, I said to my dad. I'll be here. I don't eat all the bean dip. You know what happens when you eat bean dip. My mother came into the living room. Am I even allowed in here? She asked mockingly. When does this room become the temple of male aggression? Not till 7, my dad said. Until then, we will allow females. Oh, no, Dad, don't say females. Dad, no.
Such a home improvement moment. This is so home improvement.
Father, no. Especially if the females remembered to pick up chips on the way home
Oh,
from work. Okay. Chips. Wouldn't you rather enjoy some nice carrot sticks and hummus dip? My dad and I just stared at her. Kidding, she said. Just kidding. I have chips. Are Pete and Dominic coming over? Yeah, but you don't have to feed them, my dad joked. Those guys are lucky I don't charge them admission. Dad, are you... Boxing really brings out the worst in Jake's dad.
I mean, $40, and that reminded me of a quote from a
Fair.
movie. $40.
From what movie?
Baby Boy.
Mm.
You never seen that movie with Tyrese Gibson and Charlie B. Henson?
I don't think so. I don't think so. No. I would have remembered if those 3 people were in a movie together that I saw.
Oh, it's a classic. It's a certified good classic. You should watch it.
I'll have to watch it with my mother. She loves Snoop Dogg, and literally anything Snoop Dogg does, she will watch.
Just be forewarned, it is a sad movie. Even though it's got funny parts, it's a sad movie.
Copy. Thank you. All right. I raced through my homework and hoped the fight wouldn't be the usual 2 or 3 round easy knockout. The one good thing about rushing was that it didn't leave me too much time to think. Thinking meant worry, and worry gets in the way of getting things done. It was a tense family gathering at 7 o'clock. Tom seemed as anxious as I was to get away, and I could guess why. You see, Tom is one of them. He's a human controller.
Take a drink.
Yup. He had to keep up appearances of normalcy, same as me, but I guess it was trying to get away to go to the grocery store site, too. Same as me again. Tom and I fought in the same war on different sides. It was strange thinking of Tom still alive deep down inside his own head, trapped, powerless, but able to see and hear and think. Did he enjoy watching the fight through the eyes he no longer controlled? Jesus, that's dark. Was there anything at all he could enjoy? It didn't help having thoughts like that. When I started thinking that way, the rage would just build up inside me till I felt like I'd go nuclear. I told myself for probably the millionth time that I was doing all I could to help Tom. All I could. Fortunately, my dad and his work friends made plenty of noise, so no one noticed Tom checking his watch or the fact that I kept glancing towards the kitchen where I could see the wall clock. By round 6, I knew I was in trouble. In round 7, neither fighter even looked tired. I decided if it went past round 8, I'd have to make up some excuse no matter how lame. In round 8, a lucky uppercut connected. Oh, that had to hurt, my dad said. $5 says he goes down, my dad's friend Dominic said quietly. He was right. The challenger staggered, wandered around on rubber legs for a few seconds, then toppled over. Boom! The fight was over. It was now 7:45. I was already late. I snatched the videotape out of the VCR. Dad, can I take this over to Marco's and play it for him? It's almost 8. It's dark out, my father objected. Yeah, Tom said. You might get lost and never come back. And that would be such a pity. I'd have to use your room for my weights and stuff. It was exactly the kind of dumb big brother joke Tom would have made. But of course, it was just something pulled up from Tom's brain by the yerk in his head. For just a second, it occurred to me to ask him, Hey, Tom, what's the big secret with the grocery store? Just tell me. And I could stay home tonight. I smiled at the thought. Then, flash, green. Green, everything was green. It was the greenest place on earth. Trees, moss, vines, ferns, green everywhere. Marco was there. And the others. They were all there. Marco was talking. In a jungle, fighting brain-stealing aliens and 10,000 annoying species of bugs. And our resident space cadet is a hot-looking monkey. Somebody wake me up when we get back to reality. Flash! I was back. Back listening to Tom tease me like he was actually Tom. Back to hearing my dad say, walk, don't ride your bike, not at night, especially not when it's about to rain. Tut tut, looks like rain. The vision was so... I always think about Winnie the Pooh when it rains.
Make sure to say tut tut to fool the bees.
To fool the bees. The vision was so powerful, so real, not like the dream at all, but like I was actually in there in a jungle listening to Marco complain. I felt my heart pounding. I felt sweat forming on my forehead. What in the heck was going on? What was happening to me? I noticed Tom back out of the room, sliding away like he was going to the kitchen. That brought me back to reality. I grabbed the videotape and took off, still reeling from the insane feeling of being yanked back and forth from one reality to another. I could hear my dad and his friends rehearsing the fight round by round, rehashing the fight round by round as I went up to my room and opened my window as wide as it would go. It took me 25 minutes to morph and fly to the empty motel. I know I'm late. I apologize as I came in for a landing. I misjudged the distance to the ground, hit it too hard, and rolled over a tangle of wings and talons. Nice landing, Tobias said with a laugh. Are you okay? Cassie asked me. She rushed over and picked me up. Then she set me back down because I was starting to demorph and I was getting heavier pretty quickly. I'm fine, I said as soon as I could speak. Embarrassed, but fine. It was a shabby little hiding place. The back windows of the motel were covered in plywood. The plywood was covered with graffiti. There were overgrown weeds and broken bottles, and for some reason, an old washing machine. When we get to visit all the best, places, don't we? I say dryly. Axe was hugging the darkness against the wall. Yeah, that's what it says. He feels a little obvious out of the woods with good reason. Anyone who saw him would run away screaming like a little kid, unless, of course, they were a controller. A controller would know exactly what he was. Well, Rachel asked, looking at me. She was waiting for me to say, let's go. But for some reason, I felt a strange reluctance. I don't even know what I felt. Just that moment, that very moment, I was terribly important. The others all stared at me waiting. All I had to say was, let's go. Instead, I looked at my watch. 8:19, like it meant something. Like, oh man, I was going nuts. I was losing it. What was the matter with me? Should we do this? I was surprised to realize I'd spoken out loud. I'd been talking to myself. Why not? I say we do it, Rachel said. There's a huge shock, Marco muttered. Everyone who is surprised Rachel wants to go for it, raise your hand. Yeah, I said, shaking off my doubts as well as I could. Yeah, let's go. I was pretty sure it was the right thing to do, but the responsibility was on me. I could have stopped it. I could have talked them all out of it. I could have done something different, but I didn't, at least not then. Let's morph, I said. Oh, boy.
Paula just coming in to say hello.
Hi, Paulo. Howdy. Bernie says, hello. Or maybe that's hello. I don't know what accent the hello is in.
Who said it again? Bernie. Because I know Laser and Red Domino are both Australian, so don't know if Bernie's Australian too.
Yes, there's 2 seasons of the Animorphs TV show. We could do 1 season, and then, like, after we get through that, if we want to do the 2nd season, we can.
Alright then. But first, the God Warrior.
A lazy boy chair.
The God Warrior 2.
That's right, there was a 2nd episode, wasn't there?
2
That's
God,
right.
2 Warrior.
We can put 1 on mine and 1 on yours.
Perfect. There you go. See? It all works out.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm sorry, no. Yeah, that was very Andrew Tate of the dad. Just we're gonna watch boxing like men and sweat and call women females.
I mean, it's very Tim Allen.
It is very Tim Allen.
Very Tim Allen in Home Improvement.
I hear a doggo. What you drinking? So I finished my peach tea. I'm currently on my hot chocolate, and then I have a giant bottle of water, too.
Yes, you're correct. You hear a dog. It is outside my window. I only keep the window open because since it's starting to get hot, I like to sleep with the window open at night.
Karasu the Dreamer, hi. I got the graphic novel adaptation of The Invasion from my local indie bookstore. Yay! That's great. Let's see. Okay, so for those just coming in, hello, we appreciate you. We are currently on Chapter 6, 8:19 p.m. Let's hope no one has a can of Raid. I don't think we've read a book so far that literally takes place over the course of one day. That's pretty different. Chapter 6. Let's hope no one has a can of Raid, Marco said. I tried to laugh, but I hate morphing bugs. Back to when we started morphing, I figured we'd morph things like lions and bears and eagles, and we do, but we also morph things a lot smaller. The insect world is very useful. Sometimes smaller is better. That never exactly makes it fun, though. There is no nightmare, no horror movie, no weird psychovision as scary as actually turning into a cockroach or a spider or a flea or a fly. When you morph a tiger, you still have 4 limbs. You have 2 eyes, you have a mouth, you have bones and a stomach and lungs and teeth. Maybe they're all different, but they're all still there. The change to a fly is nothing like becoming a tiger. Nothing is where it should be. Nothing stays the same. The problem with the morphs is that they are never exactly the same twice in a row, and the changes happen in bizarre, unpredictable ways. It's not smooth, it's not logical, it's not gradual. The tissues keep getting further away, I swear. They're running away from me. I'm gonna say it right now. If he says anything about ants, you take a drink. I
would say, don't forget, they live in Florida, so I'm pretty sure that's why Jake's dad is very machismo. He's a Floridian male. You know how they get.
I'd like to, but honestly, like, all this quarter of the country is kind of known for that.
We're
Um,
like, "Arr, arr, 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 arr."
not all. Like I know, surely there's men that live in this southeastern quarter that are like, hey, and it's like not all of you guys. There's a specific stereotype of male that's associated with this part of the country. That's all I'm saying.
Yep, the one that the slack jawed and kill you, and then you know what fiat stands for, right? It stands for fix it again, Tony.
All right,
Yeah.
I started to shrink, but when I was still almost entirely human, still probably 3 feet tall, I felt my skin harden. See, flies don't have bones, they have an exoskeleton. Their outer shell is what holds them together in one piece, and my exoskeleton was growing. My soft human skin was being replaced by something dark, something hard as plastic. My body was squeezed into segments, insect segments. A head, a thorax, an abdomen came bursting, and when I was still at least came bursting, swishing, slurping out of what had been my chest. Gross. I did skip a line. And when I was still at least 2 feet tall, way too tall to be anything like a fly, the extra legs came bursting, swishing, slurping out of what had to be my chest. I read it again just so that we could all have a visceral reaction twice to that. You're welcome. My own true legs collapsed as they shriveled down to match my new fly legs. I fell forward into the dirt, face down. Not that I had much of a face anymore. My proboscis... Wait, I can never say this word. Proboscis had already begun to form from my melting mouth and lips and nose and tongue. The proboscis was as big as my fly legs, a long, retractable, hollow tube. Flies eat with the proboscis. They spit saliva all over the food, wait till it gets mushy, then suck it up. Gross. I mean, I already knew that, but being reminded is always gross. It isn't pretty.
Go ahead.
Oh no! What did Paul say?
Oh, he said we got some here in the Northeast. They may not have that accent, but they're that type.
Same type, different accent.
Boxing, and you females can be here till 7, then you gotta go somewhere else.
Yeah, they're those types of dudes are pervasive. They're everywhere.
Hey, female, come make some sandwiches for me and the guide, yeah? Get us a couple of beers.
Is that the Brooklyn accent?
Apparently so. Make us some steak Diane.
Where was I?
Slurping.
Oh, God. It isn't pretty, but it wasn't the worst of it. The worst was the eyes. I still had semi-human vision when I saw Cassie lying in the dirt beside me suddenly grow fly eyes. They popped out of her human eyes, popped out, huge and devoid of soul. Big black balloons that sort of inflated out of her own eye sockets. That's a sight that will make you heave up your lunch. My own vision went dark then. I was blind for a couple of seconds. Then, yow! The fly eyes turned on and the whole world was different. How can I explain what it's like to look through compound eyes? It's like you're watching a really weird color. 1,000 tiny TV sets all at once and 1,000 tiny TV sets all clustered together, and each set has a really weird color. Like someone twisted all the color knobs. Yellow is purple, green is red, blue is black. It's insane. Like some disturbed kid got loose with a crayon box and colored in everything with different colors. But what's awful is the way the eyes look in all directions at once. I could see the tube that was poking out of my armored body. Still, there is one good thing about being a fly. If you can get past the screaming horror of it, part of what I could see was the pair of gossamer wings that sprouted from what should have been my back. Flies can fly. Man, can they fly. Everyone okay, I asked? Aside from the fact I make myself sick, yes, Marco said, then paloosh. An explosion on the ground ahead of me. The dirt just seemed to blow up like a mortar explosion. What the? Rachel yelped. Paloosh! It's starting to rain, guys, Tobias informed us calmly. The explosions of mortar shells were just big, fat raindrops hitting the dirt. Geez, I thought someone was trying to kill us, Cassie said. Let's get on with this, I said. I fired the springs in my legs and turned on my wings. I was airborne instantly. It's not like being a bird. A bird has to really work at flying. For a fly, it's automatic, instantaneous. You think, let's fly, and a split second later, you're zooming crazily through the air. Across the weird mass of tiny TV sets, I could see the others rise up from the ground. They flew like pigs, like big fat balls with these tiny little wings that look like they couldn't lift a speck of dust. But like I said before, flies can fly. I zoomed wildly upward like a wallowing rocket. Ha ha! Oh man! Rachel exulted. I'd forgotten how great this was. Disgusting, but oh yeah, those things can haul, Marco agreed. Tobias, you only think you can fly. You haven't flown till you've flown Maggot Airways. Maybe, Tobias said calmly. And not to burst your balloon, but you guys are all heading the wrong way. We are? Yes. You're heading toward the dumpster, Tobias said with a laugh. Turn left. Turn left and get some altitude. Then you should be able to see the car lights on the road. I would have smiled if I'd had a mouth. The fly brain had been easy to control because we'd already done this morph before, but the fly's instincts still had some input. See, the fly smelled rotting food in the dumpster, and it knew right where it wanted to go. Gross. We followed Tobias's directions. I rocketed higher, and then... Whoa, what is that? Are those cars? Cassie demanded. These eyes are seeing ultraviolet light, Axe commented. They're seeing something, that's for sure, I agreed. The cars racing past were not cars so much as they were glowing red and purple meteors. The road was a blur of movement, and all of it strange and disturbing to the fly brain. Stay above the cars, Tobias warned. Why? Axe asked. A little something we call windshields, Tobias said dryly. A windshield moving 60 miles an hour is death to bugs. Good point, I agreed. Going higher, I powered my wings and bobbled and weaved and rolled higher and higher. But the fly inside my head didn't like it. He lived close to the ground. The ground was where you found food, and food was all the fly brain cared about. It's starting to rain harder, Tobias said. I began to notice more drops. They were sparkling meteorites, each 3 times my own size. They plummeted around me, but in my fly scale of things, they were fairly far apart. Then, more rain, closer together, falling thick and fast all around me. Wham! Ah! I was just slammed. I tumbled through the air, covered in something like a heavy glue. Water. Just water, but sticky as glue to my fly body. My wings shook off the water, and I found myself flying upside down. I spun around and advanced again. Oh man, I complained. This is a whole new reason not to like rain. I'm going ahead, Tobias said tensely. Raining too hard. I gotta land. I love rain. I've never been a fly, but I do love rain. Wham! A glancing blow from a raindrop the size of a truck. It spun me around in the air. Ah! Man! Jake, are you okay? Cassie cried. Once again, those amazing fly wings turned me around and kept me in the air. But suddenly, I realized I was in a sea of brilliant lights. Purple, red, green. Green? Motion. Every hair on my nasty fly body felt it. Every screen in my fly eye sensed it. Something moving. Fast and big. A monstrous wall came at me with impossible speed. It was a mountain, huge, tall, sloped, a mountain moving 60 miles an hour right at me, glowing in a rainbow of eerie colors. A windshield. Uh-oh, I said. What a way to go out if this was how Jake goes out after everything.
That sucked. Lisa Simpson is here.
Hey,
I'm
Lisa
pretty sure
Simpson.
it's that bitch.
Yes. Love the name. Love the new name. Love the profile picture. Lisa's my favorite. Let's see. Finals are over. That's good.
If you like The Simpsons, you'd love Bob's Burgers if you haven't seen it already.
I have seen not really any of Bob's Burgers at all. Like, I think I saw 5 minutes of an episode once. Apparently, Beanie Babies are worth money, Patrick says. I do need to watch Bob's Burgers. Junior in college.
You would love Linda from Bob's Burgers. Either Linda or Louise, the one with the rabbit ears.
I know the one with the rabbit ears is always in the memes, and I'm like, they have iconic energy. Senior week. Bob's Burgers is great. Officially 18. Happy 18th birthday. Belated. Unless today is, I don't think today is literally Lisa Simpson is here's birthday, but happy birthday.
You're officially 18. That means that you can be officially arrested. Just a friendly reminder.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Like, oh, you're 18. You're an adult now. No, I said, no, you're 18 now. Now you can get arrested. Because you can't do anything when you're 18. All you can do is, like, literally the only thing that you unlock at the age of level 18 is getting arrested. You unlock hard mode. And you can vote. And get tattoos.
Yes.
But when you're 21, you can drink. And then when you're 25, you can rent a car.
Yeah, I always felt like I know why they do it, but it feels kind of arbitrary. When can you rent a car? 25. Huh.
You got to build up that credit score. That's why.
Yeah. I'm not sure exactly in reference to what specifically. Derprek says because sex and gender is totally the same thing and not two completely different things. Agreed. I'm not sure what. I'm not sure.
Referring to that they're referring to the boxing match when they was watching the boxing match earlier.
Yes.
A female.
Yes.
Let me give you a kiss on the cheek. Mwah. I'ma spend manly bonding time with my two sons right here and invite some of the fellas over.
Yeah, I don't like the use of slurping here either, Bernie.
I'm adding comedy to all this because of how nasty the slurping and the body horror.
Thank you. It's a lot tonight. I should not be listening to this before bedtime, yet here I am. Thank you for hanging out with us, Karasu the Dreamer. I hope we don't give you nightmares.
When you are 39, you're closer to being middle-aged.
Oh, don't be sorry for not being here. I know finals and stuff is awful.
Lisa Simpson said, I'm going to get a U-Haul just because.
But can you rent a U-Haul at 18? I think you can.
I think so. Have a late birthday party in a U-Haul truck.
I love it.
Just decorated and everything, pull up, and then when it's all said and done, you don't have to worry about like cleaning up too much, and you can like sweep the floor without any problems.
I don't have to lie about my age on the internet. I'm going to use that as a segue to be like, if there are any children watching us, we don't discourage you.
But don't lie about your age.
And also just remember not to share personal information because as Ellery so often says, we're adults, therefore we are allowed to make stupid decisions because we're old enough to understand the consequences. until you're 18, until you're 18, just don't.
Yes. Until you're 18, do not ask or do not tell people the numbers to confirm that they are the correct numbers on the social security they have on the computer or whatever the heck. Sir, we're calling you because someone stole your identity in this state and that they stolen over $1 million. We want to confirm that it's that with your social security number. So can you spell out your social security number so that way we can confirm?
Yeah, you can vote at 18.
Karasu said I went to Indiana Comic Convention last weekend. It had so much fun.
Yay! I'm gonna go to Dragon Con for the first time.
Dragon Con.
The what?
The Catch Avery at Dragon Con. They're at
Yeah, I'm going there as a patron. But if anybody runs into me at Dragon Con, be sure to say hi. But I'm going.
One day you shall be a panelist at Dragon Con, and you will show those people what it means to cover nostalgic, obscure, and otherwise strange things.
Send it into the universe. But no, I'm gonna get to go for the first time since pre-pandemic. 2019 was the last time I went, so I'm really excited.
And you'll show them all how to run a panel. Show them all. Take no prisoners.
Yes, yay! College is in Kentucky, though. It's like if you've seen The Good Place, it's like if you when they talk about like the medium place stuff, where it's like, here, you get a good thing, but we're gonna kind of make it bad for you. And it's like, the way you said that just reminded me of that. I got a 0 tuition college. The college is in Kentucky, though.
That's funny.
Oh my goodness. All right, what are we on? Chapter 7? Jake's about to get killed by a windshield. 8:25 p.m. Yeah! I screamed in thought speak as the deadly windshield blew toward me. The jungle! Sudden movements to the deep bush. A cocked arm. A human arm belonging to a kid. A spear flew. I saw it coming for me. Saw the bamboo point blackened with deadly poison. One scratch and I was dead. I flash! Spear! No windshield. My wings beat the air. Wait, spear. No, windshield. My wings beat the air at hundreds of strokes per second. I was fast, but nothing fast enough. A downdraft, a vicious wind that sucked me toward the windshield. I fought it. Then, in a split second, the wind became a magic carpet. The power of my wings, the slipstream of wind, I missed the top of the windshield by a millimeter. I could actually see color-distorted human faces inside the car. I saw the glowing eyes as I flew past over and seriously hauled my little fly butt up, up, and up. Jake, you still with us? Jake, Rachel asked. Oh yeah, I said, barely, but I'm here. You know, they really need to lower the speed limit. Cars shouldn't be more than maybe 10 miles an hour. We passed the road and left the eerie stream of fast lights behind us. We all got slammed by more raindrops. But personally, I was past caring about that. Then even through the cleansing rain, I began to smell the grocery store. The fly sensed food. We didn't need Tobias to guide us to the rest of the way. Our fly bodies were eager to head for the smell of rotting garbage. Gross, I'm going to say again. I was still reeling from the twin sensations of being attacked by a windshield and a spear. The jungle visitors were so real. They were so absolutely real. I mean, I felt every single thing while I was in them. I felt heat and humidity on my skin. I felt bugs buzzing my face. But I didn't have time for that now. The Safeway was beyond our ability to see. I mean, it was just so big, and it had no meaning to our fly eyes when what had meaning to the fly was that there was food up ahead. We zipped in under the plastic sheeting that covered the damaged wall. Once inside the store, everything was very bright. I saw brilliant lights that seemed to be spewing whole raindrops of unusual colors. There were people walking around below us. There was machinery moving, and there was a mountain of food, all shoveled into one corner. The controllers had simply used earth movers to shove all the shelves, the freezers, the refrigerators, the loose cans, the glass meat display case, the donuts, the cupcakes for the bakery area, the flowers, the cooked chicken and beans, everything that had been in the store, all into the corner. You know, Marco said, if you throw in some dog poop, this would be fly heaven. Ew. We are not alone, Axe pointed out. There seem to be many others of this species here. I could hear... he was right. We had chosen the right morph. There had to be 10,000 flies in that store. I could hear them and smell them and even see them as they flew past. Well, no one is going to notice us, that's for sure, Cassie said. We could dive right in. Excuse me, hello? We're not here to eat garbage and make maggots, I said. We are in and out, so let's pay attention. What's going on here? Well, there's that big thing in the middle of the room, Cassie said. That's what all the controllers are clustered around. Let's get closer, I suggested. We zipped in our crazy flyway toward the middle of the store. There was a huge object there, as big as a small house. I would have guessed, but it's hard to tell how big something is when you're less than a quarter inch long. Wait, I think I hear Chapman's voice, Cassie said. I don't know how you can make sense out of this noise, Rachel grumbled. I've done the fly morph more than you, Cassie said. Remember, I was in fly morph when I spied on Chapman at the mall. There he is. I'm going closer. I couldn't see where Cassie was going or where she landed. One fly looks pretty much like the next, and the store was like a fly airport. Flies were zipping all around. Cassie, where are you? I'm close to Chapman, she said. On his head, actually, on the bald spot. Get off of there. He could swat you. Wait, I'm listening. I buzzed around aimlessly, afraid for Cassie and trying to figure out what on earth the big thing was. Whoa, Cassie said. Whoa. What? I asked. Whoa. What? Whoa. I practically yelled in frustration. What's going on? It's a bug fighter, Cassie said. It's something new. An experimental bug fighter. Faster and more weapons, a new prototype bug fighter. Bug fighters are the small, basic Yerk spacecraft. They look like a streamlined cockroach with weapons. A new prototype bug... two long serrated spears pointing forward. These are the Draken beams. There we go. I got back to... How did I skip all the way back like 2 lines? Anyway. What's it doing here in a Safeway? Marco asked. It crashed. Duh, Rachel said. I don't know, Cassie said. Chapman isn't talking about how it got here. He's just telling the other controller that it has to be out of here in 3 hours, or Visser Three is going to be madder than he already is. The guy says it's almost ready to go, so he just needs to run some tests. The 3 hours will go by no problem, Chapman says. Good, because if it's 3 hours and 1 minute, I'll personally feed you to the Visser Three for a snack. 3 hours, Tobias said. I was surprised to hear his thought-speak voice. Tobias, I thought you went for cover. The rain stopped, he said, and I can see down into the store. They've knocked a hole in the roof, so the security guys are up on the roof can get down into the store quickly. There's a ladder. I'm flying over. What do you see up there? A bunch of nervous human controllers with machine guns. What should we do? Rachel wondered. Is there, in 3 hours, they could fly this thing out of here. If only we could get some TV news people here, Cassie mused. If people could see the thing and have proof. The Yerks have too many people at the local TV stations and newspapers, I pointed out. You know what we could do, though? Rachel began. Uh-oh, a suggestion from Rachel. Marco groaned. What we could do is steal this thing. Steal it and do what with it? Tobias wondered. I laughed. We could always steal it and fly it to Washington and land it at the White House lawn. Let the Yerks try and cover that up. I meant it as a joke. Really, a joke. Hey, Rachel said, that could work. Axe, can you fly that thing? Tobias said. I am an Andalite, Axe said. That's just a Yerk fighter. Even if it is experimental, no second-rate Yerk technology is too sophisticated for me. But we'd have to do this, like, right now, Cassie pointed out. Yup, Rachel said. Right now, Jake. There can't be many people inside the bug fighter, Axe pointed out. They usually only have a crew of 2. At most, there would be 4 or 5 technicians inside, Prince Jake. Yeah, well, 4 or 5 people versus 5 houseflies is not good odds for us, I said. It was moments like this that I resented. Moments when I used to make the decision, moments when I tended to make the decisions and when I would carry the responsibility. Still, I hear the gears in Jake's little brain grinding away, Marco joked. Still, I said, there may be a way. This is giving me very, I'm going to seal the Declaration of Independence energy. Is anybody else feeling that? This is very, like...
Very national treasures. Sorry, I had my mic muted because...
Oh, no, you're good.
And, like, well, we still got... He's being a child. And he wants to fight, but at the same time he wants to cry when they start, like, play fighting. Like, nah. It's like, dude, you're the one that wants to fight. Don't pretend like all of a sudden you don't want to play fight.
Oh my god, I was going to take Ellis. I was going to take Ellis outside last night, and as I took him to go out our back door in our basement, there was my neighbor's dog had gotten out and had somehow gotten into my yard, even though, like, our yard is fenced, so I genuinely don't know how she had to have, like, gone out around into the woods and come back, but, like, she was running around scared, and I was like, oh, I don't want her to run off. I just need to, like, get her inside so I can get her on a leash and get her back to where she belongs. But Ellis was just like, I'm gonna fend this house from that invasion of dog that I don't know, and I'm just like, bro, I need you to calm down. So I'm, like, putting Ellis in the bathroom. I'm like...
That's fun.
It was...
Really.
My dog is very sweet, but he's very big, and he doesn't really socialize well with other dogs. So I was just like, Ellis, I need you to be less Ellis-y right now. Whoop, whoop. There we go. Jake, this is why you don't make sarcastic comments in drastic situations. Loopy meds, my panic pills. Yes, they were prescribed. Exactly. So, yeah, I have a bunch of, I personally have Karasu, my antidepressants, and then I have what I like to call the rescue pill, because it's like, if all these things don't work and I still have, like, a panic attack or a depressive episode or whatever, then one of those will surely at least make me feel too sleepy. It all works out. Chris, how are you? I'm going to major in psychology with a minor in woman, gender, and sexuality studies. Woo! But the college has gender-inclusive housing? Whoa.
Sounds awful.
Are you planning on reading Welcome Home, Marianne next week to close out Sunny's storyline? Yes, I was talking about that before, Patrick. I just had too much editing to do last night, and I was just like, this video is already going to go up at, like, the 8-day mark, pretty much. I couldn't have put it off anymore, so I was just like, we can read. I might not even... We'll see. I might not even wait until Thursday. We'll just see what we feel like doing.
I mean, it's not a California Diary book, so...
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about it being on Thursday.
Let's see. Let's take bets. What? Let's take bets. Do we think YouTube has a rejected version 2 Electric Boogaloo of this video?
So 77777. Message and data rates will apply.
Not may apply, will apply.
Yeah. Gotta read that little tiny text font or whatever.
Looks like it. Yep. They yoinked it again. So I get to re-edit it for a third time.
If you're trying not to lose your record of getting things out on the 8th day, I mean, you could go ahead and put your fan investigative reaction up early, and then I'll catch up after.
No, I think I'm gonna be able to get it. I'll get it on time. I just need to. It's one of those things that I knew was gonna be a tough one to post, but I really wanted to do it, so we're just dealing with it. But it's all good. I'm just gonna work on it after we get off stream. I'm just gonna be like, huh.
They say that they can barely hear me, says Lisa Simpson.
Oh, I know I know why. Let me go back. Sorry, the settings are weird on this particular split screen setup, so I think that's what's doing it. I need to fix that. But for right now, let me just go back to small cam because we'll be back to reading anyway. Okay. Here we go. Chapter 8, 8:32 p.m. Okay, fellow flies, into the bug fighter. We zoomed crazily around the outside of a huge-seeming bug fighter till we spotted a door. Inside, we saw the blurry, strangely colored shapes of humans, actually human controllers. We buzzed right on inside. I count 5 people, Rachel said. Just what we expected, I said. I was trying to sound confident to help everyone else stay calm, but I was tense. I was on edge. This was a spur-of-the-moment plan thought up by a guy who was having jungle hallucinations. It was a desperate, possibly stupid plan. I didn't know for sure. It could easily end with Tobias dead, maybe the rest of us as well. But Tobias was thrilled to be playing a major role. Tobias, you ready? Anytime you say, Jake. Once around the room, that's it, I warned him. You're the boss, Tobias said. Okay, now, outside above the grocery store, Tobias had been gaining altitude, which was extremely difficult in the cool night air. Hawks are not night birds, but Tobias flapped his way up and down, always keeping the sight of the bright hole in the grocery store roof. Here I come, Tobias yelled. He plunged at maximum speed straight for the hole of the roof. I'm inside! I could tell because right away they were shouting, yelling, orders being barked out. Then, blam, 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 gunfire. They were shooting at him. These guys couldn't hit. Yikes, that was close. The plan called for Tobias to provide a distraction. The Yerks knew we used bird morphs, and they would know that a hawk did not belong flying around inside a store. They were put 2 and 2 together. They would know Tobias was not a real hawk. Blam, 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 blam. Someone was firing machine gun. Even with my vague fly hearing, I could hear the air shaking with noise. Hundreds of rounds were being fired inside that store. A human voice yelled something like, "Get out here and help! It's an Andalite bandit in morph." That's what the Yerks think we are. Take a sip. Andalites. The technicians inside the bug fighter went piling out to the exit, glad for the chance to take shots at an Andalite. Bandit. I feel like the wrong thing is in quotes. It should be Andalite in quotes. But anyway. That's enough, Tobias. Bail out. Bail out of here, I yelled. Axe, morph, everyone morph. Now. 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 Blam, 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 blam. Can't get out, Tobias cried. The guys on the roof are shooting down through the hole. Of course. Why hadn't I realized that? Of course they would block Tobias's escape. I was still mostly fly, but morphing as fast as I could feel myself getting bigger. I could see my fly wings shriveling away. Tobias couldn't escape. They'd get him sooner or later. No matter how fast he flew, they'd get him. An answer. An answer. I needed an answer. I needed to... Tobias! Tobias, this way! I yelled. Inside the bug fighter! No, that will draw them after... Yeah! Whoa! That one clipped my tail feathers. Come inside! I yelled. Whatever you say, Tobias said. My human eyes were just reemerging as Tobias blew in through the door of the bug fighter. Looked left, a horrifying creature with small scorpion tail and fly legs and a semi-humanoid face. Gigantic Proboscis was trying to work the controls of the ship with a clumsy fly stick legs. It was it was Axe halfway through morphing. Suddenly, the door shut, or in this case, the bulkhead simply dimpled and closed up again, eliminating the door. They're in the bug fighter! I heard Chapman howl in rage. They're in the bug fighter! Get them! I was mostly human now, but still at that stage where I wouldn't have wanted to see myself in a mirror. The rest were coming out of Morph too. Cassie was fastest, as usual. She was already checking Tobias for wounds. Axe was almost fully Andalite once more. Axe, get us out of here, I said, as my human mouth returned. Yes, Prince Jake. I didn't waste time telling him not to call me Prince. I'm going to take an extra sip for that one. These are unusual controls, Axe admitted. Bup, 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 bup. Bullets rattled against the bug fighter's outer skin. Then I held the grinding sounds of the engine. Then I heard the grinding sounds of the engine. Through the cockpit window, I saw the controllers turning big earth movers toward us. They're going to ram us, Marco warned. Axe, I asked tersely. I don't know, Prince Jake. I can try, but it may not work. Just do it, I yelled. There was a whirring noise. Lights came on all over the cockpit. A sound like a low siren. I found the on switch, Axe said. Great, Marco said. Now find the get us the heck out of here switch. I felt let me try that a third time. It was not sharp, it was a ship. I felt the ship lift up on the Safeway floor. It rose just a foot and sort of wallowed slightly, side to side. The heavy equipment... I can't read tonight. The heavy equipment was still coming for us. Axe turned the fighter, pointing it toward the missing wall. Is that plastic sheeting very strong? Axe asked. Let's find out, I said. Then whoosh! It was like getting kicked in the chest. We all tumbled backwards, but Axe was who has four legs, but Axe, who has four legs. The acceleration was incredible. The bug fighter rocketed forward. We blew through the plastic sheeting. We blew across the parking lot. We arched up toward the dark night sky. We did it, Rachel yelled. Sorry about the acceleration, Axe said. I forgot that humans fall over easily. Just get us out of here, Axe, Marco said. We're going to Washington, D.C. to meet the president. For those of you wondering, the president at this point was Bill Clinton, so that's a funny thought. Is Bill Clinton being dragged into the whole Yerk battle?
I'm sure they,
You're sure that what?
that they have him distracted with, a slinky. This is President Clinton, I present to you this advanced technology we call a slinky.
Patrick says, me. I can't...
True power if you can get it down an elevation that you call steps on a staircase.
Patrick says, me. I can't believe how bad they drive in Atlanta. I'll never complain about Oklahoma drivers again. 3 days later in Oklahoma. You idiot! Blink when you turn, a-hole! Okay, but they really are abysmal drivers here. And there's so many people here, and people are moving to Atlanta very quickly. So Atlanta's expanding, but it can't really expand quite fast enough for the amount of people that are on the road. So it's just a lot.
All right, good night.
No longer approve messages. You should be able to. You shouldn't not be able to approve the messages, Paulo.
I think it's a YouTube thing because when it says for me to approve too, I press approve and then nothing happens, and then I press it again and it's, oh, someone already took care of it.
Oh, that did happen to me the other night where I tried to approve something and somebody said, and it said someone already took care of it. I thought it was just me and I had like random timing. It's a weird glitch. It's been having that issue too. I guess that's just a thing. I might, if it keeps happening, I'll reach out to YouTube support who will probably tell me, huh, weird. And then, not really know why it's happening. It'll just kind of have to be fixed when it's fixed, but I can try to reach out. Good night, Karasu the Dreamer. All right, getting close to Daniel's reading time. Hi, puppy dog.
They're outside the window, but they're again playing. His older sister is just annoyed with him.
Oh, sibling energy. All right, Chapter 9, 8:42 p.m. It was crowded inside the bug fighter, especially because Axe takes up a lot of room, but we huddled together and looked over Axe's shoulder. He worked the controls, and we looked past Axe. Out through the transparent panels at the front of the bug fighter. This ship is very difficult to handle, Axe said. The design is strange. Some controls are psychotronic.
Let me mute myself.
You're good, but others require physical handling. Unfortunately, those controls are designed for Taxons. They have more hands than I like. Can we do anything to help, I asked. Someone should take weapons station, Axe said. Cool, Marco said. He leaped forward, but I was closer. I slipped in the area beside Axe. Axe's pilot's seat wasn't a seat at all, of course. Taxons are like huge centipedes, so they can't really sit, which was good because Axe doesn't sit either. But the weapons station was built for Hork-Bajir. Hork-Bajir are 7 feet tall and have thick, spiky tails, but they do sit. No way you should handle the weapons, Marco said, leaning over my shoulder. I kicked your butt in video games. Yeah, right, I said. In some alternate universe, maybe. Grab the joystick, Marco suggested. As strange as it seems, there actually was a joystick. It was for much bigger hands than mine, and the 2 buttons on it were clumsy to reach, but it was a joystick. Maybe I should test the weapons, I said to Axe. Yes, he said tersely, distracted. We were rising up through the atmosphere. We were above the clouds already. I could see brief flashes of the lights of the city down below, but mostly it was clouds and more clouds. But we weren't rising as fast as I would have expected. Axe was definitely working to control the ship. I looked ahead, saw nothing in the way, and pressed one of the buttons on the joystick. Nothing. Axe glanced over. That was the safety. The Draken beam should be armed now. See the screen before you? The red circle is how you aim. Use a combination of moving the joystick, but also use your mind. Marco put his hand on my shoulder. Phasers on full power, he said in a Captain Picard English accent. Arm photon torpedoes. If the Borg wants a fight, we'll give them one. Make it so. I moved the joystick and watched the target circle track across the screen. It still showed nothing but starry sky. That should be safe enough. I squeezed the second button. Choo! Choo! Twin red beams of light fired forward, converging too far away for me to see. Yes, most splendid, Marco yelled. Okay, this was cool. Don't send up what's basically a flare gun, dude. You don't want them to find you. I admitted, trying not to cackle like an idiot with his first video game. Boys with their toys, Cassie teased gently. Prince Jake, X said. I must apologize. Why? I did not at first realize this bug fighter's cloaking field is not working. It took a few seconds for me to track on that. You mean people can see us? The clouds will hide us from people on the ground, Axe said, but human radar will observe us. In fact, they have already observed us. Uh-oh. Maybe we better get higher, I suggested. Yes, but we are rising slowly. I don't know why, and there are 2 objects approaching us. Probably just airlines, Rachel said. The objects are moving at 1.5 times the speed of sound, Axe said. Okay, that's not a passenger plane, Marco said. I groaned. Military jets. Oh, man. It's the Air Force after us. They're the good guys. They're on our side. We can't shoot them down. Suddenly, swoosh, swoosh. 2 pale gray jets blew past us. The backwash rattled the bug fighter. I can access their radio signals, Axe said, and a second later we heard the voice of one of the pilots. Base control, bogey is of an unknown type. Say again, unknown type. Definitely unknown, the other pilot said. Way unknown. We're coming around for another pass. I looked at Axe. We really don't want to get shot down by a couple of F-16s. No, Prince Jake, that would be embarrassing. I believe I know how to increase fawoosh. Suddenly, we were out of there, out of the clouds, out of the atmosphere. Yes, this thing can move. Marco exulted. We need to buy this game. We heard a fainter, crackling voice over the radio. Did you see that? Did you see that thing move? Colonel, did you see that? What the? Then we were out of range. Still zooming straight up into black space. Below us, I could see the curvature of the Earth. It looked just like one of those pictures in the shuttle astronauts take from up in orbit. That's so beautiful, Cassie said. Look at that. You can see daylight coming up over the Red Sea. Excuse me, Tobias said, but I don't think the Red Sea is exactly on the way to Washington, D.C. Yeah, I guess not, I said. Although it was such a wonderful sight that I almost didn't want to worry about where we were going. Axe, maybe we'd better slow down and get some idea of where Washington is. And no, Axe snapped. I was shocked. Axe is always polite. No, Prince Jake, he said a little more calmly. We cannot slow down. What's the matter? Cassie asked him. Axe pointed at one of the view screens before him. On the screen, I saw stars. Then the moon came into view. A vast gray and white light bulb. And silhouetted against the glowing moon was a shape. It was like some medieval battle axe. The rear half was 2-headed blade. From the middle, like an axe handle, extended a long shaft. At the end of the shaft was a triangular head, very much like an arrow's point. It was black on black, and even if you had never seen it before and had no idea what it was, you'd know right away it was death. I had seen it. I knew what it was. The blade ship, I whispered. The blade ship of Visser Three. Dun, dun, dun. I'm excited. We didn't get any Visser 3 in the last book we read. He took a night off. Or did we get like a brief cameo? He wasn't really there, if at all. Yeah, there probably are dickhead drivers everywhere. They got the zoomies, Rex said. The power within. Drivers, the Northwest drivers, too. I've tried approving messages before, and the same thing happened. I didn't. Yeah, it's a weird glitch, apparently. I'll have to see what that's about. Visser 3 is always there, inside my mind. Good night, Lisa Simpson is here.
I totally forgot that I was muted.
Oh, I just thought you were staying muted for whatever reason.
I was saying the Visser 3.
What about Visser 3?
The Visser 3 is the friends we made along the way.
Mm-hmm. All right. 2 more chapters. And then side B of the audiobook, which is good because my brain is has been wanting to tap out of reading apparently just the whole night tonight. So sorry about that, guys. Apparently.
Apparently. My siblings used to do that all the time. I hate it when they do that. Apparently.
My mom always quotes, she loves that video with the little redhead kid that's like, apparently that like being interviewed by the news.
Yeah. Apparently,
yeah. My mom loves that kid.
So funny.
Chapter 10, 8:54 p.m. Visser Three, leader of the Yeerk invasion on Earth. Visser Three, the only Yeerk in all of history to take control of the Andalite body. Of an Andalite body. Visser Three, the only Yeerk with the power to morph. Can we outrun him, I asked Axe. No. Can we outfight him, I asked. My voice was a whisper. My mouth was too dry to work right now. Axe turned his stalk eyes to look at me. No, Prince Jake, we might get in a lucky shot, but the blade ship is very powerful. This is the blade ship that destroyed our great dome ship. Here he comes, Rachel yelled in warning. A red glow illuminated the blade ship as the Visser fired his engines and came for us. We can try and run, or we can take a chance on a lucky shot, Axe said. He was looking at me. They were all looking at me. I grabbed the joystick. My hand was trembling. I feel lucky, I said. It was an absolute lie, of course. I didn't even feel slightly lucky, but it sounded good. I caught Marco giving me a sardonic smile. He knew I was faking it. I felt Cassie's hand touch my shoulder for encouragement. Hold on, you may be unsteady on your human legs, Axe warned. He threw the bug fighter into a quick, tight turn. Axe was right. I almost fell over before the bug fighter systems compensated for inertia. Then Axe already lit up the engines, and Axe really lit up the engines, and we leapt forward straight for the blade ship. Ready to fire, Axe said. It was a question. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Wait until now. I swept the red target circle toward the black diamond head of the blade ship. I squeezed the trigger and kept squeezing. Brilliant Draken beams stabbed toward the blade ship, but the same instant Visser fired. Draken beams hit Draken beam. Zow! An explosion of light so intense I could actually see through my own hand. I could see Cassie's teeth inside her head. Whamph! I was thrown against the ceiling. I fell to the floor and rolled out of control. Rachel landed on top of me, knocking the wind out of me. The bug fighter was spinning. My eyes were filled with balls of light like suns inside my own head, spinning, spinning, spinning. And with each turn, I was thrown hard into Axe, into Marco. Tobias batted his wings wildly, trying to get some control. It was like we had all been tossed in a washer on spin cycle. Then, with a sickening lurch, the bug fighter came upright. There was a floor again, and a ceiling, and through the window, there was a planet. Earth. Big, blue, and getting closer, very fast. We're going down, Rachel yelled. Axe! Axe, we're going down! Axe scrambled to his hooves and made his way back to the controls. Too fast, he said. We're going down too fast. Look! Tobias cried. Over there, to the left, we're not alone. Tumbling down alongside us just a mile away was the blade ship. It was twisting and twirling and falling just like us. Wait, Cassie said, sounding more confused than terrified. It's daylight in the Western Hemisphere. Do I care? Marco yelled. We're going down. It was dawn in the Middle East, Cassie insisted. Now it's daylight in the Western Hemisphere. Suddenly, friction flames began glowing from the noise of the bug fighter. We were going back into the atmosphere. Axe, can you pull us out of this? I demanded. I am slowing our descent, he said. We are slowing down, but I don't think it will be enough. Great, Marco moaned. At least the blade ship will go down with us, Rachel said. Does that make you feel better, Xena? Marco grated. Rachel actually smiled. It was a sad, brief smile. Not much better, she admitted. 10 seconds to impact, Axe said. 10, 9, 8, flash. I was no longer in the bug fighter. I was square dancing. I was giving Rachel a resentful look. I bowed to her in time with the music. What the flash? 4, 3, hold on. I saw green on green rushing up at me, and then we hit. And for a while, I didn't see anything at all. All right, last chapter. For me, at least. Not last chapter for us. All right. Very trippy. I literally just put my laundry in the machine, as you said, like a washing machine on spin cycle. Crazy timing. That's great. Remember that one where SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs think they killed the health inspector? I do, actually. I didn't watch much SpongeBob. I only really got to watch when I would go visit my cousins, but that was one that I've seen.
Excellent choice, my darling. What can I get for you, handsome?
Whoops. I keep trying to arrow through my comments, and it's arrowing through my scenes. There we go. I'm back to the right scene. The weekend, I don't have to sleep. Woo! Woo! Tomorrow is my... Because, for those of you who don't know, Gabe is not going to be streaming with me tomorrow. He's got things going on. And then next week, I actually have Maddie coming in to visit from out of state. So we actually probably won't be able to do Friday stream next week, now that I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
Just a heads up. But anyway, yeah, so we're not streaming tomorrow, is my point. And so tomorrow is going to be my cleaning all day on a Saturday day, which I'm weirdly looking forward to just because I have so much cleaning I need to do. And I'm just like, wow. This is how you know you're grown up. You're like, ooh, a day to clean.
A day to clean, more like a day to nap.
Well, the hope is that I'll clean and then get a nap in there at some point, but we'll see. There's quite a bit of things that I need to catch up on. How do you do, fellow flies? I just saw that, Christopher. What's happening?
I guess they're upset about the... I think they're... I guess they're just...
about not streaming tomorrow.
Stream Friday.
Sorry. Gabe's busy tomorrow.
I think
tomorrow when
me.
Oh, not next week?
My adoring fans said, like, no, we can't live without our beloved Visser Three.
I'm sorry. We just have to take the 1 week off, and then it'll be back to normal.
But if you guys want, Patrick is streaming tomorrow. He's doing a read stream tomorrow, so you can go ahead and check that out on his channel.
Yay, everybody go subscribe. What are you reading, Patrick? Patrick reading stream. Patrick will take up the baton in our place.
Yes, he will. No, Pala, no streaming tomorrow.
Sorry. It's weird because I've streamed 3 times this week, and I'm just like, wow, feels like I haven't streamed at all this week. Usually I stream more.
Yeah, today, like, it felt like really naked. I was like, wow, this week just feels so empty. For no reason. I'm going to continue reading The Quarantine at Alexander Abraham's.
Yay!
Don't know what that is, so best of luck to you on that.
Started in a previous stream. Yes, Gabe, when Gabe and I are able to stream next, we're going to finish So You Want to Be a Wizard, which will be fun. Okay. This is the last chapter. Boop! This is the last chapter of Side A of Animorphs. What Animorphs book are we reading right now?
The Forgotten, because they forgot to do the title.
The Forgotten. Milo's correct. The subtitles like mean absolutely nothing. If you'd like to continue to side B, please flip over the cassette and press play. I feel like this is the part where we have the warning of potentially offensive stereotyping, so I will just...
Is this the part where we start kicking? Kicking! I want to do some kicking.
Wait, what?
Is this the part where we start kicking? No, SpongeBob, that's a chorus line.
Yes.
Kicking! I want to do some kicking. I swear, I can quote old school SpongeBob like as if I've seen it every day of my life, and I haven't.
At some point, maybe I'll do like you know how I'm doing my little Sailor Moon. Well, it's not gonna be little, but you know how I'm gonna do my Sailor Moon documentary. Maybe at some point I'll do one on SpongeBob so that I can like be like, I've watched it now and I understand what people are referencing. We'll do a
charity stream of who can quote the most things from SpongeBob. Finish the quote.
Back and forth, yeah. But yeah, we were given a trigger warning for potential offensive stereotypes. So just going here forward, just wanting to remind everybody of that. And yep, I'm just gonna read. Chapter 11, Time Unknown. There's a lot of onomatopoeias. Kia! Kia! Just people screaming or something screaming. I woke up very suddenly. Yaha! My head hurt. The screaming noises didn't help. My back hurt too. I was lying on the ground on mildewed, rotting leaves, trees towering over me, insanely tall trees. Ferns dipped down to tickle my face. There was a root or something under my back, which explained the back pain, but I was alive. Oh, I just got empathy, like scoliosis empathy pain when he said that about the root in the back. I sat up quickly, but that sent a spear of pain through my head. Oh man, I groaned. Then I saw the bug on my lap, the big giant monster bug. I guess it was some kind of beetle. It had yellow and black stripes and something that looked almost like curved antlers. I swear it was 6 inches long, or at least 3 inches. It would have been beautiful if it hadn't been on me. Ah! I yelled, brushing the beetle away. Then I felt the itchy crawling feeling on my leg. Ants. Ugh, I'm getting this one is so visceral. I hate this.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. That's all I think of.
This is like Australia levels of like bugs. Oh no. I climbed to my feet. Oh no. I have been an ant, so you'd think... Wait, nope, I skipped even further than that. There were a dozen ants climbing up my right shin. I have been an ant, so you'd think maybe I have some sympathy for them. Wrong. I slapped at my leg till I was sure they were gone. I climbed to my feet. I felt woozy and confused. Where was I? Where were the others? I looked around. Green everywhere. I mean, everywhere. Visions, I said to no one. I was in a jungle. I knew for sure I'd never been in a jungle before, but there was no doubt in my mind. Maybe it was the monkeys and birds screeching insane. Oh, is that bird screaming? Oh, I get it. It's like the
I can't do bird noises.
I genuinely was like, I don't know what kind of being is screaming like this, so I have no idea what it's actually supposed to sound like. Shockingly, the hoo hoo hoo, that could be an owl. That could be like an old Southern boy being like, hoo boy. I don't know. I don't know how to read that. Okay, now I know generally what they're going for now that he said like rainforest type birds. Like I'm flashing back to when I was a kid and like you're at like the what's the ride at Disney World? They pipe in the sounds
Jungle
of
Cruise.
Jungle Cruise. Yeah, there you go. That one.
The one that had a terrible movie.
I never saw the movie. I worked on the movie for 1 week, but I never saw it.
Shame. Dishonor on you. Dishonor on your cat.
It was a paycheck and it was easy money.
It was a paycheck. Money talks many languages.
Disney money. Disney just throws money at things. They don't care. They're just like, yeah.
We don't care. We're Disney.
No. Anyway. Where was I? Green everywhere. Screeching insane volumes all around me in the trees that gave it away. Maybe it was the creepers and vines. Maybe it was a flash of amazing red and blue bird flitting through the branches. Maybe it was the fact that beetles really shouldn't be as big as this beetle had been. It was a jungle, all right? Just like it had been to the weird flashes I'd been experiencing since that afternoon while square dancing. Just making me think of that damned Tarzan level in Kingdom Hearts, the first one.
The Lost Jungle, or whatever.
The one where I kept falling off of hippos. The unfun one.
The unfun one.
But I did have fun beating the shit out of Clayton at the end. That was a fun boss fight.
That's for not being in Tarzan 2.
I mean, he died at the end of the first one, so that would have been a little difficult.
Should have talked to his agent.
That's what did it, I muttered. It was the square dancing that drove me crazy. I decided to yell for the others. Hey, Cassie, Marco. It was like my voice had no power. The sound was just swallowed by trees and ferns and bushes. Okay, get a grip, Jake. Try to remember. You were coming down in the bug fighter, obviously. You crashed, duh. So look for the bug fighter. It can be far away. I glanced around me at the solid wall of green in very direction. I found a couple of typos in this one. The air was steaming with humidity, and the smells of overly sweet flowers and tropical rot made me feel like I was walking past some department store perfume counter. Then I spotted a tree where the top half had been snapped off. I started walking, trying to get a better angle on the broken tree. I saw the second tree splintered. I began to notice what looked like a tunnel plowed through the dense foliage. Or the blade ship, I reminded myself. Nope, I skipped a thing again. Oh my god, my brain does not want to read tonight. A tunnel plowed through the trees and foliage should lead to the bug fighter. Or the blade ship, I reminded myself. I can't do a toucan sound. I have no idea how to do that. And like this is like a higher screech than I feel the capabilities of doing. There you go. Thank you. They do? I guess so. The jungle was quieting down a little, but there was still fairly crazy screeching from up in the tall trees. The jungle animals sounded annoyed. Probably they didn't appreciate someone crashing a bug fighter into their home, and they didn't like my looks either. The jungle floor was surprisingly clear. Down at foot level, there wasn't much growing, just dead leaves, but at face level, there were vines and bushes and ferns all slapping me in the face as I pressed on. Suddenly, I came to a clearing, a hole in the canopy where the tree had fallen. Bright sunlight shone down through the gap, and it was as if every species of plant life you could imagine was crowding into that sunny spot. I found myself facing an incredible wall of vegetation, a dozen types of brilliant flowers, mosses so green they didn't seem real, small vines wrapped around bigger vines, wrapped around tree trunks. It was the greatest place on earth. There were even plants growing out of the smooth trunks of tall trees. I trudged on back into the shadows of the forest. When I looked up, I could no longer see the tunnel through the foliage. That's when I started to get really scared. I was in a jungle, and jungle isn't like forest where you can usually see for hundreds of feet in any direction. Jungle presses in close around. It's like being buried in green. Grah! 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 Marco, Cassie, Rachel, I yelled, feeling the edge of panic. How about Tobias? A voice said in my head. I looked up and saw nothing. Then I noticed him swooping down toward me from high branches of a tree. Tobias, I yelled, waving up. Of course he'd already seen me, obviously, but I was massively relieved, so I waved again. The red-tailed hawk body seemed almost bland. In context of this jungle, he landed on a rotting, moss-encrusted log. Tobias, the others? Everyone is alive, he said. It took a while to find everyone, though. I think the bug fighter must have spun around a few times, tearing through the trees. Cassie ended up practically on top of this snake. This extremely large snake. Where are we? I don't know, Tobias said, but I'm pretty sure this ain't home. Come on, follow me. It's not far. I followed Tobias, pushing and shoving and fighting my way through the forest that seemed determined to stop me. I was dripping with sweat and gasping in the thick air. Then a clearing, not a natural clearing, but one created by the crashed bug fighter. Jake, Cassie yelled and ran over to give me a hug. She had a nasty cut on one hand, which she'd bandaged with strips torn from her t-shirt. You're alive, Marco observed. For now, he added darkly. I told you he'd be okay, Rachel said. The bug fighter was upright, but one whole side looked as if it had been peeled back. You could see right to the inside. The left engine pod was cranked out at a sharp angle. Axe was inside the fighter. He lowered his head to peer at me through the hole in the fighter's side. Prince Jake, I'm glad you're all right. I'm glad I'm all right, too, I said. Now, where are we? Where is easy, Cassie said. Rainforest, not Africa, because I've seen monkeys with prehensile tails. You know, tails they can swing by. Most likely, we're in Central or South America. Either the Costa Rican rainforest or the Amazon rainforest. I'm betting the Amazon, Marco said brightly. I'm also taking bets on whether we live long enough for me to collect on bets. I laughed. You're always such an optimist, Marco. I turned back to Cassie. Amazon rainforest, huh? Like I said, the question of where we are is fairly easy. Cassie, why do I have the feeling there's something you're not telling me? I asked her. Remember when we were in orbit? Remember how it was night in North America, but the sun was just coming up over the Red Sea? I shrugged. I guess so. Well, after we fired at the blade ship as we were going down, it was daylight here over South America. It took me a few seconds to realize what she was talking about. Axe came trotting out of the bug fighter. He wiped his hands on a rag. Thanks to Cassie's observation, it seems pretty clear that when we and the blade ship fired simultaneously and the Draken beams intersected, we created what we call a Sario Rip. A what? A Sario Rip? What's that? We blew a small hole in space-time. And we're drawn in through that hole. English, please, I warned. Plain English, please. We were blown through time, Jake said. We were blown through time, Jake, Cassie said. We aren't where we want to be, and we aren't when we want to be. I stared at her. Did we go forward or back? Are we in the past or the future? Yes, Axe said. It's definitely one of those two choices. Thank you. All right. Boop. This has been the end of Side A of Animorphs, The Forgotten, Book 11 in the Animorphs series, read to you by Avery Vandenhouten. To continue on to Side B, read to you by Daniel Alberto, flip the cassette over and press play. Thank you for doing the bird sound effects. So whenever I have like these books have so many onomatopoeias, and I swear to God, every time I see them on paper, I hear them like in a loud human voice, like screaming them, and I'm like, what is this even supposed to sound like? Like I just like what I don't know. It's something like my brain sees the thing and goes to it, like the one that was like, I was like. My brain is always just like, okay, how do I do this one? And I didn't have it in me, so thank you for doing that.
No problem. So shall we take a stretch break, chat, get some drinks, go to use the lab and all that, and then we'll convene in 2 minutes?
Woo! Sounds good.
All right, then let's go ahead and do that. So that way, yeah, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go ahead and mute the lab, and let's take a stretch break, and then we'll be back in 2 minutes.
All right. Be right back, friends.
Chair stream.
Chair stream!
Okay. For the 900 ads, Paula says. You want a 900 ad? Hey, want to meet hot singles in your area? Well, too bad, because this isn't the commercial for that. Help me adequately good-looking people in your area with 1-900, I guess so. Okay. Just waiting for Avery, and then we'll go ahead and get started.
I've returned. How's everybody?
Okay.
Did I miss anything?
Paolo's asking for 900 numbers.
I like that everybody. I like this trend of now that we go on share stream, the chat just starts referencing old commercials as if we're on a commercial break.
Yeah.
I like
what was
this.
that
I think
one
we should.
commercial? It was. I know it. Now you can visit steamy jungles, grassy plains, and the dark depths of the ocean to meet and learn about surprising facts about the magnificent animals that live there, all with the captivating, colorful pages of zoo books, the publication created for young readers. Each zoo book is packed with breathtaking full-color photos and accurate. Now, through this exclusive TV offer, you can get 12 fascinating issues of zoo books for 19.99. Plus, we'll include the elephant issue and the tiger poster. So order zoo books today and make learning fun for a child you love. Now your child can. And then the guy would be all nasally with his voice, like how you are with the pollen. So order 12 fascinating issues of zoo books, including the elephant poster and the tiger issue. 800-592-3388 or something like that.
Packed with breathtaking full-color photos and
This one?
That one, yes.
I knew exactly which one you were talking
Today,
about.
through this exclusive TV offer, you can get 12 fascinating issues of Zoo Books for the special price
Lives
of
rent-free in my brain.
$19.95. When you call and use your credit card, we'll include the elephants issue as a gift. Plus, you'll also get the colorful collection of animal stickers and the tiger poster. So order Zoo Books today and send learning and fun to a child you love.
To order 12 fascinating issues of Zoo Books for $19.95, call 1-800-441-2400. When you call, we'll...
Yep, that one.
Yes, that one. Almost quoted it word for word. I still get freaked out by that big old fish that swallowed that shark or whatever. That thing was freaky.
Oh yeah.
Alright then, shall we get started?
Yes.
Apparently the echo is annoying, but with it, Danny's reading sounds like he's giving a big speech.
Not sure why it would. I'm gonna try to fix that echoing. It might just genuinely be some of my microphone picking up some of Daniel's voice. I'll mute myself when he's reading.
And that's why it's called Clock Radio, because it has both.
The clock radio.
So who else is hard of... Who else has heard of Animorphs Review Channel? I have.
I have not.
Checked it out yet, but I see their little quizzes or like community of like, what do you guys think of? I remember today they posted, what is your review of book number 4? And then I put 4 out of 5, too much water.
5, too much water. Speaking of which, this is an electrolyte packet, lemonade flavored, not to be in the water talk era, but you know.
Drugs. Allegedly.
Alleged. This would be a very interesting way to be doing drugs, and it's just like out of the electrolyte packet into the water.
I mean, they what is it, PCP or something? They put it in water bottles.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Zubux. I was never to us getting the house that we lived in when I was a kid.
I never had Zubux either.
I've seen them in school, but like everyone would want to, so I never had to.
Animorphs movies. No, I've seen. I haven't even seen videos. I've just seen that people have done videos on the TV show. I don't think I really registered that there were movies. I'm sure we've talked about this before.
Show wanted to be a part of the movie, and here I am thinking, no, thank you, Sean Ashmore. You know, it's okay. You can sit this one out, sir.
Do we not like Sean Ashmore?
Not that I don't like John Ashmore. I said that, you know, they cast him as Jake, and I think that was just a miscasting on their part.
Oh, I see.
Because Jake is a blonde. Jake's brown hair. He's like if anything, like a dirty blonde at most.
Yeah.
John Ashmore's like a blonde.
My mom got me.
Also, they were like in their like 17, 16 age range looking.
I mean, they're like, we've talked about this. Are they supposed to be 14, 15?
They are 13.
Oh, they're 13. Okay. I think right when we started reading Animorphs, we were reading something else.
California Diaries, because they were like 13, 14.
They were 13. Ducky 16. God Help Us Model Land, they were 15. It could have just been because of that, and I just got them mixed up.
Instead of Cookie Crisp, call it Tookie Crisp.
Tookie Crisp. Hey, for my my mom got me this pin. I don't know if you can see it, but for all of my Animal Crossing friends, it looks like Starbucks, like the Starbucks logo, but it has Brewster in the middle. It says Brewster's Coffee.
Cute. Very cute.
There's also a panda that says, I can't adult today.
So yeah, Sean Ashmore, he played Jake, and it's like, it's Jake, but because it's Jake, I was expecting something more broody.
Did you say broody or groovy?
Like broody, because
Okay.
Jake's like kind of like that lonerish, but like, you know, he's like the loner, weird, gawky one.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Bless Jake. We give Jake a hard time.
Apparently I'm glitching on the screen or something. I'm looking at the live feed.
Yeah, it looks like Discord is just running a little bit slow.
The bandwidth doesn't grow on trees, they say. Okay. Alright, children. So yeah, Sean Ashmore wanted to be part of it, and then Kay Applegate and her husband like kind of left the project because it's like they didn't they wanted, because the studio wanted creative liberty of the project, and they couldn't come to an agreement. So
That sucks.
So it's in like limbo. But yeah, Sean Ashmore, and then who else was in it? I think that's like the only like person kind of like everybody knows. Everybody else is like Canadian actor or something.
Got it. We're like, those Canadian actors, nobody knows what's up with them.
And they're very much a lot more talented than American actors, but the thing is that we just don't remember their names. I will say this much: American actors aren't as good as Canadian or Australian actors. Australian and Canadian actors are leaps and bounds better than American.
Well, and then whenever... Yeah. Well, and then, like, whenever you hear about, like, not always, obviously, but, like, a lot of the time, it's like, whenever you hear a story about, like, such and such celebrity was rude, it's always the American ones. The British actors are out here, like, being all polite and sweet to people.
Except for James Corden.
Except for James Corden, but everybody who's British is like, look, we kind of gave you James Corden a long time ago. That's your problem now. Have fun.
Yeah, we gave him to him. Perfect. Alright then. This is side B of Animorphs, Book 11, The Forgotten, by K. Applegate. Narrated by Daniel Alberto. If you would like to start on side A, please turn the cassette over and rewind and press play. Otherwise, continue with side B. 12. 1:22 p.m. Again. So let me just summarize here. We are probably. I'm not doing. As much as I love the Jake voice, when it's a Jake book, I'm not going to do the Jake voice.
It's too much.
I'm gonna lose it. Like, what is Jake's voice anymore? I don't even know. I'm numb to it all. So let me just summarize here. We are probably in the Amazon rainforest, and we are either in our own past or in our own future. We have no way to fly this bug fighter out of here. We have no way of knowing if there's a city or town or even a road near here. I looked around at my friend. Anyone have anything to add? I know that it is 1:22 p.m., Ack said. I just don't know what day or year it is. The Andalite has the ability to keep track of time naturally, like some kind of internal clock. It's useful. Of course, more useful if you know what century you're in. Cassie held up her hand like she was in school. The rainforest is full of poisonous snakes, poisonous insects, poisonous plants, and poisonous frogs. Excuse me, Marco said. Poisonous frogs? Did you say... I can hear feedback. Did you say poisonous frogs?
Oh. I'm just gonna...
Okay. My thing keeps saying that there's an okay. Yep, the echo returned. Okay. Over there. Maybe I'm hearing it on my end. Let me just turn my sound on. Okay. Now it's gone again. Okay. I'm back. I bring gifts of Taco Bell. What do you bring of Taco Bell pizza? I will read your comment later. As I was saying, excuse me, Marco said. Poisonous frogs? Did you say poisonous frogs? Plus, there is at least one large predator, the jaguar. Love the cars, Marco said. Right now, we have no food and no water, Rachel added helpfully. Also, no weapons. Why do we need weapons? Tobias asked. Morph into birds and we'll just fly out of here. None of us can stay in morph for more than 2 hours, Cassie pointed out. Realistically, we can't fly more than 20 or 30 miles an hour at best. That's maybe 60 miles per morph. And we could be 1,000 miles from nowhere. Besides, Marco said glumly, what are we supposed to do? Find a town, make a collect call to our family, then tell them that we're in South America? Hey, Dad, guess what? I'm in Brazil. Or maybe Costa Rica. Could you come pick me up? Pizza says, I bring the great quesadilla and the nachos from the land of Bel Grande. You failed to bring the nacho fries, and I shall eviscerate you now, as I am Visser Three, and you do not bring me the fries of which a flavor of nacho. If there even is a town, Rachel said, if there even are phones, if our parents have been born yet or are still alive, you're kind of missing something. We may be in the year 2000 BC, or we might be in the year 10,000 AD. Axe, what's the deal with this Sario Rip? I asked The Andalite? I mean, is there some way to undo it? Axe didn't answer. Instead, I noticed his stalk eyes turning slowly to the right. We are not alone, Axe said. I shot a glance in the direction of that Axe was looking. Something moved. I had a fleeting impression of a shoulder, arm, and head. Humanoid, Axe said. I didn't see it very well, but it was watching us. Swell, I said. Tobias, I'm on it, he said, opening his wings and flapping away through the trees. As for the Sario Rip, all I know is what it is. It's a rip in space-time. Yeah, you told us that, Marco said. I think. Axe hung his head. Prince Jake, we studied the Sario Rip effect in school. But there was a game later that day, and I was thinking more about the game than class. Also, there was this female who distracted me. Marco laughed. Axe, are you telling us you were too busy flirting with some girl to pay attention to the lesson? Axe didn't answer. He just said, I don't exactly know whether you can reverse a Sario Rip. I remember some things, but not everything. I'm thirsty, Rachel said. Everyone take a drink. Pete said, I stand eviscerated. The nacho fries are nasty. I see.
Fighting
yeah,
words. I have no horse in this race. I'm just sitting here watching.
By limiting you to Del Taco, you are forbidden from venturing to the Belle of Grande. I'm thirsty, Rachel said. Whatever else we're going to do, we have to find water and food. Axe, can we fix the bug fighter? We can fly with just one engine, Axe said. The ripped skin of the craft is irrelevant as long as we stay in the atmosphere and fly slow. But the effects of the Sario Rip have wiped out the ship's software. It's been erased. Can't you rewrite the software? Rachel asked. Yes, but it would take me 20 years at least. Better and better, I said. Hey, wait. What happened to the blade ship? Axe looked blank. I saw it going down along with us, Cassie said, but I didn't see it crash. So maybe, in addition to everything else, we have Visser Three and a shipload of Hork-Bajir warriors to worry about, I said. Someone please give me some good news. Well, it's still daylight, Marco said, putting on a big phony grin. When night falls, then we'll be Jake, duck, Tobias said. Probably says bees are farting. Anyways, I don't know what that's about. Maybe that's my microphone. I'm not sure. Anyways, for once in my life, I didn't stop to think about it. I ducked. And even as I ducked, I saw the face, I saw the arm, I saw the spear. It was coming straight at me. Right for my face. The vision. It was a hallucination. I ducked. The spear went over my head and flew harmlessly into the bush. Tobias flapped wildly into the air. I shouldn't have been resting, he berated himself. I should have been in the air. I was too weirded out to worry about Tobias. I knew that was going to happen, I said. That spear. The kid who threw it. I knew. Kathy looked strangely at me. Jake, what are you? 3 people, Tobias interrupted. They almost look like they might be kids.
probably froze for a second. Hi. You're not hearing me out of the right microphone. Let's see. Something. This is complete and utter chaos, and Paulo's just like, Doodlebum, it's fine.
It's fine. No one's gonna die. Okay.
Well,
There we go. And we're back.
welcome back, everyone.
Okay, so last time I checked, okay, what did I free that?
Early,
Yes.
let's see. Let me pull the book back up now that everything's not broken.
Jake, Duck. I already got to that part. Okay. Chad, tell me where I was in.
Well, see, Axe just doesn't know, like, the complexities of human culture, so he's using the terminology that he would use for the Andalites, but...
Okay, so, Cassie shook her head. No, you probably couldn't kill much with this stick unless the tip was tipped with poison. And we are in the home office of natural poison. Look, I guess they wouldn't waste their time using a weapon that didn't work with them. I said, no. Cassie said flatly. The chances are pretty good that this spear is poison tip. There are poisonous frogs and plants down here, and are used for arrows and spear poison. Very deadly, very, very deadly. Poor Vizier are definitely not our only problem. Jake, you guys need to move, Tobias warned. He was overhead again. I couldn't see him, but I knew he was up above the jungle canopy. I can't see well enough through all the foliage, but I think there's a pork Vizier getting close to you. Decision time. Stay and fight, we'd lose. Run away, we'd be giving up to Bugfighter. Our only way home. Axe. If there's something, anything, you can take out from the Bugfighter that would make it impossible for the earth to quiet. Mean-eyed. Even as a stalk eye swept around the forest around us. Yes. Yes, I think. Yes, I can think of something. Then get it. else, get out of here. Staying with you, Rachel protested. I'm not staying. I'm not staying. Minimum risk, I snapped. We only need Axe to handle this. No point risking anyone else. I clenched into the green. I grabbed Rachel's arm and pulled her along. Cassie and Marco followed me. Jake, Tobias called down. If Axe isn't out of there in under 2 minutes, he's not going to get out of there. I didn't answer. It's the worst thing about being a so-called leader. The times when you take a risk with someone else's life. If Axe ended up dead, it was going to be very hard to explain it to my friends and to myself. Sorry, I'm reading the chat. Remember the kid? It's technically not a war crime. It's an alien. The alien is not of age of maturity, so technically they are of adolescence. I'm lagging again, aren't I?
A little bit.
Okay. Let me minimize some of these. Let me tab popped open. I'll wait till it's done. Let me minimize this. Okay. Yeah, that should be a little bit better than I'm. So yeah, Catherine was mentioning poison. I remember seeing a documentary about how they do the poison. They like dogs excrete. They collect in a bowl or something underneath, and that's the concentrated excretion from the poisonous frogs or the plants. I forget how they catch them though. I think they spear them. I'm not 100%. All right, then. Okay. Chapter 13. 1:48 p.m. I can't begin to explain what the rainforest is like. To explain it, you have to be a poet and a scientist and a horror writer. You feel small, tiny, alone, hopelessly weak, afraid. You feel heat and suffocating humidity. It's like there's not enough air. Every breath is like sucking air through a straw. You're breathing stems and perfume and the stink of dying, rotting things. The jungle is all around you. It presses against you on all sides. Wet leaves in your face, creepers that seem to be reaching up to trip you, sharp-edged stalks that cut you. And then there are the twin hordes, bugs and thirst. Mosquitoes, gnats, big flies, and other flying insects. I didn't even have names for followed us in swirling clouds. They descend and attack, then disappear for no reason, only to attack again later. If you stopped even for a few seconds, you could find your foot covered in ants or centipedes or beetles or bugs that defied description. So it's kind of like the South, huh?
The
Hot,
bugs.
humid.
Hot, humid, bugs everywhere. It's like my brother walks dogs and he's like, it's getting to be that time of year that happens every year where it just feels it's not just that you go outside and it's hot, it's that it's damp. Like you feel like you're in like a pool of hot water every time you walk outside.
Everyone else is all hot and humid that they make like sweat clouds. You're walking through sweat.
Well, like we have this like, it's so hot in the summer and then it's also pretty rainy a lot of the time. Like last year we had so much rain during the summer months. And like it rains and when it hits the cement that's literally at like a boiling point, the water hits and immediately evaporates. So you just have like this kind of like almost swamp fog thing going on.
Ugh,
Yeah.
gross. And it didn't help that we were shoeless. The heat sucked every ounce of moisture out of us. It was as bad as any desert. You'd think with all the greenery, there would be water everywhere. But no, the actual ground under our feet was dry. All the water is captured in the plants. All the while, as we fought our way through the thickets of vines and ferns and bushes and gnats and flies and mosquitoes, we were followed a serenade of cackles, groans, screams, yelps, insane animal giggles, clicking, scratching, and the occasional coughing roar as each new species comments on the idiocy of a bunch of suburban kids wandering around the rainforest. For all we knew, they were taking bets on how long the dumb humans would survive. It's like one of those, what is it, the Vietnam War type of like things.
In what way?
Like I don't know, it's like because World War II and World War One weren't fought they were fought in Europe. The Vietnam War was fought in like the deep jungles of Vietnam. So I'm kind of seeing parallels, kind of.
Oh, I see.
We had pushed 200 yards deeper into the rainforest from the bug fighter when we heard an uproar behind us. The Hork-Bajir voice bellowed, "They're after him," Tobias called down from above. "Axe has 6 Hork-Bajir on his tail. You happy now, Jake? Axe man, look out! Behind you!" I bit my lip till I tasted my own blood. "We have to morph and go back for him," Rachel said. Her eyes were blazing. I could have said no. I had no reason to say no. We were in an unknown place, facing lousy odds. Besides, of us all, Axe was the fastest and best able to escape, but Rachel would have just gone anyways. "Just 2 of us go," I snapped. "Me and you, Rachel. Marco and Cassies stay back." "Why are we staying back?" Marco asked, outraged. "Because we need backup, Marco," I said tersely. I don't know if he understood this or not. Rachel did. She started to morph. I was morphing into my tiger morph as fast as I could. Rachel was already well into the grizzly bear morph. Massive shoulders and shaggy brown fur and long curved claws. Sorry. The sound of dragon beams reached us. I like Daniel's impression of Vader if
He was also
he
Satan.
was also Satan.
I saw that.
The jungle animals up in the trees exploded in a fury of commentary. I could hear something large crashing around the bushes, around the brush, but I couldn't see anything. In the rainforest, you're lucky if you can see 5 feet in any direction. "I'm ready," Rachel said. "Wait for me," I told her. "Catch up when you can," Rachel snapped. She lumbered away, back towards the bug fighter, a huge rolling mass of heavy fern muscle. I cursed her silently. My body was already covered with orange and black striped fur. I was on all 4. Long, yellow fangs grew in my mouth. Long, wicked claws grew where my fingernails had been. I felt the tiger's mind. I saw through the tiger's eye. I felt the surge of power, the rush of the tiger's might. He was at home in the tropical forest. This was the kind of place he belonged. The tiger was lord of his own native turf. But of course, in the tiger's native jungle, there aren't Hork-Bajir, and there's no Visser Three. I leaped forward, following the path of Rachel had plowed through the bushes. I caught up to her easily. I belonged in the jungle. The grizzly did not. Rachel was breathing hard. "I can't see. I can't find them. Keep hearing noises, but they keep moving." I listened with my tiger ears. I receded just a bit within the tiger's mind and let the animal instincts guide me. The tiger knew how to follow sound in the rainforest. Come on, Rachel, I said. I plunged forward, towards where I heard the loudest sound crashing through the forest. But I soon realized Rachel couldn't keep up. I was really ticked off right then at Rachel for being so impulsive, at Tobias for acting like I wanted to put Axe in danger, at the Yerks for causing all this, at the jungle itself, and worst of all, at me. I'd made mistakes, too many mistakes. Now I had to choose, stay with Rachel or rush ahead to try and find Axe. Help came from the sky. Left about 50 feet, Jake. Tobias called down to me. I was mad at Tobias, but not so mad I would ignore him. I charged left, slinking swiftly through the bush. Jake, look out! There's one right. The Hork Vizier yelled triumphantly. He swung a blade arm at me. It sliced through the fern and bushes like a lawnmower going through the grass. His elbow blade missed by a few inches. I felt the breeze from it. I knew what to do next. I fired the coiled muscles in my hind leg, and I flew. In the midair, I extended my paws, each as wide as a frying pan. Out came my claws, and I roared. Gosh, I can't do that voice. Ugh.
Thank you, Rachel. It's this is where we are on the crochet journey. The blanket is finally big enough to be used as a blanket while I finish it.
I swear, that sound actually silenced the monkeys and birds. I hit the Hork Vizier. He went down, swinging fast, but too slow. Hork Vizier are fast, but when it comes too close in work, slashing and parrying and applying the teeth, the tiger is faster and nastier. He slashed. I felt pain sear my right shoulder. I slashed and heard the Hork Vizier cry out. His snake. I can't believe I almost said his naked snake. His snake head jerked fast, aiming his forehead blade for my face. I ducked and dove in, sinking my teeth into his neck. From somewhere, I heard the sound of a bear pained roar. I heard crashing, thudding sounds. I pulled back, leaving the deadly bladed, 7-foot-tall Hork Vizier lying on the jungle floor, moaning in pain. I actually felt a moment of pity. The Hork Vizier race had been enslaved. Take a drink, everyone, by the Yerk.
Naked Snake would be a great name for a band.
This Hork Vizier warrior didn't ask to be here, bleeding from a dozen wounds in an alien jungle a billion miles from its home. But then, I didn't ask to be here either. I listened for sounds of Axe. Nothing. I listened for Hork Vizier. Nothing. I listened for Rachel. Nothing. It was like they'd all just disappeared in the green. Green everywhere I looked. Then, a sharp pain in my left paw. I looked at the Hork Vizier, but no, he hadn't moved. I realized I was falling over. Simply falling over. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the snake slithering off. It was a bright yellow. Demorph! I told myself, demorph! But my head was swimming, and the green was closing in around me, burying me in green. A bird landed beside me. I could see that. Jake, morph back, man. Morph back! I was trying to remember what I was supposed to become. Then, I was walking home from school. Me and Marco, we were walking, wondering what Tobias wanted. Tobias's thought-speak voice was in our head saying, Tobias's voice saying, that's it, Jake. Come on, man, keep at it. I could see again. I could see my hands stretched out in front of me on the ground. They were half human, half tiger. Could I morph away from poison? Would morphine get it out of my system? Should have asked Axe. I berated myself. But I was already learning the answer. As I became more human, I felt the poison weaken. Come on, Jake, come on, Tobias said. There's no time. What is it? More Herkbajir? I asked him when I had him mouth again. No, it's Rachel. I felt my heart miss several beats. I climbed up rickety from the quick change. I felt like throwing up. Maybe it was a poison. Maybe it was too much happening at once. Where is she? I asked. Straight behind you. Maybe 100 feet. Hurry! I'll go up and see what's happening. She flapped away, leaving me alone and barefoot and vulnerable in the rainforest. I found Rachel by following the damage she had done. 3 Hork-Bajir lying unconscious or worse. I didn't have time to worry about them, because that's when I saw Rachel. She was out cold, still in grizzly morph. She'd been cut up badly by Hork-Bajir blade. She was lying there on her side, bleeding. But that's not what made me want to scream. Her fur was alive with millions of ants that were already ripping away a million tiny bites from her wound flesh. So let's see what's happening in chat. We lost our name would be a good band name. Bowser and the Peaches. You spelled peaches wrong, Derp. It's ES, not apostrophe S. I think that would be, what's worse, drowning or being chewed alive by ants?
Ugh.
Like, that's how you die.
Neither one of those sound great.
Would you rather be drowned or would you rather be slowly chewed away by ants?
I guess drown, but like neither of those options sound good. They say drowning is incredibly painful.
Derp says, well, I'm sorry, I can't grammar. He's okay. He's fine that you cannot grammar. What is even grammar? My terrible Jenna Marbles voice. Discernment. You know Jenna Marbles. One of the greatest YouTubers to ever live. Stepped down at her highest peak.
Actually, hi, Perry. Yes, Perry already loves this blanket and it's not done yet, so she's mad at me. Every time the blanket is like a little bit on the floor while I'm working on it, I'll be like, what is all that extra weight? And it's Perry. She wants me to hurt it. Weirdly enough, the first thing I thought wasn't Jenna Marbles. The first thing I thought was Miranda Sings.
Oh yeah, she was on YouTube. She left like around she hasn't been big since like what, 2012?
No, yeah, I'd say so.
Damn, that was 10 years ago.
I mean, I think she's definitely been around for much longer than that. She didn't like leave officially, I don't think, like Jenna Marbles
her peak
did.
Was 2012, and then pretty much from there, she hasn't reached that.
Like 2013, 2014, I remember seeing a lot of her. And then I don't know if I just grew out of her or if the algorithm decided it didn't like her or both. But yeah.
All right then. But yeah, it was what? It was what? It was what, Avery? It was what?
Wait, what?
Because you were like, but yeah, it was, and then I started to speak, and then you stopped.
It was one of those two things I think I was going to say.
Okay. Chapter 14. 2:30 p.m. Rachel! I yelled. Wake up! Jake, stop shouting. Tobias warned from above me. Hork-Bajir could still be all around here. I can't see through all the undergrowth. I threw myself down next to Rachel and started swatting at the ants. But instead of getting rid of the ants just swarmed across my hands. Ugh, I know that feeling. Ugh. There had to be 10,000 ants. Rachel had fallen almost on top of their mound. I could see ants carrying away tiny pieces of blood-bare flesh. Do you know if there's any water near here? I asked Tobias. There's a stream, but it's too far, Jake. She weighs hundreds of pounds. What are you going to do, carry her to the water? I could see Rachel's bare chest rising and falling. She was still breathing, still alive. I kicked her. I kicked her hard, Wake up! I hissed. Come on, Rachel, wake up! The ants were getting at her ears now. They swarmed across her closed eyes. I wanted to scream. I wanted to cry. I don't think I've ever felt so totally helpless. Rachel was out cold. The thousands of swarming ants would make sure she never woke up. They would kill the bear before Rachel could morph out. They would eat her eyes out and crawl into her head, and there was nothing I could do. Tobias, more ants! Find more ants! Are you nuts? Do it! I yelled, not even caring if someone heard me. I need another colony of ants! Tobias clicked. I could see his fierce eyes grow wider. He flapped away, staying as low to the ground as he could. He circled tightly, and then flared to kill his speed. Here! Here! He yelled. At that moment, I heard a movement in the bushes. I looked and saw two wolves, two very out-of-place wolves. Their intelligent faces were sticking out of the bush. Cassie, Marco, that is... Cassie, Marco, that is you two, right? Looking closer, I could see that they had been in a fight. There were cuts, there was blood. They began to demorph. Oh my gosh, Cassie moaned as she saw Rachel and realized what was happening. I didn't have time to explain. I bent down and began yanking out tufts of bloody grizzly bear fur. What are you doing? Leave her alone, Marco yelled. I yanked several handfuls of bloody fur, then I raced towards the spot where Tobias waited. He was resting on a strong fern, looking down at a swarming mound of ants. I took a small sample of the grizzly fur and laid it right beside the mouth of the ant mound. The reaction was instantaneous. Hundreds of ants swarmed across the bloody fur. I used another tuft of fur to lift a handful of ants. Then I walked a few feet towards Rachel and dropped the tuft. I repeated the process, getting closer and closer to Rachel. I was worried the ants might lose the scent. They were keeping up with me and even racing ahead. Slowly, surely, I led the ants to Rachel. Cassie and Marco were human once more. They looked like I probably looked. Scared, horrified, vulnerable. We have to get them off of her, Cassie cried when she saw me. They're inside her ears. They're in her mouth. They'll kill her. I know. I dropped the last blood-soaked tuft of fur. Oh, look, there's two of me.
Sorry, this minimized.
Okay. I know. I dropped my last blood-soaked tuft of fur. If this didn't work, Rachel was finished. I stepped aside and put my arm around Cassie. Like this. Like this. She was doing this. In the middle of a crisis, Jake? Tacky.
Tacky.
It's like this. It's okay. It's okay. It's gonna work.
He was like, in the middle of a crisis, tacky.
I mean, come on. I said that. It's that. The new colony of ants followed the trail I'd left them. There was a moment's hesitation. Almost as if the whole rampaging colony paused upon seeing the bear. Then, like the well-trained army they attacked. 10,000 new ants swarmed upon Rachel's unconscious body. They slammed into a wall of ants from the first colony. I've been an ant. I've seen how different colonies of ants get along. I hope they would act the same way here. Yeah, but those are American ants, Jake. These are South American ants. The last time I checked, there was a species of ant that when they came across another species of ant, they would just join in the same colony. So I'm pretty sure they were just, negotiating who would live in whose ant mound.
Yeah.
Like, I see that you are also feasting on this bear. Maybe blah, blah, blah. Should we make negotiations? Okay. What do you have on your mound?
Feasting on the
we
bear.
have 2 queens and a swimming pool, so maybe you should come and join us at our ant mound. Oh, well, that sounds lovely. We should have that over a spot of tea and a game of croquet.
Feasting on the Bear would also be a great name for a band.
Oh, have you heard the new song by Feasting on the Bear?
Someone would definitely say that.
Band. Okay. But then I saw that. I've been an ant. I already said that. They did. It was like some old Civil War battle. The 2 armies charged at each other. Perfect, obedient automatons responding only to smell and instinct. They attacked each other. The ants swarmed back out of Rachel's ears and mouths, ready for the battle. That was good thinking, Jake, Cassie said. But sooner or later, one colony will win. We have to hope Rachel regains consciousness before then, I said. The enemy armies of ants battled ferociously. Oh, jeez. That's embarrassing. It wouldn't look like much to most people, but having been an ant, I had some idea of the awesome slaughter that was going on in the fur of the grizzly. Just slapped the bear. He kicked the bear, derp. He kicked the bear, and the bear didn't wake up. Down there, ants were being torn apart by other ants. Literally torn apart, legs ripped out, heads bitten off, stinging poison being sprayed. The battle was turning. The challenger's mound was too far away. They weren't able to call up enough reinforcements. In a few minutes, the desperate ant war would be over. But while they fought, they did not tear into Rachel's flesh. And then, I'm covered in ants! Rachel, it's me, Jake. Morph out, and be ready to run. Rachel didn't have to be told twice. She started demorphing. She shrank. Pink flesh replaced fur. Massive shoulders and huge paws became smaller, human features. Oh! Rachel cried as soon as she had a human mouth. Ah! Rachel, get up, follow me, I said to her. Tobias, where's the stream? Tobias rose up and flew swiftly through the trees. I followed, crashing through the bushes. My bare feet torn, tripping. I was no more than 100 feet. It felt like a mile. Rachel was screaming now. Rachel, the bravest person I know. But the thousands of vicious ants were beginning to attack her. Now that they were done attacking each other, no one can stand that. No one can stand that. Get off me! Oh no! They're in my... Suddenly, there was no more green, a muddy stream. I leaped for the water. I heard Rachel hit the water too. I swam towards her. She was still underwater. The water was too murky for me to be able to see her well. All I saw was flailing limbs. Ants were floating to the surface of the water and being carried away by the current. Then, I don't know how to make that sound thing. There we go. Rachel came up, gasping for air. Are you okay? I asked her. She looked around, confused for a moment. Then she recognized me, and she spotted Marco and Cassie on the bank of the stream. Get out of the water! Cassie screamed. I grabbed Rachel's arm and dragged her towards the bank. I pushed her ahead of me, slipping and sliding through the muddy grass. I was just pulling my feet out of the water when I saw the churning, frothing commotion Cassie had seen. I yanked my feet away into the head of a school of flesh-eating piranhas. This is a rainforest? Rachel demanded angrily, spitting water and combing through her hair for any remaining ants. This is the rainforest everyone wants to save? Ants and piranhas and snakes and bugs the size of rats? Well, as far as I'm concerned, they can burn it down, pave it over, and put malls and convenience stores. You gotta throw the whole rainforest away.
Just-
When you see a spider, throw the whole rainforest away.
yeah, you just gotta throw the whole thing away.
I sat staring at the piranhas. They say a school of piranhas can strip a cow down to nothing, but bones in a few minutes. Right then, thinking about what almost happened, shaking and panting and wanting to cry, I agreed with Rachel. Okay. How's chat doing?
I think chat's chilling. Happy midnight to my fellow East Coasters. Well, she's dead. Oh, ye of little faith.
Alright, 9 more chapters.
Woo!
We are getting through this. Ah, geez, I don't know why I'm burping with all this iced tea I'm drinking. Doesn't make sense to me. Okay. 3:09 p.m. Now we need to find Axe, I said. But we need to be careful.
My son.
This jungle...
Sorry, continue. I was like, my son is missing.
This jungle alone is enough to messes up bad. And we have the Yerks to deal with as well. I am not lost, Prince Jake, a thought-speak voice said. Axe! I cried. Yes, it is me, Axe said. But I am in Morph. Do not be startled. With that, he dropped from the tree above us and landed on the ground. Well, Marco commented with great satisfaction. Finally, someone made a monkey out of Axe. He was small, covered in brown fur, and definitely a monkey. But he was alive. I don't think I've ever felt so relieved in my life. I'd been screwing up plenty. First, by deciding to go into a stupid safe way to begin with. Then by endangering Tobias. Then by endangering Axe. Then by leaving Rachel alone to almost get killed. But at least no one got killed. Yet. I'm thinking spider monkey, Cassie said, frowning, but I'm not sure. I'm not all that strong on rainforest animals. The monkey, Axe, was holding something in his paw. It was a bright yellow and about the size of a computer diskette, only round and a little thicker. What is that? I asked. I did what you told me to do, Axe said. This is a vital part of the bug fighter, the computer core. No one can fly the bug fighter without it. That thing is the computer? Tobias asked. Yes. The Yerks are still somewhat primitive. An Andalite version would be a third this size. Well, I'm relieved you're okay, Axe, I said. We haven't been doing very well. I barely made it, Axe said simply. There are several dozen Hork-Bajir out combing the forest looking for us. I think they are now dividing into platoons of 5, each accompanied by a human controller. I haven't seen the Visser, but he will be around as well. And as you know, Visser 3 can morph, so it could be any animal we see. That's a good point, Rachel said. We have to be on the lookout for animals as well as Hork-Bajir and the natives. The human controller, Marco said thoughtfully. I think I know why they're traveling with the Hork-Bajir. See, the human controller would know which animals belong here in the rainforest and which don't. If they see a grizzly bear, or a tiger, or a wolf, they'll know that it doesn't belong. They'll know it's us. Good thinking, Marco. We need local morphs, I said. I can take you to the monkeys, Axe suggested. I believe they are close relatives of yours. Marco is second cousins to a monkey, Rachel said. Rachel, come here. I need to fix your
Oh
hair.
no.
No, you still have ants. No, it's right here.
Rachel!
Right here. Alright, let's see. I was glad to see she was teasing Marco again. It meant she was back. Still, there was a darkness in her eyes.
Too
Not
far,
even
Rachel.
Not even Rachel could shake off what she'd been through. And knowing Rachel, she would react by being more aggressive, maybe too aggressive. Monkeys would be good, Cassie said. It would get us up off the ground and into the trees. Okay, Axe, lead on. Tobias, I hate to ask, but we could use some air cover. No problem, Tobias said. He flew up into the trees. I knew he was tired, and I knew he was hungry. Flying is hard work. The bird's metabolism is fast. They can't endure long periods of hunger as well as humans. But what else could I do? Axe did not lead us very far. Within 10 minutes, we were standing beneath a group of monkeys, tittering and yipping in the trees high above us. It isn't possible to acquire morph from a person who's morph. In other words, we couldn't just copy Axe's monkey morph. We had to go to an actual monkey. I believe I can get one of them to come down, Axe said. How? Marco asked. Axe hesitated. It's hard to tell if a monkey is embarrassed, let alone a monkey with an Andalite mind. But I could have sworn Axe was embarrassed. I believe that that is to say, my morph is an attractive female. One of the males seemed interested earlier. Well, that does it, Marco said flatly. We have moved permanently to Bizarro. We've time traveled in time. We're in a jungle fighting brain-stealing aliens and 10,000 annoying species of bugs, and our resident space cadet is a hot-looking monkey. Somebody, wake me up when we get back to reality. Wake me up when we get back to reality.
Wake me up.
I can't wake up. Wake me up. Paula,
Now
I
it's in my head.
just want to watch SpongeBob. Oh, they're talking about the SpongeBob charity stream.
Oh,
We start watching SpongeBob, and then we do when it's you, me, and Maddie, and or Natasha, and we all compete and do a quiz and finish this quote type of contest.
well, the thing is, I would love to stream. I would love to do like streams like they do, like Twitch streamers do, where they just watch stuff. But the thing is, YouTube does not let you get away with that, except for only very certain things.
No, but I mean, like, that'll be like part of the charity stream where it's like you've already seen SpongeBob. Let's imagine at that point.
I see.
And then everyone else you know has probably seen SpongeBob. So part of the charity stream would be a 2-team quiz on SpongeBob.
Oh, I like it. YouTube stinks for doing that. Maybe try the clips, though. I mean, I can definitely, like, right now, currently, the reason why the new video is not yet out is because I'm going to have to re-clip for the third time, because I'm fighting with YouTube, because YouTube is automatically claiming it, even though it is under fair use. But the thing that's annoying to me is, like, there's some things where, like, you can post the whole movie is posted on YouTube, and, like, nobody's upset about that. But then, like, if you stream it, which arguably I think is more fair use because you're commentating over it, that's something that's barred. And I'm just like, there feels like there's an inconsistency there. But anyway.
All right, where was I? I think I'm. Let's see. Go up, go down.
Sorry.
Okay.
I threw off
Marco
your
and I
moves.
said it at the same moment. He stared at me. I stared at him. Everyone else stared at us. I sighed. I guess I have something to tell you guys. I should have said something earlier. Probably. But I thought I was going nuts or something. See, I've been having these flashes. Really intense. It's like I'd be in school and then suddenly I was here. And since we got here, I've been having flashes that I'm back home. Rachel rolled her eyes as if to say, "What next?" Cassie looked concerned. Marco looked like he was trying to find a joke in this situation. He was too tired to come up with anything. I knew what Marco was going to say just now because that was one of the flashes, I said. Axe stared at me with large monkey eyes. Prince Jake, how long ago did you start having these flashbacks? I shrugged. It was just this afternoon. Yesterday or today, whatever you'd call it. I was square dancing when the first one happened. Why? You were square dancing? Marco said. I'd have to pay to see that. Axe scratches its neck vigorously, then looked intently at what he'd scratched up. He popped whatever he popped whatever it was into his mouth. Obviously, he was letting the monkey mind have some control. Prince Jake, as I said, I'm not an expert on Sario Rips, but I think what's happening is that the flashbacks are fluctuations, where two simultaneous identical states of consciousness intersect outside of space and time. That would have been my guess, Marco said. Simultaneous whatevers. I have a theory. Wrong, Axe. You have a hypothesis, not a theory. A theory is more than I have. What is it? I suspect we have moved backwards in time, but not far. We are existing simultaneously, both here and back home. There are now two Marcos, two Cassies, two of each of us. One here, one there. At the same time, the flashbacks only started today. So I suspect we have gone back one day in time. A little less. That's good. No, Axe said solemnly. It's not good. We are in two places at the same time. That is impossible. It is a time-space anomaly. It is an unstable condition. Meaning? I pressed. I think it means that the two groups, the two Marcos, Rachels, and so on, will annihilate each other, like matter and antimatter. It is not possible for there to be two of us in the same time. So why haven't we annihilated yet? Rachel asked. We are still within the Sario Rip effect, Axe said. I think so. So I think we're okay till we get back to the time when the rip occurred. At that time, the rip will end and we'll have an impossible situation. Two identical groups of people existing in the same time place at one time. I think my teacher said it would cause a mutual annihilation. You'd cease to exist. Both groups, here and back home. The time when the Sario Rip occurred was 8:45 exactly. In other words, if we're getting back to our own time, we have to do it before the Sario Rip occurs at 8:54. I can't believe it's at 45. It's 54, I said. Yes. We'd have to go back and change the timeline so that none of this would happen. We have less than 6 hours. How do we do that? I'm not sure. I nodded. Well, if we're trapped, so is Visser Three, right? You must know about the Sario Rips, too. If he's going back, we can go back with them. All we have to do is get to the blade ship, hide out on board, and let Visser Three take us home. I mean, that's the only way, right? There could be, Axe started to say. He then stopped. What? I asked him. there's some other way to go back? Axe gave a long look, like he wasn't quite sure what to say, or whatever to say, or whether to say anything at all. He was in monkey morph. I couldn't read his expression. As I said, Prince Jake, I wasn't paying attention the day they taught this in school. I knew he was hiding something. I should have pressed him, but I didn't. Just one more mistake from the fearless leader of the Animorphs. I knew, I was going to say that. I was like, he's probably trying to follow Ciro's kindness law.
Yeah.
Because Derp, SpongeBob quotes are they are the thing that society runs by on social media.
Yeah, they're infinite. You realize no one gets tired of the SpongeBob memes.
Like you can look at a picture and then you can hear that picture. You can't do that with anything else besides mainly SpongeBob.
Hey, AJ. Yeah, this is Perry. She really likes the blanket. That is not quite finished yet, so...
She's a semi-chaotic, door-kicking mammal of action.
Mm-hmm.
She's Perry. Perry the...
Catapus.
Female cat. Yes. Perry the Catapus. Agent P. I was going to say Agent C. All right. Chapter 16. 3:40 p.m. It was easy to acquire monkeys. Several of them swung down from the trees to sniff at Axe, and they didn't seem terribly frightened by any of us, since we were all standing very still and quiet. I reached very slowly, very gently for one particular monkey. He looked at my hand, considering it. Then he turned his back, as if asking me to scratch it. Okay, I said. I'd be glad to. I scratched the little monkey's back, and as I did, I closed my eyes. I focused my thoughts on the monkey. He became quiet, like he was in a trance. That's how animals usually are when they're being acquired. Everyone take a drink.
Perry.
I absorbed the monkey DNA into me. This should be especially easy, Cassie commented as she finished acquiring a different monkey. These monkeys aren't direct relatives of Homo sapiens, but still, most of our DNA will be identical. After all, a chimpanzee's DNA is like 97% identical to human DNA. Or in Marco's case, 99.9%, Rachel interjected.
Rachel.
Yes. I was about to say, Rachel.
We love you, but fucking hell, Rachel.
Rachel. I think I forgot something in the river. Can you go back and jump in and get it? Yes. It's like the fact that Rachel's DNA is actually 99.9% identical to Malibu Barbie, Margot shot back. Son, that's not an insult.
No. Well, maybe... Rachel's personality... yeah.
Tired insult. 0 out of 10, son.
Do better, son.
Could we concentrate here? I said gruffly. Actually, I was relieved to see everyone behaving normally. It's when Cassie isn't talking about animals and Marco and Rachel aren't teasing each other that you have to worry. Axe, did you have any problems with the monkey's mind when you morphed? Cassie asked. No, except, well, they are similar to morphing a human, but much more excitable. Also, they don't fall over as easily as humans do. Axe is constantly amazed that humans walk around on just 2 legs, without even a tail to hold us up. Okay, let's do it, I said. We're short on time, and we're exposed. sitting out here looking like dumb, barefoot kids from the suburb. Tobias, Axe, both of you keep an eye. Both of you keep an eye out for any trouble. This whole rainforest is nothing but trouble, Tobias said darkly, especially when you're a red-tailed hawk and you stick out like a sore thumb. He was right, but I had to worry about one thing at a time. And I knew from my vision that we could successfully morph into a monkey. Fortunately, the visions didn't tell me whether we'd succeed or fail, end up alive or not. I concentrated on a mental image of a monkey, a very, very quickly I began to feel the changes. The real monkeys began to see the changes. The real monkeys leaped onto the tree trunks and scampered up towards the high branches. I shrank. That was to be expected. But the more I shrank, the more vulnerable I felt. Brown fur sprouted from my arms and legs. My face remained furless, and my lips puffed out to form a rubbery muzzle. The largest single change was the tail. I felt it come shooting out from the base of my spine. But I'd had a tail before, so I didn't think much about it. Then I realized something. The tail moved. Not just back and forth, like it's a dog's tail. It moved like a fifth arm. Hey, the tail is neat, Cassie said. Try moving it. You can feel that there's a part of your brain that controls it, just like an extra hand. She was right, and Axe was right too. There was very little that was new or strange inside the monkey's mind. Like a human, it had only a few basic instincts. Like a human, it depended on learning to guide its action. The eyes were similar to humans' eyes. The ears no better than our own. The sense of smell was a bit improvised though. That was an easy morph, Rachel said. So, what can this monkey do? I shrugged my narrow monkey shoulders. I guess it climbs trees. I turned to the tree trunk. Like almost all the rainforest trees, it was shockingly tall. And there were no low branches. But there were strangling vines wrapped all around the trunk, like a nest of snakes. Let's try it out, I said. I reached for a vine and held it tentatively. I positioned one foot, then I carefully reached for another handhold. Prince Jake, Axe said, let the creature do the climbing. It knows how. Like this. He put the bug fighter computer in his mouth and leaped right through the air, snatched a handhold, and was 50 feet up the tree before I could blink 3 times. I took a deep breath and relaxed my control. I allowed the monkey's mind to come forward and just said, climb. Axe was right. The monkey knew how to climb. You know the way Michael Jordan knows his way around the basketball? Or the way Chris Yamaguchi knows her way around the ice rink? That's how the monkey knew the trees. It knew the trees. It understood the trees. It was born to be in the trees. Hands, toes, hands, toes. It found every little handhold, every foothold, never hesitation, never a doubt, never a question. That monkey knew exactly precisely what to do. I felt like I had swallowed 10 Mountain Dews and a box of Ring Ding. I was tiny, but man, I had energy. I up that tree. I met Cassie up in the high canopy. Yo, Wax was right. This monkey can climb trees. That's not all it can do, she said. The others were just climbing up. We're just climbing up to us. Watch this. She launched herself out into the air. We were 50 feet up, easy as high as a five-story building, and Cassie just fired her hind leg and flew through the air. She snatched a hanging vine with one hand, but never stopped swinging forward. That was all I needed to see. It was a game of chase through the treetops. The monkey wanted to play, and so did I. I needed some fun. I needed some fun in the worst way. I leaped. For about 2 seconds, that felt like 10 seconds. I hung in the air. Then, my left hand simply reached out, found a branch, swung me forward, launched me once again through the air, reached out again. Swing and fly and grab and swing and fly and grab. Oh, yes! Oh, definitely! Marco exulted as he followed Cassie and me through the trees. Swing, fly, catch, swing, fly, catch! The little monkey's brain processed every move, prepared every action and reaction. The entire world was branches and vines to the monkey. Swing! Fly through the air, whip the ground a deadly 50 feet down, catch at the last possible second, swing again, out into the void, catch just in time to save your life. It was a scene from my flash, me zipping through the trees. Axe paused to let us all catch up. He wrapped his tail around a branch and hung there, panting. I wrapped my own tail around the branch and let go of my hands and feet. I hung there, high above the forest floor. By my tail, I swayed gently in the breeze. This sounds weird, but there's something familiar about this, I said to Cassie when she caught up to us. I mean, not the monkey, but to me the human. It's called brachiating, I think, Cassie said. Swinging through the trees, it's what our distant ancestors did millions of years ago. Maybe little bits of that memory are still stuck in the back of our human brain. Maybe all the stages of evolution are still a part of us. Or maybe it just reminds me of playing on the jungle gym when I was a little kid. Oh, sure, if you want the boring, obvious explanation, Cassie said with a laugh. It's like gymnastics, Rachel said. Only this monkey could totally destroy any human on the uneven parallel bars. If the monkey team could be in the Olympics, they'd win every medal. Can I ask a question? Axe interrupted. Where are we going? We all stared at him. Then we burst out laughing. The monkey's body laughed too, a wild, tittering sound that just made us laugh all the more. I guess we did get kind of carried away, I said to Axe. Now get serious. We have stuff to do. We have to find the blade ship. And we have to get back to our own time before 8:45. Can we play chase some more first? Marco asked. And I would have said yes, because I was as caught up as he was in the idiot joy of being a monkey. But right then, I saw down below us a troop of porkies, 5 of them, slashing their way through the undergrowth with a human controller following behind. Let's follow them, I said. Sooner or later, they'll head back for the blade ship, right? Okay. Crispy says, I don't know what to morph. The monkeys won't. I don't know what to morph. The monkeys won't do. Don't know what to morph. The monkey. Wait, what? I don't get that. Did I do the Satan Vader voice? No, I didn't do it yet. Okay. I got 7 more chapters.
Woo!
Chapter 17. 4:23 p.m. I don't think I ever realized how strong pork-vizier are till we followed them as they rampaged through the rainforest. They used their arm blades to slash at the vegetation. leaving a path of destruction in their wake. They slashed and never seemed to tire. There were the human controller with them, a guy who looked like he might be 19 or 20. He was in good shape, but he was gasping and sweating and struggling to keep up with the powerful, tireless Hork-Bajir. Far above them, we swung and flew and caught up and swung again. Are these guys going somewhere, or are we just wandering around? Rachel grumbled. Tick-tock, tick-tock, we're running out of time. There. The human controller rasped weakly, pointing in the direction of the base of the grid. That animal, that pig-like thing. I don't think it belongs here. I think the guy was just tired, looking for an excuse to sit down and rest, but without pausing, even to consider the lead, Hork-Bajir drew his Draken Beam and fired. The wild pig, or whatever it was, sizzled and disappeared. The Draken Beam kept traveling. It hit and sliced through the trunk of a tree. Move! I yelled at the tree as the tree began and shuddered and swayed. We leaped wildly for our next tree. I fired myself into the air. The tree was falling too fast. No time to plan a landing. I flew through the air for a very, very long 2 seconds. I dropped. The ground came rushing up. I could see the face of the human controller staring up at me, wondering. A branch. I reached. Miss. No, wait. Suddenly, I was stopping, swinging in a crazy circle. I almost laughed when I realized what had happened. My tail had grabbed a branch my hand had missed. I don't like that monkey, the human controller said. The Hork-Bajir leader once again drew his Draken Beam and aimed for me. But I was out of there. I raced back along the branch, holding on with my toes. And I swung around the back of the trunk and split a second ahead. The tree trunk exploded, and right in front of me, as the Draken Beam turned sap into steam, the heat scorched my face. I lost my hold and began to fail. Then, a hand grabbed me. Hold on, Rachel said as she swung me towards the new branch. That does it! That's no real monkey, the human controller yelled. The monkeys! Kill all the monkeys! Kill every monkey you see!
Oh no!
5 Hork-Bajir drew their weapons. No! Cassie cried. Jake, we have to stop them! Cassie, get out of here! Go! I yelled. Draken beams fired their killing light. Tree branches flew away like someone was trimming a rose bush, and one of the beams hit a monkey. Cassie, Marco, axe! I yelled. It wasn't one of us, Marco said. Monkeys were destroyed. Birds in the trees were destroyed. A sloth and its baby, hanging from a branch, were destroyed. The Hork-Bajir were on a rampage. They were past just shooting at monkeys. They were shooting at anything that moved in the high branches. They're killing everything! Cassie cried outraged. We have to stop them! This isn't the time to play Save the Rainforest, Cassie, Marco snapped. This is time to play Save Your Own Butt. Jake, Tobias yelled down from above. I see Draken beams being fired. Yeah, we kind of noticed, Rachel answered. We had swung away from most of the slaughter, but we were still near enough to hear the wild, puffing laughter of the Hork-Bajir and the giddy, insane cry of the human controller. I know there is a difference between human life and the lives of other animals. I mean, I guess there is. And I definitely know that there is a difference between human life and the lives of trees. But still, the mindless, pointless massacre of trees and the animals in them made me sick. The Hork-Bajir were just cutting everything down. Smoldering stumps stood there where trees had been sliced up. The forest was screaming in anger and confusion. Then something strange happened. Something strange happened. As the Hork-Bajir stomped on through the forest, something fell from the tree. It was very long, and it wrapped itself around the lead Hork-Bajir. A snake! Rachel yelled. Man, I didn't know snakes came that big, Marco said. The snake swiftly coiled around the Hork-Bajir and squeezed. The other Hork-Bajir began to slash at it. Then, get back, fools, and be glad I don't kill you all, a sneering, thought-speak voice said. The Hork-Bajir stopped trying to free their trapped friend very suddenly. They stepped back and just watched the struggling Hork-Bajir. I knew that thought, boys. We all did. Somehow, the sound of it in your brain made you feel afraid. Once the Hork-Bajir stopped struggling, the snake began to change. From the impossibly long snake body, an Andalite grew. An Andalite body, at least, but not a true Andalite, because in the Andalite's head lived the Yerk blood we had held the rank of Visser Three. It's strange how two identical things can be so totally different. See, Visser Three looked almost exactly like Axe, or any other Andalite, and yet there was never a moment of doubt when you saw him that this was an evil creature.
Take a drink.
The four remaining Hork-Bajir and the human controller were shaking with terror before the Visser. What are you fools doing? The Visser asked in a deceptively calm tone. He looked at the human controller. Visser Three is never very careful about his thoughts. Thought speak is like email. You can decide who it goes to, or you can just blast it out for all to hear. I guess if you're as powerful as Visser Three, you just shout away. What are we drinking? We're drinking Honest Tea, Black Forest Berry Herbal Tea. AJ.
Oh, he said, "What are we drinking to?" We're playing like a drinking game where we try to every time they explain something that they're known for having to re-explain in every single one of these books, we take a drink.
Yeah, every time they have to explain something we already know, take a drink. Just like, oh, Cassie's parents work as vet at the Cassie's parents own a wildlife rehabilitation clinic farm.
I think that's the only one they haven't covered yet.
Cassie's parents own a wildlife rehabilitation center.
Her mom works as a vet in the gardens.
Too bad that we're hundreds of miles away. All right. The human controller turned several shades lighter. Natural. We were following your order, Visser, to destroy any animals that don't belong here because they could be the Andalite bandits. And you thought perhaps the trees were Andalites as well. No, it was, the Visser raked his Andalite tail and pressed the blade against the human's throat. Did it occur to you that the bug fighter is less than 100 yards from here? Did it occur to you that dragon beams travel a long way? Did it occur to you that we cannot get back to our own time without that bug fighter? And did it occur to you that it might be a morph and that you might end up shooting me. The human controller sank to his knees. I didn't. We never. It was them. He pointed a finger to blame at the Hork-Bajir. I whispered to Axe. What's that about needing the bug fighter to get back to his own time? Axe shrugged his monkey shoulders. I don't know. I think maybe we need to exactly recreate the intersection of the two Draken beams to undo the Sario Rip. I remember something like that from school. Axe, you're a liar. You said that you weren't paying attention at all. Quit changing your story. You're a liar.
I don't think he's a liar. I think it's just like one of those things where like when you don't really know something but somebody else says it,
No,
you're
you're the
like,
liar.
I guess I know that.
You're the liar. Oh, I didn't pay any attention. I was too busy looking at a girl.
I mean, but that is kind of Axe's thing, right? The funny thing about Axe is that he's like not a very attentive student. He's like clearly got ADHD or like the Andalite version of it. But then like when he gets to Earth, he's like so much smarter than all the Earth kids, even though he's just like average in the ways of like an Andalite.
No, but like, remember when he said, "Oh, I was going to do that," but the game was on. He never mentioned anything about the game. He's probably, you know how he had the DNA of Marco and Jake, and Cassie and Rachel.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So he's probably taking things from their DNA and what they have in their memory bank, and just using that as like convenient excuses, like, "Oh, I saw this really hot girl."
But he's already had his arc where he's like promised to not keep secrets from them as much as he can.
As much as he can, but at the same time, he thought when he was like, "Oh, there could be something else," and Jake was like, "Well, what?" Nothing. He didn't say anything. And then all of a sudden now he's just kind of like giving little pieces, little morsels.
I mean, he's a kid who's been indoctrinated by a whole government movement. So I think he's tried his best. He's very conflicted.
You could say we had a bargaining chip. You think maybe we could trade Visser 3 at the computer for a ride home. But I knew better. Once he had the computer, the Visser would just kill us. We were trapped. Trapped because of my own mistake. Chapter 18. We had been in Monkey Moor for almost the 2-hour limit. I totally forgot that. They've been monkeys for like 3 chapters now.
Yeah, they've been monkeys for a hot second.
It was time to change and regroup and hopefully figure out what to do next. We swung away through the trees, far from Visser 3. We scampered down to the ground and began to demorph. Bias flew up and landed on a fallen tree beside us. Since there was no low branches, there was a black singed area on his tail. Tobias! Cassie cried. She rushed over to him as soon as she was a human again. I'm fine, Tobias said, as Cassie lifted his tail to check for damage. But someone took a shot at me and almost hit me. Oh wait, that's Cassie's voice. Let me try that again. But someone took a shot at me and almost hit me. I guess one of the human controllers must have been a bird watcher. He knew red tails don't fly in the Amazon. But before they chased me off, I saw them working on our crashed bug fighter. 3 Taxons crawling all over it, repairing it. And a bunch of Hork-Bajir shooting anything they didn't like. I told Tobias what we'd overheard Visser 3 saying. They need the bug fighter to get back to the right time. I don't know why, and Axe doesn't know why. Axe was fully Andalite again. He held up the yellow disc. They cannot fly the bug fighter without this. I guarantee it. He was still focusing on that. What happened?
Perry's just stepping on every key, and I'm just like, can you not? Honey, we love you, but I need you
Don't
not
be
to
so
step on.
cheap, Perry.
Don't be so cheap. Okay, sorry, continue.
Christopher B says, is Axe going to make an excuse of being in a gymnastic shoot or saving near roadkill then? Possibly. He'd be like, I was in the middle of class, but then I wasn't focusing because we have this type of competition where we show off our acrobatic ability. And I was nervous about that. Because the only reason why I bring it up is because, well, in all the other books, when they capture the DNA, what are they called again? I forget. But when they capture the DNA of an animal, they get all the instincts and thought process of that specific animal.
Yeah, they do.
So, the reason why I bring up Axe is making these excuses that don't make sense is because he took DNA from the 4 main Animorphs, but by taking the DNA, he's also basically he's a carbon copy of each of them, but morphs them together to make a separate, identity. However, he has all the experiences and memories up to that time that he acquired their DNA.
But I do genuinely think that Axe was on his home planet like not a very good student. Like that's kind of a running thing with him.
He advanced computer technology by 20 years.
Yeah, but that's by human standards he's really smart. By Andalite standards, he's just like you know?
I only say that like he's not that very good, but yet remember when he was playing the game on Marco's dad's computer? Oh, I thought it was a game. I was just trying to find all the errors on the software.
Yeah, but he did that by accident because there's so much more advanced.
He also made a beacon of some kind of distress beacon for a fake distress beacon for the Yurks.
Yeah, because Andalite technology is just like so much more advanced than ours. It's like if you went back a couple hundred years in time, you'd like be able to know a bunch of stuff where people would be like, "That's like wizardry," and it's just because education has advanced in our lifespan.
Okay. Makes sense.
Harry, I love you, honey.
Okay.
Jeez.
Let's see. He was still focusing on that, not thinking ahead to the fact that we needed the Yurks to have the stupid computer now. I know it sounds weird, but I was actually mad at Axe for not seeing what an idiot I'd been. I wanted somebody to say, Jake, you've blown it, man. You're not the leader anymore. It would have been a relief. Jake! Rachel hissed. What? Don't move. Don't anyone move a muscle, Rachel said. I moved nothing but my eyes. From the bushes around us, utterly silent, the heads began to rise. Beside each head, a spear, cocked and ready to fly. I think the local guys have the drop on us, Marco said nervously. I was amazed. It is impossible to sneak up on an Andalite. It is even more impossible to sneak up on a red-tailed hawk. And yet, about 12 guys, some older, some younger, and all with intense, jet-black eyes and black hair, had done just that. There was no doubt in my mind that if we even twitched, let alone attacked, 12 poisonous-tipped spears would fly, and the 6 of us would go down permanently. Cassie, Marco whispered. You're the tree-hugging, saving the rainforest, love the planet person here. Who are these guys? Humans, Cassie said. No, duh, Marco said. That's all I know. Humans. Some bunch of people who live here. What am I, an encyclopedia or something? I don't think they like us, Rachel said, but they don't look like they want to kill us. I recognized one of the faces. It was the kid who'd thrown a spear at me before. His alert, black-eyed, watched me. Rachel was right. They didn't like us. I wonder if they saw us more. I decided to try raising my hands in a gesture of peace. Slowly, slowly, I raised my hand, palm out. No one stabbed a spear in me. That was a good sign. I took a deep breath. Until that moment, I'd forgotten to breathe. Hello. We, um, we don't want any trouble, I said. You got that right, Marco whispered. One of them stepped forward and came right up to my face. He may have been 30 or 40 or 80. I couldn't be sure. But he was definitely the leader of the group. You could tell. He was wearing extremely little. So little, I think Rachel and Cassie would have been embarrassed if they weren't busy being terrified. The man lowered his spear and peered intently into my face. He spoke, but it was no language that I knew. Sorry, I don't speak, whatever. The man thought for a moment. Then he pointed a finger at me and said, Makakako. I guess when I didn't understand that either, he decided I was an idiot. He launched into an amazing, good pantomime of a monkey. Oh, monkey? Monkey is makakako. The man nodded and smiled. Then the smile was gone. He jabbed a finger right in my chest. Makakako, tu espíritu makakako. Whoa, Marco said. That's Spanish. Espíritu means spirit or soul. Maybe it's Portuguese, Cassie said. They speak Portuguese in Brazil. This man is probably the head man in his village. He probably has some dealings with the Brazilian. He must have learned some Portuguese. Portuguese, Spanish, they're sort of alike. Is that true, Avery? I don't think they are.
Portuguese uses several Spanish words, so like there's a lot of words that are the same. Because Portuguese is basically like a mashup of like Spanish, French, and it's honestly a mashup of like Spanish, French, and like old Latin.
So what he's saying is what the chieftain is saying is monkey, you, monkey spirit. What he just said right now. Spanish, and so Marco said, Spanish is all my grandmother speaks. My mother grew up speaking Spanish. So you can translate? Rachel asked. No, I mean, I know maybe 50 words, but it's easy to figure out what he's saying. He's saying Jake is a monkey spirit, espíritu macacao. So they did see us morph, I said. I nodded at the man. Yes, espíritu macaco. Yes, I was a monkey spirit. He looked hard at Axe, at his extra stalk eyes and his wicked tail. Mal, diablo. I'm guessing he's calling Axe a devil, Marco said. I shook my head firmly. No mal, no diablo. The man glared at back. Then he took the butt of his short spear and began to draw something in the dirt. It took a few seconds for me to recognize it. It was a creature with 2 arms, 2 legs, and a tail. It had blades on its elbows and knees. The man pointed at the drawing. Diabo, monstro. I swear, I almost started laughing in sheer relief. The man had drawn a hork-bajir. Yes, definitely. Mal, diabo, monstro, and any other word you can think of. I took his bare foot and rubbed out the drawing. He liked that, Rachel said. The guy grinned and slapped his chest. Polo. That's either his name or his favorite brand of shirt, Marco said. I pointed at myself. Jake. Tarzan? Jane. Tarzan. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Tarzan? Oh, I see. No. I'm Jane.
I was listening to the soundtrack last night.
See, can we ban ads on stream? Says the Jerk Rex.
Can we ban ads on stream? I mean, like on the videos, I'm not actually as certain about how the ads work on the streams as much as I am about how they do on the videos. I'll look into it. If it's something that's not like, obviously the channel has to make some money. But we'll see. I'll look into it. You can also feel free to use an ad blocker. I'm not offended when people use ad blockers. I have recommended it at times.
Okay. The man nodded. Then he rubbed out what was left of the Hork-Bajir picture. He grinned a huge grin. He laughed out loud, and all his men and boys laughed. Even the kid who tried to shish kebab me. I think I like these guys, Rachel said. Suddenly, the skies opened up and rain came pouring down on us, pouring down like we were standing under Niagara Falls. Oh, that sounds dreadful.
Ugh.
Polo grabbed my hand and forearm in a strong grip. We were sealing a deal. Diablos. Oh, they're the grammatical error. It's supposed to be diablos. Matar diablos.
Ah.
I think he said hunt, kill the devils. That's why I was like, that sounds kind of off, but I don't know Portuguese, so I guess that's how they say devil. I looked into Polo's eyes. I had no doubt. This is exactly what he said. Polo and his people stepped back into the bushes, and in an instant they were invisible in the pouring rain. Those little guys up against Hork-Bajir warriors? Rachel shook her head skeptically. I have a feeling about those little guys, Cassies said. I think maybe this force is theirs, and they don't like a bunch of alien Diablos stomping around killing everything in sight. Better to have them on our side than against us for sure, I said. Suddenly, I felt really tired. Too many dangers, too much adrenaline. And even though I was just late afternoon here in Brazil, in this time, my own body had been awake and fighting and morphing for almost 24 hours. Ugh, I know that feeling, being awake for more than a day. Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Your vision, like, even though you can see clearly, your eyes feel like they're super glossed over and hazy.
Yeah, it's awful.
It's like, hated it. The rain was just absolutely pouring down from the sky. Tobias couldn't even think about flying. I could see I wasn't the only one exhausted. So this would be the rain part of the rainforest, Marco said. They don't do anything halfway around here, do they? We trudged through the downpour, drinking our fill from the water that drained down off the leaves. Finally, I could see that no one could go any farther. At least I couldn't. And time was running out. We had just about 3 hours. We had no solid plan. It was the worst possible time for a rest, but there was no going on. Not yet. Let me take a break, I said. Where? Marco asked. I flopped down in the mud and rested against him. Right here, man. Right here. Cassie came and sat beside me. The noise of the falling rain made our conversation private. How are you doing? Cassie asked me. I shrugged. Fine. Why wouldn't I be? She looked at me skeptical. Jake, I know you. I can see it on your face. You're worried. You're mad. But I don't think you're mad at any of us. I'm guessing you're mad at yourself. I looked away. Everything will work out. I lied dully. You know, it was kind of funny seeing you and Polo together. Yeah? Why? I didn't really care. I was too tired to care. But Cassie was being kind, and I needed some kindness. Because you're the same, you and Polo. He's you, and you're him. The leaders. You know, he took a huge risk putting down his spear. We might have been killed, or we might have killed him and his people. There was no way he could know if it was the right thing to do. He just made the best decision he could. That's all anyone can ask from any leader. I felt for Cassie's hand in the ring. It was too dim and gray to see her face. So tired, I said. Cassie laid her back on my shoulder. I know, Jake. Rest. Just rest. Ew, how nice. What a nice, sweet, romantic thing in between. Such
Horrible.
a intense, mother, and such. This book is like
Emotional whiplash.
This is the child endangerment book. This is what is it? What is that called? The CPA?
Child endangerment.
Child Protective Agency, CPA.
Oh, well, here we have CPS. I don't know if it's different state to state, but we have CPS, Child Protective Services.
Yeah.
Same thing.
This is very CPS triggering.
Yeah. Sorry about that, everybody. It's kind of emotional whiplash. Perry is trying to play with my yarn as I'm using it. Perry, please.
Chapter 19.
Oh, and Paulo's right. This is Brazilian Portuguese, which is significantly different from
From Azorian Portuguese.
Azorian Portuguese is even different a little bit from mainland Portuguese, Iberian Portuguese.
Okay, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 chapters left. Okay.
Yes.
Chapter 19. 6:49 p.m. I woke up suddenly, with the feeling that I had slept too long. I opened my eyes. Black night. Night so black, it was like being smothered in black felt. But not everything was dark. 6 inches away from my face, 2 eyes glowed green and gold. I could smell foul breath. I could feel its breath on my face. Jaguar. The big cat stuck its nose closer to me, trying to decide who I was and what I was doing in the forest. You mean jungle, Jake? I might have wet my pants right then and there for sheer terror. I don't know, because I was soaked to the bone from the rain, which had finally ended. I was sitting in mud, feeling the adrenaline pump into my veins, feeling fear again. I was going to live or die depending on what the jaguar decided. Was I food, or was I not? The cat was hungry, and if it smelled like prey, it would sink its massive yellow fangs into my neck, and it would all be over in a second. I wouldn't even get a chance to scream. Then, faint memory of hope. There was one thing I could do. No time to morph, but as slowly as I could, I raised a trembling hand, touched the jaguar's spotted fur. I focused my mind. I concentrated fervently on acquiring the jaguar, and I prayed to the jaguar. And I prayed the jaguar would act like most animals act when they are acquired. I hoped it would go into a trance. When I opened my eyes, the jaguar closed too. Marco! I hissed. Cassie, Rachel, Axe, Tobias, somebody! Huh? Marco said groggily then. Whoa! Whoa! Wake up, you guys! Jeez, Jake, what are you doing? That jaguar could chomp you! Really? I hadn't thought about that, Marco. Thank you for pointing that out to me. Now look, I'm acquiring him to keep him calm. Here's what we do. One after another, we acquire him. Then we move off. Axe. Yes, Pinstrake. Axe said. Do you think you can outrun this big kitty? Yes. Okay then. Axe, you acquire him last and run for it. Just in case he's in a bad mood. 5 minutes later, we were all a safe distance. You know, you were probably fairly safe, Jake, Cassie said. I doubt jaguars eat prey your size. I bet they'll eat prey my size, Tobias muttered. What's cool is we all have a jaguar perfect for traveling the rainforest at night, Cassie pointed out. Speaking of which, it's late, Rachel said. Tick-tock. We have two of your hours left, Axe said. 2 hours to find the blade ship, smuggle aboard, and hope Visser Three knows how to get us all back to our normal time, Rachel said. Wonderful. Jaguars are predators, Cassie pointed out. That means senses adapt for hunting in the rainforest. They would be able to find the yurts if any animal could. Marco laughed. Cassie, you're just looking for an excuse to more something new. Cassie's right, I said. Look how dark it is. I can't even see you guys. No street lights, no house lights, no car lights. Even the moonlight and starlight can't penetrate these trees. We're helpless in the dark. Barefoot, lost, and blind. We need eyes. We can morph owls, but we don't know what dangers the rainforest might hold for a plain old horned owl. Jaguars, on the other hand, look like they can take care of themselves. Well, let's do it, Rachel said. We're totally helpless in this darkness. We need a way to carry the bug fighter's computer with us, Cassie pointed out. She tore a strip of cloth from her shirt tail, twisted it, and threaded it through a small hole in the computer core. I'll take it, I said. Wait, how is she able to tear her shirt if it's supposed to be made of like a spandex lycra type of material?
I have no idea, honestly.
That's plot hole.
Plot hole. I have questions.
Kay Applegate will be like, oh, well, you see, the Elemist did it. Like the Simpsons. Well, Xena, in this episode, you did this, but then in the next scene, your horse changed colors. Like, oh, well, you see, a wizard did it. Well,
Yeah.
what about another episode of Wizard?
Wizard, yeah.
The Elemist did it. Cassie, let's see, I'll take it. I said, the computer was my stupid mistake. I should carry it. Cassie slipped it over my head. It hung like a big dorky medal. I took a deep breath. Okay, boys and girls and Andalites, let's morph. Jake, I have to try and fly up above the trees. Try to get some moonlight. Tobias said, I'm as blind as you guys are down here. The jaguar was a strange morph for some reason. Because it wasn't strange at all. It was just like morphing the tiger. The jaguar is smaller and stockier than a tiger, but it is still one of the big cats. But for the others, it was their first experience with the big cat. As my jaguar eyes came on and the darkness grew much lighter, I could see the final transformation. I saw the long, yellow teeth grow in Cassie's mouth. I saw the pattern of large hollow spots spread across Rachel's skin. I saw the claws sprout from Axe's weak and-light hand. I saw the way Marco fell forward to land on all fours as his tail extended like a snake behind him. "Oh, this is beautiful," Marco said. "Oh man, oh gosh, haha," Rachel crowed. This is like so alive. It's not so afraid." I knew that feeling. It's different being an animal at the top of the food chain, an animal that doesn't worry much about being killed. It's not arrogant, really. It's an absence of fear, just like a tiger. A jaguar may be startled, surprised, alarmed, but never afraid. It may run away in the face of humans or loud machinery, for example. Somehow, it isn't afraid when it does that. I saw Rachel take a swipe at the air, testing the speed of her paws. Not as powerful as a grizzly bear, but awfully fast. "Excellent senses," Cassie said. Wow, I smell a million things." "I'm having this strange desire to eat a monkey," Marco said. "And yet, I was a monkey a few hours ago. We're all going to end up in the nut house someday. You realize that, right?" "Tobias, can you hear me?" I called in thought speak. "Yeah, I hear you. It's much better up here. There's a three-quarter moon and a million stars. I can see well enough to fly, but I'd break my neck if I tried to land." "There are far more than millions of stars," Axe commented. "I know, Axeman," Tobias said with a laugh. Hey, there's a glow. Like a town, maybe? Lots of lights." "If they're still working on the blade ship, they'd have lights, right?" Cassie pointed out. "It's the only clue we have. And we're running out of time," I said. "Let's go." "Go into the light," Marco said. "What?" "Poltergeist. That old movie. Don't you remember? The little short lady saying, 'Go into the light. Go into the light.'" "What was this light?" Axe asked, completely mystified. "I think it was like death or something," Margaret said. "But hey, I could be wrong. Maybe it was just a big, bright afterlife McDonald's." "Thank you, my son. You've redeemed yourself." "Shut up, Marco," Rachel said. We had 2 hours left. Then, if Axe was right, Sario Rip would end, and the universe would have 2 Jakes and 2 Cassies, and would eliminate them both. Go to the blade ship, get aboard. Hope Visser 3 could get us back, somehow, even without the fighter's computer. Not much of a plan. But I was the leader, and as the leader, has to give people hope, even when he doesn't have much himself. "Let's go see what this light is," I said. All right then, 4 more chapters.
Yay! Oh, I'm sorry, Bernie.
8 more pages.
Woo! Bernie says he's been dealing with a pinched nerve all day. I'm so sorry. I deal with scoliosis, so I know what it's like to have your spine just be like, "Fuck you." So I'm sorry to hear that.
Crazy. Chapter 20. 7:05 p.m. Even through the eyes of the jaguar, the rainforest was dark. But the thing I saw gliding like a ghost along the jungle floor, it was like some incredible theme park ride. Like one of those haunted houses where each turn of the little car, you're gonna bring you face to face with a new goblin or ghoul or skeleton. But it wasn't dead spirits that I saw in my trip through the rainforest. It was life. Life in more shapes and types than you can imagine. Huge snakes, 20 feet long, and as big around as the branch they hung from. And snakes so tiny, they could almost have been worms. Monstrous insects, beetles the size of your fist, and centipedes as big as rats, and rats as big as poodles. Those are called capybaras, Jake. At least they look like rats. And frogs so bright, warning you, touch me or die colors. And ants everywhere, some marching along in columns, with each ant carrying a piece of leaf 10 times its own size, lizards that shot past, flashes of green, and what I assume were salamanders, like lizards but in brilliant slimy colors. And overhead, birds and monkeys and more birds, and more monkeys and more birds and more monkeys and more birds. We had been blind as bats, stomping through the rainforest in our human body. We had seen nothing, but the jaguar saw and smelled and heard everything. A million species of life filled the forest around us. Forms of life stranger than anything that had come from outer space. Incredible, insane, brilliant life, all fighting to stay alive, all working to grab one little piece of the rainforest. It was overwhelming. For a long time, none of us said anything. We were discovering a world we had never even guessed at. It was as if Polo and his people had been transported to a shopping mall at Christmas time. They would have been amazed and stunned at all the amazing things man created. Now the reverse was happening. This was the world the Jaguar knew. No, the world that Polo and his people knew. Their shopping mall at Christmas time, filled not with the things man makes, but with all the wild, amazing, insane, extreme, shocking creativity of nature. And every time they thought, well, I've seen it all, the rainforest would answer, kid, you haven't seen anything. Take a look at this bird. Take a look at that flower. Get a look at this creature. Little human boy, I have more to show you than you could see in 10 lifetimes. Okay, Rachel said, breaking the silence up. Give me a sec. I want to appreciate that little bit of narrative that we got. Spoke to my soul.
Wait, which?
The one where he was describing the nature of the appreciation they were having for the rainforest. Just like, oh, now you get it. Now you can expect it. Oh, you were ignorant to your surroundings and you got mad about your ignorance. But now that you get an understanding and, when in Rome, do what the Romans do, you get an appreciation and understanding of the...
Yeah.
It's called humbleness, Jake. You should have some pie.
Okay, I'm muting my microphone because I'm pretty sure that's what's making Daniel echo, so I'm muting again.
Daniel finally understands vegans. AJ, I eat my vegetables. You don't. So obviously I understand vegans more than you. Potatoes are not necessarily vegetables.
Potatoes are a starch, but they are very good.
Okay then. I take it back. I don't want to pave over the rainforest. I don't care if it's dangerous and deadly. It's trying to kill us. You have an amazing planet, Pac said. Amazing. Bernie, I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering splendor. See. Surprisingly, it was Cassie who reminded us of our mission. We have very little time left. We have to get the blade ship. You're right, Cassie. But I thought you'd be enjoying this, I said. This is the ultimate nature rock. Yes, it is, she said softly. And the Yerks want to destroy it. And anything else they can't use on this planet. I'm not going to let that happen. So let's haul butt, find the blade ship, get back where we should, stay alive to keep fighting because no one, man or alien, is messing this up while I'm around to stop them. Yes. It's the taking initiative. It's prioritizing. It's giving priorities. Yes, queen.
Cassie is so underrated.
Nah, people really need to reread this. Cassie, everyone would love Cassie if
People
this were
really
published.
hate on Cassie, and I'm like, Cassie is my girl. Like, Cassie's out here, like, showing the leadership skills that we all need.
Cassie is the leader in that. You know how they say behind every great man is a great one behind Jake.
And she needs to be like, yo, Jake, you need to start respecting me as an equal now. Because I actually know more than you, but you know.
Yes, ma'am, I said. I see lights up ahead, Marco said, from high above. I'm over the lights now. It's not a village, it's a blade ship. And guess what? They dragged the bug fighter here too. Something about the fact the bug fighter within the blade ship made me uneasy. There was no reason for Visser Three to have his people drag the two ships together. There was something wrong there. Something I should see. Something I should realize. But I should get off. My problem was that I needed a plan. It was time to think, not time to worry about things that made no sense. You know what you need to do, Jake? You need to do the noodle dance. Noodle,
Do the
do
noodle
the noodle,
dance.
noodle, do the noodle dance.
Such an underrated show.
I've been watching it. I like it because it's very Doug-like. Maybe a
It's
little bit more
yeah.
kiddish, but it's still got like the because the person who created Doug also worked on PB&J Otter.
Yeah, I can see that.
So even though it's not hitting you over the head with lesson, it's got like it does the Doug thing of being a slice of life cartoon and sneaking in the little lessons in.
Yeah.
By Axel and the Noodle Boys. Said AJ. All right, chapter 21, 7:36 p.m. We crept silent as a dream through the bush, one foot in front of the other, sliding through the leaves, our jaguar spots confusing the eye, invisible. The Hork-Bajir had chomped down a clearing around the blade ship. There were Taxons crawling over and around the blade ship, working feverishly. The Taxons appeared to have finished work on the bug fighter. Take a shot, everyone. Taxons. Taxons are like a gigantic centipede with raw, red, circular mouths at one end, and a ring of eyes like red jello. They fit right in, Marco said. I was thinking the same thing. The Taxons could be rainforest natives. Oh, hell no. Fuck that. Sorry. No, I do not. That would mean no. I'd never go to South America then if that were the case. Don't ever put that in my mind again. Just like you're just walking down the street in South America, right across the street from the rainforest, and then you just see a Taxon in the back. I'm good. We're at the airport.
Daniel's like, in this one case, we can gatekeep. Taxons are not allowed in South America.
No, they are not. And not in the ocean either, because apparently they are good swimmers. Nah, not in the ocean, not in South America, not on a plane, not on a train, not in a box, not with a fox, neither here nor there nor anywhere. That's all I gotta say. Although even my rainforest standards, they would have been huge. Not enough Hork-Bajir, Axe said. Should be more, many more. They should be ringing the perimeter. Count just 5 Hork-Bajir. Wait, look, inside the blade ship. Through that window. Visser Three. I stared hard and saw the outline of an Andalite. Yeah, good. At least we know where he is. What do we do? Rachel asked. She was asking me, and I didn't happen to have any brilliant answer. Okay, we know Visser 3 needs the bug fighter to get back to our time, right? And we have the computer core. so he can't use the bug fighter without us. So we could bargain with him, but he can't be trusted. Or we could sneak around the blade ship and just leave the computer core here where he can find it. If he just happens to find the computer core lying around, he's going to know how it got there. And he's going to know what we're up to, Marco said. Time is running out, Axe said. If we stow away on the blade ship, but don't give Visser 3 the computer core, we're trapped here, along with them, Cassies pointed out. I felt like my head was swimming. Somehow, I just hoped there'd be an answer to the end. But there wasn't. Look, I don't know, all right? I yelled. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't have any magic answer. Jake, you're supposed to be our fearless leader. I swear, I almost lost it right then. If we'd both been in human form, I might have punched Marco. I never said I was anyone's leader. I never asked to lead anything. Why do I have to know the answers? You don't, Marco. You don't, Rachel. Oh, man, Marco groaned. Jake, you can't lose it, man. We need you. I was about to say something very rude when Cassie interrupted. Something has been bothering me. Why is Jake the only one who had those flashes? We all exist in both places at once, right? So why is he the only one who had jungle hallucination? The question hit me like a sledgehammer. Of course, it made no sense. I should have seen it. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up! There were too many shut-ups. Axe! I remembered asking him if there were other ways to get back. I remembered the way he avoided answering. Axe. What do you know that you're not saying? What do I know? He answered evasively. What do you know? Or guess? Prince Jake, as I said, I know very little about Sario Rips. I was preoccupied by Axe. You call me your prince. Fine, I'm your prince. So answer my question. Prince Jake. It's impossible that you are the only real person here. The rest of us may only be memories. I felt a chill. What are you talking about? We may not actually be here. Not really. I mean, yes, we were here in one timeline, but that timeline was later erased. Erased? Who erased this timeline? You, Prince Jake. It is possible that only you will escape from this timeline. You may go back alone and alter everything so that none of this ever really happens. Is it just me, or is this truly insane? Marco asked. Axe, how would I be the only one to escape this timeline? We think the way to get back to our own time involves repeating the Draken Beam incident that caused the Sario Rip, right? Maybe. Prince Jake, that may not be the only way, Axe said. There may be another way. I didn't want to say anything because I wasn't sure, and hey! Tobias interrupted sharply. Visser 3 in the window over there. I just saw him wobble, like a TV picture with interference. It's not him, it's a projection. A decoy! Suddenly, I saw my terrible mistake. Visser 3 knew that 8:45 was the cutoff. He knew, and he figured we knew too. So he knew we'd show up either at the bug fire or the blade ship, trying to beat that deadline. He knew we'd try to hide out aboard one of the two ships. That's why we had his creatures drag the bug fighter through the forest to be alongside the blade ship. So we'd have only one place to go. So he'd know exactly where we'd be before 8:45. It's a trap, I yelled. It's a trap. He's expecting us. And at that very moment, we heard his voice in our heads. 5 cats and a bird. Ha 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 ha. This will be too easy. All right, so what I missed? We are almost done, Sammy. So I know that Dirtbag said trigger warning. No, AJ, he's not the count that we were talking that Avery and I were talking about, or that I was asking Avery about last time about that one writer. Visser Three is an alien of high rank. There are 23 Vissers, I believe. I could be wrong, and I could be corrected. But there are many Vissers, and they are high-ranking officials that go in order. Visser Three was put in charge of trying to enslave Earth's people with Yerks. Visser 1 was trying to do that secretly, but Visser 3 is trying to be more aggressive. Visser 1 is Marco's mom. Visser 1 is the top-ranking Visser. However, she's not the one in charge of all the Yerks. That's somebody else. What? What happened? Okay.
Hi. So I'm frozen because my entire mic stand. You can keep reading. I can still hear, and everything. They can still hear you.
Okay.
My entire mic stand just came off the side of my desk, so it like fell, caught it in my hand, and so I'm just holding the entire arm. Just like, well, that wasn't supposed to happen.
Okay. We only have 2 chapters left. Chapter 22. Run! It's a trap! I bolted, but a vine reached up and snagged my front paw. I tumbled head over heel. Instantly, the jaguar was up, but again, a vine grabbed me, wrapping around my neck. The vines were alive. Like a snake, it wrapped around my jaguar throat and tightened. I couldn't breathe. I writhed with all the jaguar strength and broke free. I ran. Then it hit me. I'd been wearing the bug fighter's computer around my neck. It was gone. It's a Lurdathak. Axe yelled. The vines. It's Visser 3's. It's Visser 3 in a morph. It's a creature from the Hork-Bashir's homeworld. A Lurdathak. It. Suddenly, Axe was silent. The darkness was erupting around me in a tangle of vines. It was like being in a storm of snakes. The vines shot through the air, reaching, grabbing, wrapping around themselves around me. I saw a flash of a jaguar, maybe Axe. I couldn't be sure. Being lifted in the air by one of the living vines, lifted by his neck, with 3 or more vines wrapping around his legs and body. I wanted to help, but the snake things were everywhere. If I hesitated even for a second, they would have me. Jake! Marco yelled. It got me! Cassie thought spoke, just screamed. Ah! Cassie! I yelled. Marco! Jake, it's huge! Tobias yelled down from above. Can't see you all, but like an octopus, but with 1,000 tentacles. A slither of tentacles slapped around me, wrapping around my leg. I leaped, a split second away from being caught. I ran. What else could I do? I ran. It's swallowing them. Oh no! No! It has a mouth! Huge! Help them! I can't! I can't! The vine tentacles were less numerous now, smaller, weaker. I'm inside something, Rachel said. Smothering! Prince Jake, we've been swallowed by the Lertithak. Can't get to you, I yelled. I can't even see you. Claw your way out. Can't move, Cassie moaned. I can't just watch this, Tobias yelled. I'm going down. I was reeling from sheer shock and horror. I was running in panic, running flat out. The tentacles no longer surrounded me. But when I paused, panting, to look back, I saw it. It was like some gnarled old tree come to life, like Medusa's head alive with snakes. I saw it outlined against the bright lights around the blade ship. It was rising from the ground, growing taller and taller, tentacle-like bullwhips, a maze of snake-like arms, all surrounding a dark core. Through the tentacles, I could see a wide, drooping, blue outlined mouth. As I watched, a struggling jaguar was tossed inside. And one thin tentacle reached, whipped, and wrapped around a bird that was diving towards. Visser Three said. Just 5 little andalites inside my craw. That leaves one still free, but don't worry, plenty of time to find you. He had them all. He had them all but me. Settle down, my andalite friends. Relax, I won't kill you yet. But you won't morph your way out of this. My Lerdithak morph will hold you tight till I decide your fate. He had them. Visser Three had one. I was the only one left. I was their only hope. Some hope, I told myself bitterly. I was the one in charge. I had walked them into Visser Three's trap. Don't feel sorry for yourself, Jake. Find a way! The huge, 1,000-tentacled creature moved easily and swiftly through the rainforest, and now, on both sides of it, I saw the Hork-Bajir warrior. Behind me, all around me, a ring of Hork-Bajir penning me in a Visser Three, and in as Visser Three slithered towards me. Then, even my jaguar eyes couldn't see a spear fly. I could only see it when it struck into the back of the Hork-Bajir. Spears flew from nowhere. Hork-Bajir began dropping. Polo stepped into view. He looked past me and launched his spear at the Lertithak. Launched it at Visser Three. But Visser Three's morph was far too quick. One vine reached out, snatched the spear into the air, and contemptuously tossed it back. It stuck into the ground where Polo grabbed it. There was no way to stop the Lertithak. It was safe, surrounded by its vine tentacles. The only vulnerable part was its head, and it was surrounded by a forest of... Wait a minute! Not like vines, not like tentacles. Wrong way to think, Jake. I realized. Branches. Like branches. I dove into the darkness, and even as I ran, I began to demorph. I heard the flit of spears flying and the cries of Hork-Bajir, but nothing was stopping the Lertithak. The Visser kept coming. I was human now. Blindly through slapping leaves, my bare feet cut and bruised, but at least I had a plan. I ran and focused on a quick morph. I ran and shrank, but still I ran, even as my legs became bowed and I bent forward and used my knuckles like extra feet. And when I was full monkey, I turned. The Lurdathak loomed huge above me. Its 1,000 bullwhip tentacles slashed the air. Is that you, my last Andalite? The Visser Three crowed. Is that little creature your final morph? Pathetic. Maybe so, I thought. But as far as I'm concerned, you're just one big jungle gym. I leaped through the air. I leaped for the nearest tentacle. I grabbed it, swung, and flew. No other animal could have penetrated the maze of swinging, snapping, slithering tentacles, but to the monkey, it was all vines and branches. Swing, fly, catch. Swing, fly, catch. All at hyperspeed. All at warp factor 10. But the monkey could do it. I grabbed one especially big tentacle. It swung me far up into the air, trying to snap me loose, but I held on, and now, down below, I could see the Lurdathak's head. I could see the drooping blue mouth that had just swallowed the others. I glanced aside Polo. Yes, he was standing with his spear in his hand. Your spear! I cried out in thought speak. Your spear! In a flash, Polo understood. He threw with all his might. The spear flew straight and true. And from high in the air, holding to the whipping tentacles with my tail alone, I reached with both hands and snatched the spear out of the air. Did you know that one of the reasons humans can throw is because we once swung through the trees? Yep. The shoulder design that makes it possible to swing from branch to branch makes it possible to throw a spear. Very possible. I threw. The spear hit home. I sank into the flesh of the. It sank into the flesh of the Lurdathak, delivering the poison of the rainforest into the deadly alien creature. But it had used up all my luck. The tentacle whipped towards me like a snapping high-tension wire. It wrapped itself around my neck and... Okay, last chapter. And what? And what, Jake? And what? Imagine if that's how the books ended. Okay. Chapter 23. 8:19 p.m. I misjudged the distance to the ground. Hit it too hard. And rolled over. A tentacle of wings and talons. Nice landing, Tobias said with a laugh. Are you okay? Cassie asked me. She rushed over and picked me up. Then she set me back down because I was starting to demorph. And I was getting heavier pretty quick. What the? I demanded. I almost had a heart attack. I was back. Back behind the motel. Back getting ready to go to the Safeway. Was it a flashback? One of the visions? No, it was lasting too long. This was real. I was behind the motel, getting ready to morph and go check out the Safeway. Look at my watch. Could it be? What time is it? I asked. 8:19, he said. 8:19? Of course, I knew the time. At 8:19, I had felt strange, uneasy about making the decision to go into the grocery store. But I had made the decision to go ahead. And from that decision, everything else had followed. The Sario Rip, the disaster in the rainforest. Cassie, have you ever seen have you ever been to the Amazon? I asked her. What? Of course not. No, she said. It hadn't happened. At least not to this Cassie. It was still something that was going to happen. Unless I changed the timeline. Are we doing this or what? Rachel demanded impatiently. Come on, Jake. Are we doing this or what? I grinned. I laughed. I'm afraid I flat out giggled. Or what, Rachel? Definitely, or what? We are out of here. With the day later before I finally got a chance to talk to Axe alone. I told him everything. He thought I was nuts until I said the word Sario Rip. Then he knew. This is all very amazing, he said as we walked through the forest. The good old, familiar wood. The woods without killer ants, piranhas, and jaguars and snakes, and natives with poison spears. I have no memory of this. Yeah, it was pretty amazing, I said. I had so many wrong moves. I screwed up everything. The computer, letting us walk into a trap. I mean, we were pretty much doomed. And it was like I got a second chance to keep it from happening. I don't even know how the other you, or however you want to say it, thought we had to recreate the Sario Rip in order to undo it. Axe nodded. Yes, I suppose that would have worked. There was only one other way. I stopped him. You never told me about any other way. No, I wouldn't have, Axe said. I don't know it for sure, but there is a theory. I thought there might be, I said dryly. It is impossible for one person to be in two places at once, in theory. So, if you eliminate one of the two, well, the consciousness snaps back together. I think what happened, Prince Jake, is that you died. I felt a chill run up my spine. You know, this reminds me of Ghost Next Door, that Goosebumps movie that you read? Or that book? Where it's like, kind of like this. Where like she wakes up in her bed or something, like from a bad dream. Yeah, the one where the girl meets the kid and the kid's in a fire, and then like she goes into the fire or the burning building. So he died, huh? But even as you died in the rainforest, you were still alive here. So your mind snapped back. Then you undid the timeline. So none of it ever really happened. You would find you cannot morph the jaguar or monkey because you never really acquired those animals. He made an Andalite smile, which only involved the eye. They have no mouth. They teach this stuff in your school, huh? Yes. And you didn't pay much attention to this lesson, huh? True. I can see why, I said. This time travel stuff will make your head explode. Exactly, Axe agreed. And on that day, there was this game, and this female. Oh, lie, Axe, you're a liar. We walked a while farther. It was a disaster down there. I blew it. The only reason we're all still alive is that in the end, I got lucky. I don't know if you got lucky. I don't know. I feel like the elements kind of fucked with something.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I had forgotten that I was muted. I was just saying. I was just talking about. I couldn't remember that part in Ghost Next Door. That was all I was saying.
Maybe that is true, Prince Jake. But my brother Elfingor once said, "It's a leader's job to be lucky. Sometimes success is just luck." I nodded. It didn't make me feel any better. Elfingor's luck ran out. Yes. You must hope yours does not, Prince. I laughed. Don't call me Prince. Yes, Prince Jake. Surely you jest. I don't, and don't call me Shirley.
Axe has snark. We love to see it.
It's like, oh, have you seen the menu where it's like, what are
Yes.
these? These are tortillas. Tortilla delicioso. No, well, what are these? These are tortillas, which contain fraud charges from, which contain wire transfers that were made with the whatever the heck.
Yeah.
Anyways, this was a good. This was like, oh, this was intense. But,
I
it's
didn't
so
expect
good.
us to go for time travel. It was pretty cool.
This is so good, so good, so intense. People would probably be pissed though, because they'd be like, "So none of this none of this happened." They probably think, but nah, this is a good book by itself.
I mean, Jake had character development, so to Jake it happened.
Yeah,
like his experience is still real, even though physically the rest of
the Amazon rainforest is the friends we made along the way.
My question is like, what repercussion is going to happen in the next book because they didn't steal that ship?
That's a good question. We'll have to find out. Not next Friday, but the Friday after that.
Yep. Or even if they don't address it, like in the next book, just like what repercussion in the world do we think happens because they didn't steal that ship?
Visser Three pimped it out and made it his own personal vehicle.
It's like the party, like the
park, please.
I was actually thinking, I like that better, but I was actually thinking of in Thor Ragnarok when the Grandmaster, played by Jeff Goldblum, has like his like party bus that's like very clearly an orgy bus.
Oh my gosh.
Not that last part necessarily for Visser 3, but just like the like tricked out like birth party bus.
But do you think Andalites lay eggs or have the birth live stream?
Oh God. Birth live stream. Jesus.
Like, is it an egg or is it live stream? Is it pre-recorded or is it live stream? That's what an egg is. It's a pre-recording.
Space is warped and time is bendable. Time is a construct, is what this book more or less said.
The Nile is the river in Egypt. I just wanted to add to the conversation.
So yeah, this one was a good one.
It was pretty good. I was very much into it. I was feeling the adrenaline.
This one was fun.
Okay, let's go. Adrenaline, beer. Let's do it.
Yeah. But I don't think anybody's. I have one thing. I thought we were gonna get bookended by square dancing because of the time travel change, and unfortunately, that did not work out.
Yeah, that's a Raven vision. Or you just make that face.
Yeah.
Well, this one is still really good. Even if for some people they'd probably be pissed that it really didn't mean anything in the long.
Some people don't like time travel hijinks. I am a Whovian, so I very much am a fan of the time travel alternate parallel universe shenanigans.
I just like a good story, so.
Yeah.
So it was a good story all on its own. You know, I liked it. It was intense. There was a lot of adrenaline pumping moments with the ants and Rachel, and then the whole climax at the end where he dies.
Yeah.
So good. Chef's kiss.
Well, because like the fact that these children aren't going to take like a serious damage at some point in this literal war is kind of unlikely. So the fact that they actually did die is kind of, you know, I don't want to say realistic for the time travel plotline, but
the message is that death is an inevitability, and you need, you know, it's don't fear. What is it? Don't make choices, but because you fear death. Make choices because you based on fearlessness or something like that. That's what I think.
And I think the message too is just like everybody is going to make mistakes because you cannot possibly have all of the information. So you got to just do the best that you can in the moment. And if you know, and once you know better, you do better. Cause like he didn't know any better, that he didn't like have any way of knowing that was all going to happen. But then like once he got a chance to go back, he like knew that like, oh shit, we shouldn't do that. because now I have more information.
Yeah, pretty much.
And like
that.
he shouldn't have been so hard on himself because like he had no way of knowing that like, hey, we're gonna go into the safe way as flies was gonna end in like, you know, the meme with like the tiny domino and it knocks over all the dominoes until it gets the big domino. It's like morphing as flies.
Yeah.
Everybody dies in the Amazon.
Yeah. Don't believe in bad people, believe in bad choices, AJ says. And that's pretty much true. So
It's true. Yeah.
So we're gonna leave it off here. It's 2 a.m. your time. You got
It is. I just looked at the clock. I gotta go. I gotta go get some sleep. Actually, I have to go ahead. I was just gonna say, actually, I need to clip that video and then go to sleep. I swear the video will be up soon, guys. Sorry.
So she's gonna work on that, and then hopefully by Monday or earlier next week, we will have our Phantom Investigator reaction video out. So look out for that. And yeah, no stream next Friday. But do be on the lookout for the Babysitters Club follow-up to the California Diaries coming up this week. And also, no stream tomorrow, so Patrick has a stream, so go check out his channel and support him. He's in our community, so give him some support, some love, and all that stuff.
Yep. And thank you guys for hanging out with us. We will see you next time.
Chris B said, no need for new morph roundups. They technically never happened.
Oh, true. That's true. They can't morph any of those things anymore.
Yeah. So nothing for this time. You win this time, Buck, but next time we will track down those morphs.
So yeah, we will see you guys next time. But stay safe.
All right.
Have a good rest
good night.
of your
Sleep
day,
tight. Don't let the yerks into your brain at night.
Nope. But yeah. Bye, guys.